sounded, it is definitely not good news for our heroes. This is Fenris Castle, home base for our guy Baron Fenris. Pretty on the outside, but stick around because behind those walls things are a mess. He calls in his inner circle for a briefing. Whatever this territory needs, it's about to become everyone's problem. His closest knights and advisors line up ready for orders. Nobody's smiling yet. Down in the Great Hall, every knight in Fenris territory has been summoned. This is a full assembly, no exceptions. "Thank you for gathering today," the Baron says, calm as ever, like he's not about to drop something huge on them. Then sword in hand he says it plain, "Let's start working. No fanfare, just business." "Yes, Lord," the knights roar back, but here's the truth. The territory he just inherited is an absolute disaster zone. Freshly freed from a tyrant's grip, the land's in shambles. So step one, he puts a guy named Claude in charge of getting things running again. First order of business, a full census. Track down every last villager and get them resettled. Next up, food. By 6 months of supplies minimum, he tells Claude. Claude just sighs and says yes. Then comes the real head-scratcher, farm the land. Claude stares at the dried-up, dead soil and basically asks if the Baron's lost it. His answer, grind up the bones of a giant blood python for fertilizer. Waste not, want not, right? The orders keep coming, toss the outdated gear, build new warehouses, upgrade everything. Even the sewers are getting a makeover. This guy is rebuilding the entire territory from the ground up. Claude, now officially the general administrator, breaks a sweat. "Yo, you're kidding, right?" Nope, he is very much not kidding. Claude protests it's too much work for one guy. The Baron's response is basically skill issue, hire more people. Claude just goes quiet and gets back to writing. What else can he do? And then, out of nowhere, someone starts wailing on poor Claude right there in the hallway. "Wendy," the Baron calls out, completely unbothered like this happens all the time. Claude gets grabbed by the throat mid-sentence. His day just keeps getting better. The attacker, a sharp-eyed woman with silver hair, has him completely locked down. One more strike for good measure, because apparently that's just how she says hello. Then she flashes the sweetest smile, like nothing just happened. "My name is Wendy. Headmaid Belinda assigned me as your bodyguard, Mr. Claude. Looking forward to working with you." Claude, still screaming in agony, is thrilled beyond words. With his new odd little team assembled, the Baron heads out to see the territory for himself. What he finds isn't pretty. Years of greedy lords have left the people distrustful of anyone in charge. Some have even turned to shadowy gangs. Poverty this deep breaks people. Some have simply stopped fighting to survive. Ignore problems like this long enough, and even a noble ends up completely isolated from his own people. He knows he has to fix the basics fast if this territory is going to have any kind of future, but there's a catch. He's got the will, what he doesn't have is the money. Not enough funds. Turns out running a territory costs a lot more than he expected. At this spending rate, they can't even cover wages in 3 months. Belt-tightening time. One advisor's genius solution: just go mine some more runestone. Cool, super easy, very simple. Except the runestone vein isn't infinite. Leaning on it forever just isn't a plan. What they actually need is a real, steady source of income, something built to last. And then mid-thought the Baron freezes. He's just had an idea. "Oh, Claude, just in time. I've got something for you to do." Never a good sign. Claude immediately tries to shut it down. "No, there's no need for that," but the Baron's already rolling. "Because I've devised the best plan to save this territory," he announces to the room, full confidence. Claude's whole body goes rigid. This can't be good. Somewhere behind him, someone's already grinning like they know exactly how bad this is about to get. The big reveal: build a casino. Sure, great plan, totally normal. Claude just about loses it. "Okay then, what do you even want me to do?" He counters with his own idea: turn this dead patch of land into an entertainment district instead, since farming and mining are both off the table. Someone in the room actually backs Claude's casino idea. The Baron just shrugs it off. Maybe later, stick to the plan. But he's not just dodging the idea for fun. A casino built on a territory with no real foundation, that's basically an invitation for the underworld to move in. And if he's serious about standing against people like that later, cutting corners now is exactly the wrong move. Meanwhile, they're still importing food just to get by. Someone's getting real tired of hearing the future as an excuse. How are we even running out of money for food? Just build the game hall already, one advisor grumbles. The Baron finally drops it. I'll take care of the food problem myself. Claude blinks, pardon. I'll make crops grow in this soil from now on, do exactly as I say. Claude once again points out the land is literally dead, again. No matter what, Claude and the territory's number cruncher both dig in, dead certain this is a losing bet. The Baron just smirks, wanna bet on it. A beat of silence. This feels like the start of something very, very bad for somebody. 3 months later, and the land looks completely different. Claude and the mage he dragged into this can barely believe what they're looking at. Hey mage guy, am I dreaming right now? Nope, this is very real. Carts and wagons roll in from every direction, the once dead territory suddenly buzzing with life. Golden wheat swaying for miles on land that was bone dry a season ago. An honest-to-goodness harvest, right where everyone said nothing could grow. "Ho, how did you even do that?" Claude finally asks, completely stunned. The trick: grind blood python bone into the soil for nutrients, then plant rye seeds boosted with a special mana sigil. Crops grown this way sprout faster and can be harvested way more often. Basically cheating, but it works. He holds up a handful of grain, satisfied. Claude, meanwhile, is putting the pieces together in horror. The mage practically short-circuits a mana compression sigil on seeds that's meant for people, not plants. Out in the field, one of his mages just stares at him, stunned into silence. He goes quiet for a second, then admits something surprising. Because I didn't come up with this idea. The mana compression sigil isn't his invention at all. It's a circle built to pull stored power out of runestone and supercharge mana growth. People balked at wasting it on mere grain until the harvest shut every last one of them up. For the first time in a while, the Baron actually looks pleased with himself. The villagers are all in now. We trust you no matter what. We don't have to starve anymore. Long live Baron Fenris, from despised outsider to local hero, just like that. But he's not done with Claude and the mage just yet. "You too," he says, and they both freeze. "Where you going, huh? Time to write your contracts. Remember that bet?" "Yes, about that." "Well, what kind of contracts?" They both already know they're not going to like the answer. The terms laid out plainly. If the harvest failed, they'd walk away with 5,000 gold and their freedom. But if he won, 10 years of unpaid labor under him, and well, you saw those wheat fields. That's the bet we made, remember? Poor guys never stood a chance. Damn it, and that's how the first harvest ends, with 2 very reluctant new employees. With food finally secure, he's got room to actually use the runestone for more than just selling it off. Next request: open a full branch of the magic tower right here. The tower master looks like he just heard a bad joke. "Yes, tower master," comes the reply. No, seriously, he means it. The tower master points out he only stopped by to congratulate him on becoming a lord, and now he's asking for this. He brings up how costly the last war already was. Turns out winning that war meant blowing through a mountain of precious runestone, even with the magic tower's help. He detonated all that. The tower master had only heard about the victory, not the price tag behind it. "We'll just have to blow up more runestone meant for the tower then. Why do you always have to go to such extremes?" "Yes," he says simply, "because if a young territory like his gets attacked again, he needs to actually be ready." Mages, it turns out, are perfect for construction work, housing, waterways, you name it. Churches go up next, along with a shiny new Fenris branch of the Flame Magic Tower. With more mages on hand, huge construction projects that would take years get finished in a flash. Not everyone's thrilled about doing manual labor though, you ruthless scum. We're mages, not laborers. Cue some very amicable agreements, also known as contracts nobody can refuse. Even the tower master mutters he can't be the only slave around here. Honestly, fair point. Bit by bit the territory gets its footing back, functional, thriving, alive again. But of course it doesn't last, however, and you already know that word means trouble's coming. A rebellion has broken out in Rayfold, so much for peace and quiet. A grim vision flashes by, blood, armor, a fight that's clearly far from over. He's got a hunch this isn't random. Someone's been pulling strings behind the scenes. Desmond and Amelia, both of them just puppets, dancing to whatever tune Duke Delphine plays. His earlier scheme to use Degard and grab Perdium fell apart, so now Delphine's done playing games from the shadows, he's coming himself. My war isn't over yet, the Baron says, eyes hard. Round 2, apparently. His people want to know the plan. If Lady Amelia's really running that territory now, where does that leave them? If you try to pressure me, I won't just sit back and take it. Whatever's coming, he's not backing down. So it's off to the capital, time to deal with this in person. Cardinia, the capital of Lathania Kingdom, grand, glittering, and about to get a very unwelcome visitor. The gates loom ahead, whatever's waiting inside, he's walking straight into it. Somewhere far from all that, a hand stirs in the dark. Blood barrels silence, something's very wrong in this room. A hand soaked red, claws for something just out of reach. Whatever happened here, it wasn't clean, and it isn't over. Then in the shadows, one eye snaps open, glowing red. A lone feather drifts through empty white space, like the story itself is catching its breath before we begin. Then out of the mist, a hawk comes screaming down toward the ground, our eyes on the sky as this story picks a destination. From above, a walled city sprawls out like a fortress carved into the hills. This is where our story is headed. Down at street level, the capital buzzes with life, carts and crowds, and a city that clearly knows it's important. The spires of the royal capital rise up ahead, sharp and unmistakable. 2 riders pull up at the gates. One of them takes it all in and mutters, "So this is Cardinia." One of his companions can't help comparing it to home. "Every territory we've seen so far is a toy next to this," he admits. "Our own castle doesn't even measure up." Another rider just grins and dares him to say that in front of the captain. Elsewhere, an old merchant drags a young woman toward a shop window, raving about materials she's never seen, not even in the magic tower. She has to admit it. Whoever runs this place puts in more effort than they do. Not everyone's impressed though. One green-haired traveler just scowls. "I don't like it." His companion blinks back, "Pardon." It's Ghislaine who says it plainest, glaring up at the fortress like it personally offended him. "I want to tear it down." It feels like it's boasting. His companions trade a look. While what's wrong with him, one whispers, half joking, half not. One knight just shrugs it off. "If our lord says so, it is what it is." Another mutters that the man does have a twisted side to him. The look on her face says she's still not quite convinced. They say this fortress has never fallen, impregnable, the undefeated stronghold of the whole kingdom. Ghislaine stares up at it in silence. They say that city capital Cardinia is blessed by the goddess herself. He knows better than anyone how little that's worth. Then the memory hits, a burning sword, a battlefield soaked in fire and blood, and died there. The thought cuts in, cold as a headstone. His sword is left standing alone in the dirt, the body beside it, proof of exactly how that fight ended. "I attacked the capital to kill Duke Delphine, who'd seized the throne," he remembers, "but that bastard wasn't even there. Blinded by revenge, I made the mistake of turning everyone into my enemy." The memory burns behind his eyes even now, the mistake that got him killed the first time around. "I can't achieve anything by myself," he realizes. Cut back to a while ago at Castle Perdium before any of this began. His father catches him packing. "You're heading to the capital?" he asks. "Yes, father," Ghislaine answers. "It's for an important matter," as his men saddle up behind him. Then what will you do about the Fenris territory?" his father presses. Ghislaine's already thought it through. "I'll provide Perdium with a year's worth of food while I'm gone. And I'd like General Manager Homern and Knight Captain Randolph sent to Fenris territory in my absence," he adds, a request that leaves both men staring in shock. "I take it you know exactly what a rebellion breaking out there would mean," someone warns him on the road. Ghislaine doesn't flinch. "Like you said, we won't stand a chance if Desmond and Rayfold join forces against us while I'm away." However, he adds, letting the word hang in the air as they ride on. The road ahead isn't exactly friendly territory. Every step forward comes with a fight. Since Amelia only recently seized control over there, he reasons, it'll take her time to get her own house in order. "During that time, we have to gather power to resist," Ghislaine says, already 3 moves ahead. By power you mean, his companion asks carefully. Getting the kingdom on our side, Ghislaine answers, which is a much bigger plan than it sounds. The image lingers, this whole kingdom waiting to be won over. The road presses on into darker country, storm clouds gathering ahead. Cut to the capital where a property agent proudly presents his find. As requested, it's a cheap, huge, and honestly marvelous mansion, garden included. The mansion in question looms up out of the fog like something off a horror cover. Ghislaine and his companion ride up to it. "How is it?" she asks, already looking a little uneasy. "Yes, it sure would be spacious, I guess," someone offers weakly while a nervous girl in the group blurts out, "Mister, what's wrong with this place?" It seems to have gone unsupervised for a long time," the agent stammers, right as something rustles overhead and everyone jumps. Eek. Even the group's biggest, burliest knight looks spooked, which just gives Ghislaine an opening. "You should try living up to your size, man. How'd you even survive the forest of beasts?" Don't you think it's a bit colder in here?" Someone shivers, hauling the still-shaking giant along while another mutters, "Why doesn't he just put some clothes on?" Anyway, about the ghosts people say haunt this place, the agent rushes to explain that's all just baseless rumors. "I swear on my name that this mansion has no problems whatsoever," the agent finishes, sweating buckets. "Good, I'll take it," Ghislaine says flatly. "So, how much are we talking?" "The concept of geomancy exists for a reason, you know," his steward protests. Ghislaine just shrugs. "It's fine, a ghost isn't going to kill you. You can just beat it up, so why be scared?" The agent doesn't miss a beat. "Such an excellent decision, Baron. Originally, this mansion should run at least 1,000 gold," the agent explains, though he admits their poor upkeep knocks it to 500. Ghislaine counters flatly, 200. "Pardon," the agent chokes out. Ghislaine doesn't even blink. "You did say there are ghosts haunting this place. I'm very scared. If you won't sell for 200, I can just go elsewhere," Ghislaine finishes. The agent panics. "Thaw, that won't do. There's nowhere cheaper in the capital for a mansion this size. Besides, with a cursed property, the upkeep ends up costing more than the property's even worth," he rambles, sweat pouring. "But it won't sell either, and you're still stuck paying land taxes every year. Who else would ever buy this after me?" he blurts, instantly regretting it. Ghislaine just smiles. That question kind of answers itself. For a second, the mansion grounds really do look like something out of a ghost story, shadows stretched long over the old headstones. Somewhere in the dark, a chain creaks against the gate on its own. Deal closed. Ghislaine wastes no time. "Let's get rid of all the gloominess in this mansion," he announces, and the cleanup begins. A whole crew sweeps through the grand hall, scrubbing away years of neglect in record time. "By the way, Lord," his steward starts carefully, clearly working up to something. "You did say you're planning to build a faction, didn't you?" he continues. "One that can actually work with the kingdom," Ghislaine confirms. "How exactly are you planning to do that?" the steward asks. "Do you really think they'll bother meeting some countryside noble?" "As you said yourself, the nobles here have no real reason to meet with me at all," Ghislaine admits to the steward's visible panic. Then, "I'll simply make them want to meet me," Ghislaine finishes with a grin. Cauldrons go up, ingredients get laid out. Whatever he's cooking up, it's not dinner. "What are all these?" someone asks, staring at the bubbling setup. "Are you about to perform some kind of alchemy or something?" "Cosmetics," the group blurts out in disbelief. "I'm going to make a prototype and send it as a gift to every noble mansion in the capital," Ghislaine explains. "Are you saying you'll use that to build connections across the whole kingdom?" One gasps. "Would that really work? It's just a gift." "You'll understand once you actually use one of my products," Ghislaine says, dead certain. "I guarantee they won't last a single day without it once they try it," he says. To this era's nobility, looking flawless is basically a symbol of power. "They're the type who'd stop at nothing to look beautiful," he continues, though history would later prove the cosmetics of this era, packed with lead, mercury, and cinnabar, were quietly wrecking everyone's skin. Duke Delphine built an improved cosmetic line to fix exactly that and made a fortune doing it, Ghislaine recalls, a recipe he happens to remember plundering from that very ducal house in his last life. He names his creation Deneb. First step, use magic to oxidize zinc into a fine powder, his mage explains, glowing vials lined up in front of her. Meanwhile, melt beeswax in a preheated steamer, then mix in evening primrose seed oil and shea fruit extract. Ghislaine inspects the finished vial like a man who already knows it's going to work. The cauldron pours out a glowing purple cream and the room can't help but cheer. Everyone crowds in for a look at the finished batch. Such a great scent, one of the girls gasps, completely won over already. Is this really the cosmetic you were talking about? Someone asks, amazed. How does some countryside noble even know how to make something like this? The steward mutters, still suspicious. It's not finished yet, Ghislaine says. We have to let it sit for a day until the cream solidifies. Once someone tries Deneb, he says, swirling the cream in its jar, they won't be able to go back to any other cosmetic. This is about to become an absolute must-have for every noble in the capital, he says, holding the jar up like a trophy. I'll put Deneb to good use in your place, Duke Delphine, Ghislaine toasts with a smirk, raising his glass to the enemy he's about to rob blind, twice. That night, one of his men can't resist asking, wait, aren't you even going to test the ghost rumors yourself? It's fine, I think, Ghislaine says, trailing off as he stares down a hallway that's suddenly gone very dark. Somewhere in that darkness, a single red eye blinks open. Outside, lightning cracks across the sky, lighting up the mansion for one split second. Rain hammers down on the old estate, and for a moment it looks exactly as haunted as the rumors claimed. Inside, portraits line the walls and the household sleeps soundly, completely unaware of what's stirring in the halls below. Something moves quietly through the dark of the grand entrance hall. Down a corridor lit only by a few flickering windows, a shape drifts closer. A clawed shadow stretches across the wall, and this haunted mansion joke suddenly doesn't feel so funny. The ghost, because apparently it's a real ghost, stands over rows of Deneb jars, glowing eyes fixed on them like it's never seen anything like it. A pale hand reaches out and pries one open. Under the hood, a masked, armored face stares out with burning red eyes. The ghost dips its fingers straight into the cream. It smears the cosmetic onto its own skin, testing it out like any curious customer. That's when Ghislaine finds it. Are you the ghost from the rumors? He asks, completely unbothered. The ghost's masked face turns to him, red eyes narrowing. For 1/10 second, neither of them moves. Then Ghislaine just grins, I guarantee its effects. In a storm-lashed old mansion, he corners a shadowy figure and asks the question everyone's been whispering about. Are you the ghost from the rumors? The ghost turns around, eyes glowing blood red under that hood. Definitely not a friendly houseguest. He just smirks, cocky as ever, and promises that whatever trick he's got up his sleeve, it works, guaranteed. Lightning cracks over the mansion. This is about to get messy. Sword drawn, he stalks deeper into the dark halls, heading straight for a fight he clearly signed up for. Steel meets steel, the duel is on, and neither of them is holding back. He grips his blade tighter, bracing against a swordsman, or is it swordswoman who clearly isn't playing around. A brutal exchange of slashes lights up the rain like fireworks. They're trading blows so fast it's basically a blur of blue light. Both fighters dodge and reposition, testing each other's footwork. Blades lock midair in a shower of sparks. He grits his teeth and pushes back with everything he's got. Another clash, another spark shower. This mystery fighter is no joke. They break apart, breathing hard, sizing each other up all over again. He locks eyes with his opponent, and something about those movements suddenly clicks. That sword technique is, he mutters, stunned, he's seen this style before. The cloaked fighter squares up again, ready for round 2. Another overhead clash, blades screaming against each other. The mystery swordswoman spins into a flawless strike, one she apparently calls grace. She flows straight into modesty and spiral of roses, each move somehow prettier than the last. He barely parries in time, sparks flying off his blade. Every single one of her movements traces a graceful arc, like she's dancing instead of fighting. Her blade grazes way too close to his throat. 1 inch closer and this recap would have been a lot shorter. He's down, piecing something together fast. If my memory serves me right, he starts. Dazed and sprawled out on the cold stone floor, he's got seconds to think his way out of this. The masked fighter looms over him, completely in control of this fight. Something catches his eye and his whole expression changes. What's your relationship with the Branford family? She demands, cutting straight to it. He narrows his eyes, working through the implications fast. Cut to a gloomy Gothic manor, lit only by pale moonlight. Turns out the ghost is a young woman with white hair, and she's getting scolded by an old guardian the second she sneaks back in. Servants scramble down the hall shouting for their young master. Somebody's got some explaining to do. He walks off into the night, muttering that maybe things will work out better than he expected. Moonlight spills through a tall window, a quiet beat after all that chaos. We cut to a sunlit angel statue, a world away from that stormy mansion. A grand manor with rose gardens comes into view. New location, new player. A delicate hand smooths cream onto skin, careful and practiced. A maid paints her lips and gushes that she's as beautiful as ever, madam. Meet the Countess of Aylesbury, Muriel, once the undisputed queen of capital fashion. She stares into the mirror unimpressed. No, this isn't it. She sighs, remembering when every noblewoman in the capital copied her style down to the last stitch. Now her makeup's just there to hide the years piling on. Does this mean I can never go back to those days? She wonders bitterly. Her maid gently reminds her it's time for the salon, madam. She trudges off, resigned. Yes, let us. Muriel looks thoroughly done with life. Then her maid suddenly gasps, sparkling with shock at her own reflection. The maid keeps poking her own face like she can't believe it's real. This moisture, this firmness, she stammers, completely floored. Muriel grabs her by the collar. What have you done to your face? Turns out the Count tossed some fancy cosmetics her way, handed them off to the maids instead, and accidentally created a miracle. Muriel wants every single detail. A ridiculously extravagant golden carriage rolls through town, guards and all. The crowd's convinced actual royalty just showed up. Whispers ripple through the onlookers as the procession rolls past. Muriel and her hulking escort march forward, nerves and determination in equal measure. The crowd gawks at the sheer size of what's being carted in. This is a huge one for sure. And there she is, Muriel, looking a decade younger. The cosmetic actually worked. The crowd loses it. Someone snaps at a reluctant companion to go greet her already. Dragged along and thoroughly unimpressed, all they can manage is an ugh. Let us head inside and have a talk, Muriel announces, sweeping toward the fountain courtyard. Ravens circle overhead as they approach, not exactly a subtle omen. Inside, a servant glances back nervously at the man waiting for them, lounging like he owns the place. A raven perches nearby while the tension builds before the meeting even starts. Muriel steps up, fan in hand. Are you Baron Fenris? He kisses her hand smoothly. I am Baron Ghislaine Fenris, Lord of Fenris territory in the northern region. She needles him right away. I reckon you didn't send any gifts my way. I was told you only sent it to my husband. He deflects like a pro, claiming her fame just hadn't reached his backwater and he didn't want to insult her taste with anything less than perfect. She's charmed despite herself. Indeed, it seems you're not completely clueless. She studies him over her fan, clearly recalculating her opinion of this guy. He just smirks, he knows exactly what he's doing. They settle in for tea in the garden pavilion, the real negotiation about to begin. He cuts to the chase. He wants to monopolize whatever miracle cosmetic she just discovered. She explains the obvious problem. Breaking into the capital's business circles alone is basically impossible. He shrugs it off. I'd always welcome a bulk purchase. She fires back slyly, noting that a guy stuck in a rundown old mansion probably can't afford to be picky. His aide bristles nearby, fuming that she'd dare threaten his lord like that. He mutters that the mansion was picked out of pure stubbornness, not desperation. Muriel names her price. The supply price will be a little high. Will that be all right with you? He waves it off, unbothered. Let's put the jokes aside. Do you jest? She presses. I'm not, he replies flatly. The queen of socialites just walked into her own trap. Onlookers murmur in awe that the queen of socialites herself showed up for this. His aide grumbles under his breath, calling him a sly fox for how he's working this deal. She balks at the number. 100 gold for a single jar of cosmetics is an absurd price. He counters coolly, if she wants it that badly, it should cost exactly that much. Internally, she's fuming. How dare he toy with me like this? He leans in with an alternative. Then how about this? She raises an eyebrow, curious despite her irritation. I can't give you an exclusive deal, but he trails off, setting up the real pitch. You say, Muriel leans in, hooked. A trunk creaks open to reveal row after row of gleaming cosmetic jars. Her jaw drops, this is. The jars practically sparkle under the light, clearly a small fortune's worth. This cosmetic, which I handcrafted myself, is called Deneb, he announces. He frames it as a gift, a token to mark their new partnership. There are still plenty of nobles out there who have no idea how effective Deneb really is, he adds. A jar gets held up like it's made of solid gold. And it will be you, madam, who changes that market, he says, laying on the charm. She's sold, it's a product that can change the market. Our baron certainly knows how to pick only the prettiest words, she laughs. Fine, she says, let's do it that way. The deal is struck, she distributes, he supplies, and everybody wins. Muriel throws her head back triumphantly, and I'll lead the trend. Excellent, madam, comes the smooth reply, deal sealed. As he heads out, he offers a parting line, if you need anything, just let me know. She stops him before he can leave, then, could you grant me a request? He raises an eyebrow, a request. Her voice lingers in his head, Baron Ghislaine Fenris can solve your daughter's problem. A grand castle glows under a sunset sky as the scene shifts entirely. The title card reads it plain, Branford's territory, new players incoming. In a dim study, a shadowy figure sits behind a heavy desk, waiting. The camera pulls in on a grim, gray-bearded face. This is a man used to being obeyed. A young noblewoman's eyes go wide. Ghislaine Fenris, looks like his reputation just walked into a whole new problem. Forget swords for a second, this chapter opens with gold literally raining from the ceiling, and this crew is losing their minds over it. One of Ghislaine's guys is straight up screaming with joy on the stairs, arms in the air. Turns out slapping a countess's name on their cosmetics line was basically printing money. Crates of coin everywhere, the beauty products are selling like crazy, and one guy's already planning to blow his cut at the gambling table. Somebody actually suggests ditching the whole land repair project to go all in on makeup before getting cut off mid-sentence. Honestly, can you blame him with numbers like these? His knight tells him he's basically locked down a real seat of power in the kingdom now. Ghislaine just shakes his head, not yet, he says. Alina and his knight go quiet, watching him. Whatever Ghislaine is actually chasing, it is clearly bigger than money or land. That look in his eyes says this guy is not satisfied. There's a plan cooking and we're about to watch it play out. Night falls and Ghislaine heads out alone toward the one place in the kingdom that actually matters right now. He's not going in alone though, his knight is right there with him, both heading straight for the seat of power. Snow is falling hard as they close in. This is not a casual house call. The guards at the gate don't waste time. Are you Baron Fenris? The Marquis has summoned you, words clearly already out about him. And this is where they are headed, the estate of the single most powerful noble in the entire kingdom. Ghislaine walks up alone, calm as anything, like he already owns the place. Armed guards flank the doors. This is not a meeting you get invited to twice. Down a long dim hallway, every footstep echoing. Light spills out from the room ahead, showtime. And there he is, Marquis Branford himself, sitting behind that desk like he's already won the conversation. Ghislaine plays it polite to start. It's an honor to meet you, Marquis Branford. Then he drops his full name and title, official as it gets, Baron Ghislaine Perdium. Branford doesn't blink, he is sizing this kid up hard. Because everyone in this room already knows exactly who he is, son of the late Margrave Swalter Perdium, heir to the whole Perdium line. The guy who won a war against Degard, killed the count who ran it and just took the lord's seat for himself. Arrogant brat if you ask half the court. Ghislaine Perdium, that name alone makes people nervous these days. He doesn't look nervous at all. He walks further into the room like he belongs there. Branford watches him approach, already calculating his next move. First real dig, Branford tells him flat out, you're completely different from your father, aren't you? Ghislaine isn't surprised. Of course the Marquis has been quietly watching everything happening out in his territory. Because this guy is basically the most powerful man in the country, minister of the kingdom, full stop. He's also the head of the royalist faction, standing dead against Duke Delphine's entire camp. Just hearing that name in this room changes the whole temperature. Every piece of business in this kingdom, big or small, runs through this one man's hands. Ghislaine knows exactly how he landed this meeting so fast too. A fellow royalist, Countess Muriel, pulled some strings for him. Sit, Branford orders, and a chair gets practically flung at him instead of offered. Real warm welcome. Ghislaine just stares back in silence, not exactly the 5-star treatment he was hoping for. Branford cuts straight to it. So you claim you can solve my daughter's problem. Ghislaine doesn't hesitate for a second. Yes, I can cure her illness. Branford just repeats it back, low and dangerous, like he's testing the words for cracks. You've never even met my daughter Rosalind, he says. So how exactly do you plan to cure an illness we haven't even diagnosed in years? He's not asking out of curiosity, he's daring him to back down. Ghislaine stays cool. He's been gathering rumors around the capital and he's cured something like this before. He says it like a plain fact, not a boast. Branford starts to fire back, but Ghislaine just cuts him off cold. Leave. Branford's unfazed too though. You're not the first one to claim you could cure her, he says. And they all had to pay the price with their lives for not backing up their words, he adds. Yikes. For a second it almost sounds like he's trying to protect him. I don't want to see such a talented youngster throw his life away. That's a cold way to put it, Ghislaine replies, not backing down an inch. He knows the Marquis has already thrown everything at this problem, so he just asks straight out, does he even still plan on curing her? Branford tries to play it off. It's not a big deal, having bad skin wouldn't take her life. But I'm sure the lady thinks otherwise. Ghislaine fires back. Denial doesn't fly with this guy. Branford finally admits it. He called him here today to confirm this confidence with his own eyes. Are you really that confident, he asks, staring him down. Ghislaine doesn't blink. I am different. The air in that office just got a whole lot heavier. Branford is weighing every single word out of this kid's mouth. Branford finally relents. If you must risk your life for it, then fine, try your best. He barks an order to his staff, spare nothing helping with Baron Fenris's treatment. If this goes well, he'll be rewarded generously, Branford adds. His man just nods, understood. Ghislaine stops him right there. A reward wouldn't be enough. Branford is not amused. He grabs him by the collar. Ghislaine doesn't even flinch. Grant me one thing I desire, he says instead. Bold move, considering whose fist is still holding his collar. Say that again, Branford growls, daring him to repeat it. Ghislaine just holds his ground in silence. Then he lays it on thick. Marquis, you are the pillar supporting this entire kingdom. Surely one small wish is nothing for a man like you, he says, and Branford snaps back. Are you seriously demanding a price for treating my own daughter? Yes, Ghislaine answers flat out. I believe it's more than worth it. Then the real gut punch. What's the point of all your authority if you can't even protect your own family? So what use is any of it then? He presses harder. Branford's hands clench together. He's got nothing to say to that. Off to the side, his own people are quietly panicking. That lunatic talking to the Marquis like that. For a second, Ghislaine's mind drifts somewhere else entirely. Back to the mercenary days, the rough crew who used to have his back. One face in particular still sticks with him. Frozen battlefields, hard losses, memories that clearly still weigh on him. Back in the present, Alina and the others are still watching him nervously, waiting to see what he'll do. Branford lays down the real terms. Put everything you have on the line. Can you actually do that, he demands. Ghislaine's answer is already written all over his face. He reaches out to seal it. The deal is on. Branford's face gives nothing away, but there's no backing out now. I will, Ghislaine says simply. And with that handshake, everything's on the line. Branford's eyes say he's already planning what happens if this fails. Ghislaine's eyes say he's not planning on failing. Branford wastes no time turning the screws. Tell the treasurer to prep cutting off all support for Perdium and surround Baron Fenris's mansion in the capital. From this moment no one goes in or out, he orders. You have 1 week. And bring Rosalind to me in perfect condition without so much as a blemish. No pressure at all. Somehow, Ghislaine looks almost pleased with himself walking out of that room. His people less so. Damn it, just when money stopped being a problem this happens. Alina's more blunt about it. If the Marquis actually moves against them, both Perdium and Fenris are finished. One of the household staff can barely hide the worry, young master. Elena lays out exactly why this is so dangerous. The Marquis does not tolerate anyone challenging his authority. And at the center of all this is his daughter's illness, she says. If even the most powerful man in the kingdom couldn't fix it, he'd basically given up on it ever happening. Which is exactly why Ghislaine has to pull this off. No pressure, right? He looks completely unbothered by the fact he just bet his entire future on a cure nobody else could find. And just like that, the clock starts ticking. Cut to years earlier, a voice in a dark stairwell calls out a much younger Ghislaine's full name. Something heavy is waiting for him at the bottom of those stairs. He walks forward toward a casket, his father standing silently in front of it. "Father," he says quietly. In his head, one question won't leave him alone: do I really have to risk my life just to help other people? The two of them stand in silence in front of the dead. His father finally answers, cold as ice, "The help of the powerless is nothing but hypocrisy. If you want to be in a position to actually help someone, first acquire the strength to back it up." And that is exactly what grown-up Ghislaine did, every step of it. That old lesson still rattles around in his head as he steps toward something waiting for him in the dark. Bloodied, clawed hands rise up in front of him, and for a second even Ghislaine looks shaken. "I knew it was you," he says quietly. Whatever he suspected, it just got confirmed. Because that twisted, hidden thing in front of him is Rosalind Branford, the Marquis's own daughter. One look at that eye and it's clear, this is not just bad skin. Ghislaine steadies himself and introduces himself properly. "I am the Lord of the Fenris territory." Ghislaine Fenris, he finishes, the name the whole capital's been whispering about, standing right in front of her. 1 week to fix what an entire kingdom couldn't. Good luck topping that cliffhanger. A lone figure strides into an empty stone vault and doesn't even blink. "I knew it was you," he says to the shape lurking in the dark. What's crouched in the shadows is barely human anymore, clawed hands dripping blood, eyes glowing red. This, we're told, is the daughter of Marquis Branford, Rosalind Branford. Just one eye glares out from the darkness, wild and bloodshot. The man introduces himself formally, hand pressed to his chest. "I am the Lord of the Fenris territory," he says. The camera zooms in on his face like it wants you to remember the name, Baron Ghislaine Fenris. A hand stretches toward him out of the wreckage, sleeve trembling. The hooded figure just stands there, back turned. "Why are you here?" Fenris finally asks. Cut to the past. A lone figure trudges down a cold stone corridor, and you can already tell this flashback isn't going to be a fun one. A rock comes flying out of nowhere and cracks against him, dead on. "Do you think you're the first one to try curing my illness?" comes the bitter reply. "I don't care what medicine or method you use, just leave me alone," she snaps. "It's all futile," she shouts. Fenris isn't backing down either. "I am different," he insists. "Because I'm putting my own life on the line for this treatment," he says, and yeah, you can already guess how well that line lands. She's heard it 100 times before. Those who come chasing their own greed always say the exact same thing, that they're different, that they're risking their lives for it. "You think you're special because your cosmetics are selling well," he snaps back. Then he catches himself. "I understand you've been through a lot, milady." Turns out this milady is no ordinary patient daughter of the royalist faction's leader on her father's side, granddaughter of the kingdom's chancellor on her mother's. Born into that kind of pressure, she grew up guarding her family's name like her life depended on it. And she wasn't just a title, either, gifted with both the pen and the sword. She could swing a blade and channel mana just as easily as she ran a business meeting. In fact, she built her whole reputation as the biggest patron of industry in all of Cardinia. Then the story turns, however. An unknown skin disease flipped her entire life upside down out of nowhere. She could never live the way she used to again. Only the Branford name still had the power to protect her. Doctors traced the cause to an irreversible skin eruption from botched mana training. It was one of the rare, brutal rejection responses that happens when the balance between positive and negative mana collapses completely. In short, her entire mana pathway had gone haywire. Push mana outward like that and it only gets harder to cure, Fenris warns her, then adds quietly, "I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to treat you forcefully," he finishes and lunges. Steel meets claw in midair, blood already flying. The clash sends mana and blood scattering across the stone. He grapples with her monstrous form, refusing to let go. Swords lock and bodies collide. This treatment looks a lot more like a full-on brawl. Neither one of them is backing down. Finally the creature goes down, bloodied and still. Belinda, Wendy, Fenris shouts, calling in his own mother hen and her partner to help finish the job. From above you can see the whole courtyard where this is about to go down. I'll have to remove your mask first, Fenris says. The mask comes off. What? Someone gasps. Before we start the actual treatment, we need to check your condition first, Fenris explains. Underneath, her face is barely recognizable and she's panicking. Stop it, I don't need your treatment. Restrained, all she can manage is a shaky silence. Fenris and his team just stare, stunned by what they're looking at. Anyway, you'll have to endure this for a whole week, he tells her, laying out his tools. You can endure this as long as you're determined, he finishes. She just scoffs. You must have a death wish or something. Do you really think you can treat my illness? She demands. His answer is blunt, if I don't I'll die. She's still thrashing against him as he adds, dead serious, and so will you, milady. Don't worry, this will succeed, no question, he tells her, mana crackling around his fingers. Because this treatment method, he starts, was invented by no one else but your own future self, Rosalind. Yech, let that one sink in for a second. A massive magic circle blazes to life as the ritual begins in earnest. Lightning-like mana rips through the air around her. Red current tears across her skin as the treatment takes hold. It hurts, a shadow screams, eyes burning in the dark. It hurts again and again, the pain isn't letting up. You're telling me to endure this for a whole week, why did it have to be me? She cries out. And so will you, milady, Fenris repeats, grim and unmoving. Fist clenched and bloody, she finally gives in. Fine, if I'm going to die either way, then try your best all the way to the end. The very end, she finishes, and something about the way she says it makes him flinch. Mess this up and I'll kill you, she warns, eyes blazing, no pressure, right? Her eye burns brighter as the mana surges again. Lightning keeps crashing through the room. Outside, the castle looms under a storm-lit sky. Two silhouettes stand together in the rain and static. Down in the streets, a crowd's getting restless. We're in the capital, yet we're stuck out here. I bet that useless lord made another mess or something, someone gripes. One guard mutters. Another just shrugs it off, just relax and have a drink. I'm sure that guy, someone starts to say, wouldn't move without thinking it through first, they finish. Then the story jumps ahead a week later. The capital glows gold under the setting sun, business as usual on the outside. Rooftops stretch out across the skyline. Someone makes their way down a quiet stairwell. A lone figure descends, footsteps echoing. Marquis Branford himself strides in through the archway, guards in tow. His face is stone, clearly he's here to see the results for himself. Inside, the room's a bloody mess. Fenris just stands there spent while Rosalind lies recovering on a bench nearby. Her hair, pale and damp, spills across the sheets. Fenris's own hair is matted with blood. This treatment clearly cost him too. His eyes are steady though, determined even now. A long heavy silence hangs in the room. Then her eyes flicker open. The Marquis watches, unreadable. Her eyes, once burning monstrous red, now look almost calm. Outside, the sky burns soft orange as the ordeal finally ends. Word spreads fast. I heard the daughter of Branford's been cured. What? I thought that was incurable. The Marquis is throwing a banquet soon, could it be? Footsteps head toward the great hall. Fenris walks in flanked by a fully recovered Rosalind and another noble, guards lining the entrance. Ornate carpet stretches out ahead of them. The banquet hall is packed, buzzing with nobles eager for a look. So you weren't all talk after all, the Marquis says, impressed. It's all thanks to you giving me a chance, Fenris finishes for him. A promise is a promise, the Marquis says, tell me what you want. Fenris faces him down in the study, ready to name his price. The Marquis waits, unreadable as ever. Please become my guardian, Fenris says, and just like that, he's asking one of the most powerful men in the kingdom to personally back him. The Marquis doesn't say a word. Elsewhere, a knight blurts out, what? Someone else just laughs. I knew you'd say that, young master. Rosalind grins, fingers steepled. If the Marquis becomes his guardian, he's on the hook for our lord no matter what he does. Sneaky. A green-haired schemer grins wider. This is perfect for building a base of power in the kingdom. The Marquis's eyes narrow, sharp and calculating. I remember you mentioning a small favor, he says slowly, but it seems you didn't come here for nothing. However, I already have someone up north I've got my eye on, so, the Marquis trails off. Are you talking about Count Brivant? Fenris asks. He waits for the answer, jaw tight. The narration fills in the political map. Desmond plays neutral, but nobody actually knows what's going on in his head. Meanwhile, the Rayfold family is busy tearing itself apart within fighting. And everyone else, just incompetent and greedy, according to the story. Count Brivant, though, is genuinely wealthy and tight with the royalist faction. Worse, he commands the military muscle of the Flame Magic Tower. The only one you'd actually consider is Brivant, Fenris says. Are you saying you're more worthy than Brivant? The Marquis challenges. Please be honest, Fenris presses. Don't you find Count Brivant a little unsatisfying? The Marquis just laughs. Hey, ha ha ha. If you promise to grant my wish, why not go bigger? The Marquis dares him. Fenris doesn't flinch. Set me as the representative of the North, he says flat out. Dead silence follows. I see why you risked your life, the Marquis finally says. For this, he adds, fist clenching. Fine, the Marquis announces, with everyone here as witness. I, Marquis Branford, shall support Baron Ghislaine Fenris as his guardian. Gasps ripple through the room. The Baron's enemy is my enemy, he booms. Everyone who faces him should remember I stand behind him, and in return, you'll pledge to consider my honor in everything you do. I shall, Fenris answers, sword raised high. He kneels, driving the sword into the floor, sealing the oath. Congratulations, Baron. Just like that, the nobody with the deadly cure is a baron with a kingmaker in his corner. Rosalind approaches him personally, kneeling. I wasn't able to greet you properly in all that chaos, she says. Even if my father's already rewarded you, I'm the one who's truly in your debt, she tells him. She holds out a folded blue cloth, a token of the vow she's about to make. I shall become your guardian too, Baron, she says. Her face softens as she says it, genuine for once. Picture the fanciest ballroom you have ever seen, marble floors, crystal chandeliers, the works. Tonight the kingdom's biggest gossips are all here for one reason. Words already spreading through the crowd. Some random, no-name noble apparently cured Lady Rosalind's illness, with cosmetics, sure buddy. Others aren't buying it either. A cosmetic curing what doctors couldn't, don't make me laugh, one scoffs. Off to the side, a cloaked young man isn't interested in the rumor mill at all. You don't have to react to every little whisper, he mutters. It's irritating. Suddenly the crowd starts buzzing, footsteps echo across the floor and heads start turning. Oh, over there, someone gasps. Guards straighten up fast. Is that man the Baron of Fenris? Yeah, his reputation already got here before he did. Across the hall, a tenser scene plays out. One man grips another's arm and for a second nobody says a word. A woman in a striking lavender gown gets a little too much attention from a man who clearly wants something from her. Meanwhile, Belinda is in full mother hen mode, fussing over her young master. Hand out of your pocket and put a smile on your face, she scolds. He fires right back, wondering if maybe she's the overdressed one tonight, eyeing her extravagant gown. Back with the mystery woman in lavender, the tension with her maroon-coated companion hasn't let up one bit. Belinda just giggles it off. When she ever going to get another shot at a banquet like this? She reminds him this banquet is hosted by the real power players of the kingdom. They can't afford to look anything less than perfect tonight. He isn't so sure any of this fuss is even for him. Then the massive doors at the end of the hall creak open. Blinding light spills through as the herald announces it. Marquis Branford is entering and the whole room snaps to attention. Two figures make their grand entrance side by side, and every eye in the ballroom locks onto them. A woman in a stunning golden gown descends the steps like she owns the place. The whole room seems to glow around her for a second. This is clearly her moment. Marquis Branford himself leads the way, cape trailing, every inch the powerful host. Hello everyone, I hope you've all been well, she greets the crowd with total confidence. Meet Rosalind Branford, the Marquis's daughter, and the entire reason for tonight's party. The crowd bows on cue as father and daughter make their way through the room. The rumor was true, she's actually cured, someone gasps. Wow, she's even more beautiful than before. Another admits she almost didn't recognize her. No one would believe that's the same person who had such a temper just days ago, someone whispers. Guess a miracle cure comes with a whole new attitude. An aide steps up first to thank everyone for coming. Then Marquis Branford takes the floor himself. Today's banquet is to celebrate my daughter Rosalind being cured of her illness, but it is also to announce that I've officially decided on my ward. The whole room goes dead silent for a beat. Ward, so that rumor was true too. The gossip machine kicks straight back into gear. Thanks to one man, Branford continues, Rosalind was able to break free from the illness that had been oppressing her for years. And there he is, the mystery man from earlier, officially announced as Baron Ghislaine Fenris. Guess the no-name noble just got himself a name after all. The Branford family will do its absolute best as Baron Fenris's guardian, the Marquis declares. And you may treat him how you treat me from now on. That is a massive endorsement and everyone in the room knows it. Now then, everyone, please enjoy the banquet. Smooth mic drop, Marquis. Ghislaine's mind drifts back to the conversation that got him here in the first place. Be careful when deciding but resolute when the time comes, Branford had told him. Attend the banquet. Now that I'm your guardian, you'll need to introduce yourself to the other nobles in our faction, Branford had explained. That way, they can help you down the road. Back in the present, Ghislaine scans the room. Looks like most of the kingdom's power players showed up tonight. This is a lot to deal with, he thinks, but it should pay off. Meanwhile, the crowd is already muttering, wondering if he's too young, if he even deserves it since his family has nothing to show for itself. Belinda's ready to throw hands. How dare they talk down my young master? Baron Fenris, the name is officially out now and it is already turning heads for better and worse. Rosalind herself steps forward with a formal thank you. I, Rosalind, would like to extend my gratitude to you, Baron. She crosses the room toward him like she has got the whole party's attention, which, let's be honest, she does. The crowd murmurs as she closes the distance. You need not pay any attention to the petty noises, she tells him gently. It's only natural rumors follow a popular figure, he replies, though I could really do without this kind of popularity. Their stares are basically burning holes in my skin. Rosalind just smiles. Today's a special day. She admits the nobles now know she is back in public, and that her father becoming his guardian has everyone itching to make a move. Now let us greet them, she says, offering her hand. Everyone's waiting, she adds, and just like that the real gauntlet begins. Deep breath, time to work the room. Even Belinda can't help but grin from the sidelines, watching her young master rub elbows with the elite. Ghislaine steadies himself, no turning back now. Rosalind walks him through who's who. First, Countess Muriel, head of the wealthy house of Aylesbury, which basically runs the capital's culture and commerce. Second, the Chief Justice, overseeing law and administration, eldest son of the Royal Chancellor, and my in-law, Sir Bilor Norton. Family's complicated when you're this rich, apparently. Third, Marquis Morris Macquarie, Commander-in-Chief of the kingdom's entire army. These are the high nobles of the Lathania kingdom, Rosalind explains, who hold immense power over administration, finance, and the military. No pressure. As the North's representative, whoever you greet first determines whether their pride is upheld or wounded, she warns. Branford's earlier warning echoes in his head. Do not forget, the world you're stepping into now is completely different from the one you came from. You must choose well, no pressure at all, right? Ghislaine squares his shoulders and steps forward to face them. First up, Count and Countess Aylesbury themselves. I'm Baron Fenris, nice to meet you, Ghislaine offers with a practiced bow. Count Aylesbury himself takes the handshake. Introductions in full swing, so far so good. Nice to meet you too. Thanks to you, my wife's gained a lot of confidence, the Count says with a laugh. The Countess chimes in warmly, offering her help, then playfully calls him our little brother, which earns her a raised eyebrow about keeping things formal. It's only us here, who cares? Thanks for saving our faces, by the way, the Count adds right before a very pointed ahem cuts him off. One family down, onto the next round of nerve-wracking small talk. Ghislaine quietly files away every word. Reading people is half the game tonight. Next stop, the Chief Justice and the Commander-in-Chief himself. Sir Norton tenses up the second Ghislaine approaches. "Thank you so much for curing Rosalind," he says, clearly relieved. "You lifted a great burden off my heart." He offers to smooth over some legal trouble on Ghislaine's behalf. Ghislaine simply thanks him. Then comes the big one, the commander-in-chief himself. Marquis McQuarrie isn't impressed. "Don't get conceited just because Branford's backing you," he growls. "I could cut you off any time." Ghislaine stays humble. "I still have many shortcomings, please continue to guide me." Smart move, with old sourpuss glaring daggers. The crowd can't stop speculating why Branford's backing some countryside brat. Maybe it's his ties to the Aylesbury's, maybe it's the Norton connection. Word's spreading fast now. Suddenly everyone wants a piece of Baron Fenris. "Take this gift from me. I heard you protected your land in the war. Please spare some time for my family." The attention is instant and overwhelming. Now he's earned Marquis McQuarrie's resentment, someone notes. "Don't worry, he's a simple man," comes the reply, though everyone can tell old sourpuss is just plain jealous. "Of course, he cured our Rosalind's illness, which no one else could manage," Countess Muriel points out, right as Branford himself approaches. "To have discovered such an excellent talent as expected of you, brother," someone says. Branford just shrugs it off. "I didn't do much." But privately, Branford is impressed on a whole different level. This kid clawed his way up from absolutely nothing, entirely on his own strength. He's seen it firsthand. This is a man who can turn a losing war into a win. And the ability to read the situation and see what's coming, Branford muses. "I just figured he's worth backing." But there's a flicker of worry too. When someone shines this brightly, I just hope the shadows they cast aren't too deep. Yeah, that's not ominous at all. Then out of nowhere, Ghislaine freezes. Someone has just walked into the room, and it's like the temperature drops instantly. A figure steps through the grand doors, backlit and unmistakable. Every noble in the room goes rigid. Ghislaine can't tear his eyes away. Step by step, the figure closes the distance, cane tapping against the marble. Gasps ripple through the crowd. A skeletal hand grips a bone-carved staff. Whoever this is, they did not come here to make friends. Finally, Ghislaine breathes, an old scar on his neck flaring red. He knows exactly who just walked in, his eternal enemy, Duke Delphine. And right behind him, his closest aide, the strategist of the entire ducal house, Raoul Joseph. Up close, Duke Delphine looks every bit as dangerous as his reputation suggests. Raoul Joseph's grip alone looks like it could crush stone. The ducal house has officially crashed the party, and nobody invited them. And it looks like they didn't come alone. One more figure looms in the shadows, eyes burning red. Guess Ghislaine's plan just got a lot more complicated. Rain hammers a ruined hall as something drags itself upright. The report about to reach the capital is not going to be pretty. Whispers spread fast. The ducal house just got a new strategist, and you're about to see exactly how he earned the job. A pale, sharp-eyed noble looms out of the storm, and somewhere below him, a name gets screamed in terror. Raoul Joseph, the old strategist, is caught by the collar, and he is not getting a second chance to explain himself. The new guy just smiles down at him like he already knows exactly how this ends. One clean strike later, and yeah, that's the old strategist done for. Brutal way to get a promotion. He wipes it off like it's nothing. Remember that smile, you're going to want to hate this guy. Cut to a fancy capital gathering where our new strategist, let's call him Viscount Joseph, strolls in and greets an old acquaintance. Marquis Branford, all silver hair and suspicion, crosses the hall to meet him face to face. Branford doesn't hide his surprise. Joseph never bothers showing up to these things, so why now? Joseph plays it casual, just here to pay respects, he says. Oh, and by the way, he's heard about a certain young lion Branford's taken in. That young lion is standing right there, blonde, sharp-eyed, and very much listening to every word. Branford plays it cool too, nothing special about the Duke taking an interest, he says. Then he clocks the hooded figure standing behind Joseph. Whoever's behind Joseph is built like a wall and clearly does not want the attention. My escort, Joseph says simply. Real informative, thanks. Old Beard isn't buying vague answers tonight. Escort knight or not, he wants a name and a face right now. The escort says nothing. Branford's patience snaps. Do you not hear me? Joseph steps in fast to calm his own man down. So now we've got a name, Tolio. Whatever almost happened there, Joseph really did not want it happening. Joseph smooths things over with a little parting jab. Take good care of yourself before you go, he says. Branford fires back just as sharp. Don't you dare bring dishonor to Duke Delphine's name out here. Thank you for your consideration, Joseph says, smiling like he means the exact opposite. Alone, Branford's smile drops. He never got word that Raoul, a major player in the Duke's faction, was even in the capital. Somebody's been covering tracks. It seems the Duke's influence has reached the capital. Old Beard mutters, watching Joseph walk off. He smells a rat, and he's right too. Across the hall, that blonde young lion is on the move too. And now he's walking straight up to Viscount Joseph. This is about to get personal. Joseph doesn't say a word, just sizes him up in silence. Do you know me?" the young man asks, and it's less a question than a challenge. For a split second, it looks like blades might come out right there in the hall. Those blue eyes don't blink. "Yes, I do," Joseph answers. "I've heard plenty about you in the capital, Viscount." He lays it out. Everyone knows Baron Ghislaine Perdium, the guy making waves up in the northern region. "Sure you know," Ghislaine says, ice in his voice. "Because the plots to bring House Perdium to its fall were all you're doing. There it is, the real reason he's here." Joseph just smiles wider. "All right, Ghislaine, like this is exactly the conversation he wanted." So naturally, this standoff turns into an actual tea invitation. Politics, everybody. Over tea, Joseph decides to just be straightforward about it. Turns out he's actually here about skincare. Some cosmetic product apparently restored a noblewoman's skin, and he wants in on it. Ghislaine's not fooled for a second. His side's already developing something similar. He heads it off early. If this is about an exclusive deal or tech sharing, save your breath. No, nothing that boring, Joseph says. The real pitch is about to land. A brilliant young man like him, wasting away in the countryside. He spins it like a fairy tale. Some nobody made a name for himself, won a war, and landed a cushy spot in the capital. Real subtle dig. Was it luck or skill? Joseph needles him, testing for a reaction. Ghislaine just smirks back. He's not rattled, not even close. "Is that so?" Ghislaine replies flatly, not giving him an inch. Joseph lets the silence sit for a second, then drops the real offer. "Come join Duke Delphine's faction." And there it is, the actual reason for this whole tea party. Ghislaine doesn't answer right away. Joseph keeps pushing. "Talent has an expiration date," he says, "and the North will chew Ghislaine up before he ever gets his shot. He's seen plenty of promising guys waste away out there. Join the Duke," he says, "and that stops being a problem. Because we have the power to make that possible," Joseph promises. Ghislaine shuts it down flat. He's already sworn to the royalist faction. Joseph shrugs that off too. "It hasn't been that long," he says, dangling land in the south for Ghislaine and his father both. Ghislaine reads him instantly. Of course he's playing this move. A guy like this never really retires from scheming. Even with Ghislaine openly on the royalist side, Joseph's still working the angle, trying to win him over anyway. Ghislaine sees straight through the sweet talk. This isn't generosity, it's a leash. Keep the dangerous guy close where you can control him. "The North is actually a better place than you think, Viscount," Ghislaine says, done playing defense. Joseph waves it off. "No rush," he says. He's staying in the capital a while, plenty of time to think it over. Then Ghislaine throws him a curveball. "How about I make a counteroffer? How about you join us, Viscount?" Ghislaine flips the entire pitch right back at him. Did not see that coming. For once, Joseph actually goes quiet. He doesn't say no, he doesn't say yes either, just files it away. Later, a carriage rolls out of the capital, hooves echoing on cold stone. Inside, Joseph rides opposite a bandaged, hooded figure. Tolio, banged up and clearly still recovering from something. A hooded shape looms in the shadows of the carriage. Duke Delphine himself wants to know exactly how the meeting with Ghislaine went. Tolio, still silent as ever, finally speaks up. "The guy's got strange eyes," he says. "I'd love to gouge them out," Joseph replies, dead serious. "Charming guy." The Duke's voice cuts in flat and cold. "He tried to kill you." "I felt his killing intent." Tolio admits the silent blade doesn't scare easy, and even he was rattled. Joseph's fist clenches the whole conversation. Ghislaine was quietly measuring him up for a fight. They kneel before Duke Delphine in his dark, storm-lit chamber, waiting on his verdict. The memory replays Ghislaine's eyes flare with focus, sharp as a drawn blade. For a second, his gaze alone feels like a weapon. Steel flashes somewhere in the dark. This fight is not staying friendly. Back at the gathering, Tolio squares up, all coiled muscle and bad intentions. He lunges first, blade already swinging. For one heart-stopping second, that strike is heading straight for Joseph. Steel screams as a blade gets pinned right at someone's throat. Dust and mist swirl as the fight tears through the hall. Swords lock overhead in a shower of sparks. Nobody here is holding back. Ghislaine's eyes blaze blue, locked in completely. Shadow and steel blur together as the two collide again. Blades crash together with a shriek of metal. Ghislaine and Tolio, full force, no holding back. Sparks fly as the two trade brutal, lightning-fast strikes. Ghislaine closes the gap and swings again. Tolio barely gets his guard up in time. The blade edge glints, inches from doing real damage. Locked blade to blade, close enough to see exactly how outmatched Tolio really is. The memory fades back into the present. Joseph and Tolio, still kneeling in the Duke's chamber, still shaken by it. A sword tip rests against cold stone. Nobody in that room is relaxed right now. Joseph's collar shows a scar he definitely didn't have before that fight. Ghislaine's counteroffer keeps replaying in his head. He clasps his hands over that skull-topped cane, thinking hard. "So this is why Marquis Branford took a liking to you," he mutters. Guess Ghislaine's reputation checks out. Joseph's expression settles, equal parts impressed and wary. Somewhere in his head, Ghislaine's sharp gaze isn't going anywhere. Back at the party's end, Joseph offers a genuinely warm goodbye. "I enjoyed talking with you." Ghislaine watches him go from the balcony above. "Hopefully I'll see you again in the future," Joseph adds. Ghislaine gives a simple, careful yes. "I'll also look forward to it," Ghislaine answers. Two guys who clearly do not trust each other being extremely polite about it. As they walk off, it finally sinks in for Joseph. He knew me. This was never a fair conversation to begin with. He pulls his cloak tight, mind racing. Back with Duke Delphine, the verdict comes down cold. His plan to take the north is only delayed, not dead. There are still plenty of moves left to play. "I'll have to warn Desmond about this clearly," the Duke says. Count Desmond needs to know exactly what he's dealing with. "Don't treat Ghislaine like some regional knight captain," the Duke warns. That would be a fatal mistake. The Duke's pale face stays unreadable, cane in hand, already 3 moves ahead. "Tell Desmond to think of Ghislaine as one thing and one thing only, the strongest sword of the North." One last look at Ghislaine's face says it all. He is not backing down from anyone, Duke included. We open on a massive old church, storm clouds rolling in overhead. Not exactly a subtle setting for what's about to go down. Soldiers are stripping the place bare, barking at each other not to leave a single coin behind. Crates of military supplies get hauled out wagon by wagon. Somebody is cashing in big on this deal. Elena watches it all with cool red eyes and calmly announces she is finally heading home. "Wait already?" He cannot quite hide his surprise as she strides off, her jeweled pendant catching the light. She still has plenty left to do, she explains, then bluntly reminds him he owes her the 300,000 gold he promised for handling Deneb's distribution in the capital. He does not even flinch, just narrows those sharp blue eyes at the price tag on their partnership. "Do not you have anything to talk about besides money?" he grumbles. She just reminds him flatly she is his sponsor. "Nothing says romance like a lecture about your bank balance." "How cold," she sighs, then presses on. "As his sponsor, she needs to understand him better, Baron." "What kind of goal," she asks pointedly, "is worth devoting your whole life to work?" "It is nothing special," he answers, giving nothing away. All he wants, he claims as they walk, is to live well without starving to death. She is not buying it for a second. "Untruthful," she mutters, side-eyeing him. If that were really his goal, she presses, he should have taken Viscount Joseph's offer and joined Duke Delphine's faction instead of their royalist one. He stays silent, collar turned up against the cold, letting her question just hang there. He finally answers. As Perdium's successor and the new Lord of Fenris, he has set a very specific goal for himself. But he will not share that burden with her, my lady. Why not? She stammers. A burden is supposed to be something you share. She turns quietly away, hurt flickering across her face as her hand slips toward her sleeve. He catches her wrist just in time. A hidden dagger slips free before she can turn it on herself. The blade clatters uselessly across the stone. Instead of scolding her, he lifts her hand and presses a gentle kiss to her knuckles, snow drifting down around them. She freezes, stunned into silence by the sudden tenderness. Her pendant catches the light as she looks down, still catching her breath from what just happened. All he wants, he tells her plainly, is for her to be happy, my lady. She cannot hide the blush creeping across her face. Cut to him striding off alone, all business again, footsteps echoing down the street. His mind is already elsewhere, replaying how that banquet really played out. The banquet wrapped up in good spirits, and by turning down Raoul's offer, he also saved Marquis Branford's pride in the process. We catch him from behind in the grand hall, hands clasped, still turning the numbers over in his head. Thanks to that little maneuver, every supply wagon meant for a rival territory is now rolling straight to Fenris and Perdium instead, and under the Branford name, he is pocketing fat tax exemptions on top. He has already lined up 50,000 people from the Royal Demesne to resettle onto his land. The rescued dwarven laborers have already shipped out to Fenris to get to work. Nobody is calling this backwater territory poor and pathetic much longer. But there is a catch. The fact those nobles came to see him in person can only mean they are already plotting their next move. His eyes go cold and sharp, one moment of hesitation and they will strike him down. The screen goes dark around a single name that clearly spells trouble: Duke Delphine. A memory surges up, all blood and fury, a vow to kill that man and erase every trace he ever left on this world. He heads back down the steps, that old memory still clinging to him like blood that will not wash off. Cut to open sky and distant spires. We are sliding into memory now. Golden wheat fields stretch to the horizon. Whatever peace this place once had did not last. Chain snap shut around scarred wrists. Bare feet drag in shackles as a guard marches the prisoner off, a grim flashback to how badly things went last time. Back in the present, a gruff bearded dwarf named Galveric gets hailed by a friend in the crowd. Looks like their lord has just ridden in, someone points out. The whole crowd erupts. Our lord is back. Sure enough, he rides right through the middle of town on horseback, crowds pressing in from both sides. His white-haired aide gasps in delight. Everyone came out just to see them. Of course they had better, someone mutters back dryly, spear in hand, completely unimpressed by the fanfare. He keeps riding through the cheering mass, taking it all in. A couple of dwarves marvel at it all. They have never seen a territory like this. Word is their lord will build them a real home and make sure nobody starves again. The old dwarf even tears up a little. These people genuinely love their lord. His own thoughts stay guarded, though most nobles are just selfish trash dressed up nice. Why would this visitor be any different? He turns to Galveric directly. Are you really still set on going through with that plan of yours? Galveric's answer is short and final. We will proceed exactly as planned. His bearded face sets hard with resolve, and he walks off to make it happen. The lord just watches him go, without a word. Something like resolve flashes behind his own eyes too. His aide grabs his arm, scolding him with a grin. What are you doing, young master? Wave at them or something. Nearby, his cheerful steward practically melts with joy. Just being home again must be nice, having actual fans. That good mood craters fast. Wait, we just got back, he protests. Cannot I even catch my breath? No rest for a slave, the lord tells him flatly. Consider your capital trip a vacation. Call a meeting, now. Cut to the war room. His whole inner circle is already gathered around the table. He checks in with his administrator Lowell first. Any trouble with Director General Homern while he was away? None at all, M-Lord. Good, now report everything that happened while he was gone. Tell Homern he will pay him a visit soon, he adds. Lowell confirms the territory ran exactly as instructed, then asks about progress on the big construction projects. While he and Vanessa were away, the road and waterway work apparently got finished without a hitch. Mind your manners, someone snaps at the messenger, then confirms the workshops and grain storage are nearly done too, and the rescued dwarven laborers will finish the rest fast. The numbers come in staggering output rivals a whole other kingdom's breadbasket, and per acre yield is the best around. The best in the entire kingdom, actually, and to think this land was once written off as impossible to farm. At this rate, their young master is going to become a genuinely great lord, they finish, especially now that the royalist faction has his back. Just as he once promised, the dream of truly reviving this land is becoming real. They have finally found their footing. He lets himself think it over for a second, quietly satisfied. But it is still not enough, he decides, jaw tightening. Keep buying food until I say we have enough, he orders, and starts securing more land since they will need room for everyone moving in. From now on, he announces, they are preparing for war. He crosses his arms, letting the weight of that decision settle over the room. Lowell cannot believe his ears. Wait, what do you mean? You have joined the royalist faction now, the lord says coldly. Who would even dare attack you? His answer, flat, Desmond or Rayfold. Read the data yourself, he says, holding it out. Lowell's hands go still over the papers. This is. Turns out Count Desmond has been running large-scale conscription and training back on his own territory. He is also recruiting entire companies of free mercenary knights. And the ledgers show massive purchases of weapons and raw iron ore on top of that. This is exactly the intel he had Lowell quietly digging up on Desmond before they ever left for the capital. The real kicker, Desmond has been buying huge amounts of high-grade iron ore from the county of Cabaldi. Food, manpower, weapons, the three things any war runs on, and he is stockpiling all three. One of the knights just grins, guess a real war is about to break out then. Their jumpy old veteran clutches his head, not this fight again, he groans while the spear girl beside him barely reacts at all. Lowell frowns at the report. It is a real problem if Desmond is cornering the market like this. Iron ore is critical for growing the territory, someone points out, but surely Cabaldi will not sell to them now. Right, they have to treat Count Cabaldi as part of Delphine's camp at this point. Worse, their enemy may have already finished prepping to strike while they were busy chasing down ore of their own. Not exactly a comfortable spot to be in. Silence falls over the room as that sinks in. Then he says it, let me walk you through the plan. Every eye locks onto the back of his neck as he turns to lay it all out. His whole circle leans in and across the room. The knights cannot hide their shock either. We will attack the county of Cabaldi first, he announces, and one of the knights nearly falls out of his chair. The whole war room erupts. Nobody saw that opening move coming. Somebody actually topples clean over in shock. Yeah, that about sums up the room's reaction. See you next time. Deep in the snowy north, Cabaldi County's fortress looms, a county about to get a very unwelcome visitor. Inside Cabaldi Castle, someone's mid-bite on a very unfortunate blueberry, crunch and all. That crunching won't stop, every bite louder than the last, like he's got something to prove. And in a flash of red, we catch a glimpse of trouble already stirring for the North's greatest sword. Meet Count Cabaldi, lounging, smug, and totally unbothered as a dagger just thunks into his table. Someone brings up the North's feared blade, the strongest sword of the North. Cabaldi's answer is a lazy so what. This is Count Cabaldi, ruler of a castle he insists has never fallen once. We'll see about that. Enter Baron Fenris, lord of Fenris territory, the man everyone's suddenly very worried about. His herald doesn't hold back the warning, face Fenris and you're facing the strongest sword of the North himself. Make preparations for war, the herald urges Cabaldi. Cabaldi's reply is a long, unimpressed silence. And why are you telling me this? Cabaldi asks, clearly not losing sleep over it. The herald snaps back that if anyone's fighting Fenris, it's going to be him, not Cabaldi lounging on his throne. Turns out this isn't just a rumor, it's a direct order from Duke Delphine himself, and the herald looks like he's aged 10 years. Cabaldi just laughs it off. Did you lose your senses? Who dare wage war on our territory? He's got a point, sort of double walls, a moat, defenses built sturdier than any fortress around. Add in siege weapons forged with the North's finest smithing, and Cabaldi's confidence starts to make a little more sense. My castle has never been breached, not even once, Cabaldi declares, shaking with pride and maybe too much snack food. But across the room, something else entirely is simmering. a glare with glowing red eyes that says trouble runs deeper than one arrogant count. Before you worry about me, Cabaldi smirks. Desmond, you should worry about yourself. You just lost your secret weapon too. Count Desmond's hand trembles. That hit landed harder than Cabaldi probably even realizes. We get a chilling look at exactly what was lost. A pale, cracked, golden-eyed something that definitely wasn't just a soldier. Far from all this scheming, the story shifts to open countryside and the mercenary company about to change everything. Out in the fields, a red-haired fighter and a grizzled, scarred veteran size each other up, steel already ringing. More of the crew falls in, a sharp-eyed, white-haired woman among them, and yes, that's Fenris himself standing quietly in the back. Someone's boots hit the stone with purpose, footsteps echoing through falling snow. He glances back, and behind him, an entire army is following his lead. That cloak whips dramatically in the wind as hundreds of soldiers march on behind him. Someone's clearly seen one too many hero movies. The mercenary company falls in, eye patch, muscle and all, boots pounding through the snow. Front and center, a young blonde commander, calm as anything despite everyone staring him down. Good expressions, someone notes approvingly, sizing up the troops' resolve. He's got that look, the one that says he's already 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. Trusting and following someone, financial interests aside, is never easy, he admits to the crowd gathered below the castle. But you trusted me anyway and followed me this far, he tells his soldiers, a nice thing to hear before a war. Then the real promise drops, I'll make all 200 of you into knights. He roars the declaration, sword raised high into the storm. I hereby declare the founding of the Fenris Knights Order. Yep, that blonde guy is Baron Fenris and he's just made 200 mercenaries very important. The whole camp erupts in cheers, 200 mercenaries who just got a serious upgrade. Even under the tents, the celebration doesn't quiet down. Not everyone's thrilled though. Fenris's advisor Skaven turns to a white-haired woman named Wendy, muttering that the math on this plan still isn't adding up. The cheering rolls on outside, blissfully unaware of the doubts brewing indoors. Rewind a while ago, before any of the cheering started. Fenris drops the actual bombshell, we'll be attacking Cabaldi County first, cue every jaw in the room hitting the floor. Oh, how did we escalate this quickly? Skaven practically shouts, understandable honestly. Fenris lays out the read. Desmond and Cabaldi are playing neutral while quietly backing the ducal house, just chess pieces for someone else's game. Cabaldi is also our enemy, Fenris states flatly, simple as that. If we win this war, their iron ore is ours, he adds, eyeing the crystal deposits that make Cabaldi's land worth fighting for. It's a chance to slow their growth while speeding up ours, he explains, laying it out for the whole war council. Then how are we going to do this? Skaven asks, still not sold. Cabaldi's soldiers carry some of the finest arms in the north, which means their own army is lacking, and everyone knows it. So you're saying we're behind on both quantity and quality? Skaven sums up, not thrilled about the math. Fenris's fix, turn all 200 mercenaries into mono-wielding knights, cue more shocked faces. They say one well-trained knight fights like 100 ordinary soldiers, he reminds everyone, ambitious to say the least. Vanessa, can you bring me that? A quick errand kicks off the next phase of the plan. Yes, my lord, Vanessa answers, and out come barrels stacked with mysterious glass vials. This is, the advisor's jaws drop at just how many vials they're looking at. Mana compression sigils, and someone quietly asks if the entire runestone budget just got vaporized making them. With this, you can learn to master mana, though it may stray a little from the standard, Fenris admits. A little is doing some heavy lifting there. Turns out he modified the Perdium family's own mana cultivation technique without asking anyone's permission. Bold move. That's better than dying without learning it at all, he shrugs, comforting really. Simple training won't be enough to bring down Cabaldi Castle, he's speaking from memory of the one time he actually got inside it. Cabaldi Castle has never fallen in the family's entire history, and if they dig in for a siege, mercenary tactics won't cut it. Let's give up on the first strike and just focus on blocking Desmond, the veteran suggests instead. We could get iron ore from elsewhere, though it'd be tough, Fenris muses, then can't resist teasing, wanna bet on whether we win or lose. Hey, stop betting on our territory's fate, Skaven snaps, unimpressed by the joke. Don't worry about that, Fenris says coolly, brushing off the panic. I always have a plan, he says, the kind of line that either means total confidence or total chaos incoming. One soldier isn't buying it. Don't we need years of training to actually use mana? How do we use mana? Another shouts. Fenris just smiles, it usually takes years but he'll get them there in 1 month. A month, the mercenaries look ready to riot. Let me explain, Fenris says, unbothered as ever. Turns out explaining means watching soldiers collapse around him, mana crackling through the room like a storm. One by one, recruits drop from the strain, even jumpies looking 2 seconds from bolting. One soldier screams as raw mana tears through him. Endure it, Fenris shouts over the chaos. Compressing years of training into 1 month comes with an enormous price, Fenris warns, understatement of the century. Through the sigils, they've all felt real mana now. The trick is gathering those particles beneath the navel to form a mana core. Imagine winding up a skein of thread, Fenris coaches, as blue light coils tighter around his soldiers' hands. The mana keeps surging, brutal, blinding, and clearly working. Time passes in flashes of storm and forest, the training grinding on. You've worked hard, young master, someone finally says as the month wraps up outside the castle gates. New wrinkle, the elves haven't arrived yet, but the dwarves are already waiting in our lodgings, Skaven reports. In the lodgings, Fenris repeats something clearly on his mind. He stares up at a starless night sky, silent. He turns and walks off alone into the dark. A hooded figure murmurs, it seems the moon won't be rising tonight, not exactly comforting words. The castle sits distant and half swallowed by the night forest, something clearly off in the air. Somewhere out there the night's already turned violent, scorched ground and claw marks tell the story. Whatever tore through here left deep gouges raked clean through solid wood. And crouched in the dark of a cave, something huge, hairy and very much not human is waiting. Elsewhere, a dwarf named Galveric rallies a group of fellow slaves. Come up, everyone. One of them hesitates, are you sure we'll be free if we just escape this kingdom? They say there's a secret district in another kingdom where slaves of every race live free. It has to be true, Galveric insists. The border's right in front of us, let's go. Galveric, big talk and bigger biceps, grits his teeth, ready to lead his people to freedom. The group gathers in the dark, one of them frozen with quiet doubt. What are you hesitating for? Let's go, or do you still miss being a slave? Galveric snaps. Go back and spend your life carving toys for nobles if you're that scared. No, that's not it. The dwarf stammers, then screams, look behind you. Something's coming and it's coming fast. Blood already hits the ground before anyone can react. You know, it's no use running away, says a familiar voice on horseback. He knew about our escape plan, someone chokes out. How has he already caught up to us? Galveric can't believe it. The dwarves freeze in the open field, completely cornered. Did you come alone? Galveric demands. Yes, I did, Fenris answers, not remotely worried. Galveric's face twists between fury and fear. The dwarves huddle together, trembling, as Fenris stands there completely unbothered. Then the dwarves themselves start to change. Eyes glowing red, forms twisting into something monstrous. It doesn't go well for them. Big Talk himself ends up bloodied on the ground, his own words thrown back at him, so with you gone, we'll be free. Well, is all Fenris says, standing over the wreckage. His hair catches the wind as the dust settles on one very one-sided fight. Deep in a fog-choked forest at night, a castle looms in the distance, and something bloody just went down here. Bodies litter the ground. Standing over the carnage, cool as ever, is Baron Fenris, and yeah, he's the one who did this. A dwarf gets sent sprawling across the dirt, beaten half to death and barely holding on. Fenris keeps pounding him into the ground, almost impressed. Dwarves sure are sturdy, he mutters. With the dwarf pinned down, Fenris drops the real pitch. The slave traders are coming for him anyway, so why not just work here instead? The dwarf spits back defiance. He'd rather die chasing freedom than rot here making toys for some noble. If you think we'll work without a fight, you're dead wrong, he growls, ready to keep resisting even beaten and bloody. Off to the side, a girl watching the whole thing just grins. I like him, she says, and honestly, same. Cut back 10 years because this stubborn dwarf's history with Fenris goes way further back than tonight. A younger Fenris stands before a crowd of enslaved dwarves with a wild promise. Cooperate, and he'll build them their own free district in his territory. The dwarves can't believe it. He'll actually give us freedom. Is this guy serious? The whole crowd murmurs in disbelief, torn between hope and total skepticism. Their leader isn't buying it. That's absurd, he snarls, not after everything the kingdom's put them through. The law calls us slaves. A nobody lord like you handing out freedom means nothing, the dwarf argues. Fenris just shrugs. Laws can be fixed when needed. Word starts spreading among the dwarves that this Fenris kid apparently has the royalist faction backing him. Maybe, just maybe, it's actually possible. One dwarf goes quiet, turning the idea of freedom over in his head for the first time in years. But before anyone can celebrate, the moment cuts short. Not everything about this deal is as simple as it sounds. One dwarf craftsman isn't interested in cranking out fancy luxury goods for nobles, thank you very much. What he actually wants is to build something more fun than that, and you can already tell this guy's got big ideas. Back in the present, Fenris looms over the beaten dwarf again. Turns out this whole flashback was one dwarf's memory of how it all started. The dwarf blinks, caught off guard that Fenris is dangling the same kind of offer his people got years ago. Fun, you say? A young silver-haired stranger steps into the memory, intrigued by the dwarf craftsman's ambition. His request is a little out there. He wants to fly, like actually fly through the sky. It sounds like a joke, but somewhere out there, that dream is already starting to take shape. Back in the present, that same craftsman's spirit is still very much alive, beaten down but not broken. Cut to Cabaldi Castle, where a sealed letter just arrived for the Count himself. The letter doesn't hold back. Stop hogging the northern iron market and open it up to Fenris or regret it. Signed, Baron Ghislaine Fenris. Count Cabaldi reads it cold. What's this? He mutters, not liking where this is going. His court loses it. Such a rude, insolent brat, someone scoffs, he must be out of his mind. An advisor isn't impressed either. Threats like that only work if you actually have the power to back them up. Cabaldi wonders what Fenris is even playing at sending garbage like this, especially since word is he's been buying up food from everywhere, paying way over the odds. His nobles chalk it up to desperation. Fenris took in a wave of royalist refugees and is probably starving for food because of it. Don't bother trying to understand him, one scoffs. Acting recklessly without thinking is just what youngsters do. As far as they're concerned, a territory on the brink of ruin doesn't just bounce back overnight. Fenris is setting himself up to fail. Across the kingdom, that name hits just as hard. Ghislaine Fenris, someone bellows, absolutely furious. That fury belongs to Marquis Branford, and it's brewing inside his own mansion walls. Branford storms down his dark hallway, clearly rattled by whatever he just heard. His footsteps echo through the empty halls. Something's got the old Marquis seriously on edge. His face says it all. This isn't just annoyance, it's dread. He straightens himself up, forcing his composure back together as he marches toward his study. He stops cold, silent, staring at something only he understands the weight of. On his desk sits an old sealed letter, one he clearly wasn't expecting to think about ever again. He recognizes it instantly. It's Ghislaine, he breathes. He remembers the warning word for word. Tell the royalist nobles to stockpile 10 years' worth of food in advance. Because a great famine was coming, one bad enough to shake the entire kingdom. Branford paces through his own mansion, the old warning replaying in his head. He goes quiet, piecing together just how right that warning turned out to be. The house sits still around him, but his mind is anything but calm. Sleep clearly isn't happening tonight. His daughter finds him wandering the halls and calls out, worried, "Father, I heard you weren't in bed all night," she says, clearly worried about him. Branford doesn't waste time explaining. Tell the vassals and the royalist nobles, he orders, that I'm calling a meeting, right now. And just like that, the warning that had been sitting dormant for 10 years finally gets passed along. Because it's already happening, an unprecedented famine is tearing across the entire kingdom. The ground itself splits and cracks under a drought nobody saw coming. Rivers run dry, crops wither and die, and the land turns to bone and dust. Starvation victims pile up one after another, and chaos erupts as people fight over what little food is left. It's the kind of disaster that ends up written into the history books. Meanwhile, in his own territory, Fenris sits calm behind his desk, like a man who's been waiting for exactly this moment. His expression doesn't crack, he's already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. It is time, he tells himself, and honestly it kind of feels like the start of a heist movie. Elsewhere, Count Desmond is panicking as food prices skyrocket overnight with zero warning. Word reaches him that the royalist nobles already stockpiled food in advance, and worse, that Fenris's territory somehow already harvested a full crop. "Damn it," he roars. He slams his fist down in frustration, soaked and furious. His own people are losing patience too, wondering out loud what the hell Desmond's even waiting for. He should have just taken over Fenris territory and grabbed their food and land while he had the chance. One vassal snaps. The answer back, he says to wait a little bit more. Turns out Desmond's own territory missed its window too, thanks to the same brutal weather. "Foolish," someone hisses. As the pounding on the door of patience gets louder, when is he going to send the food? Someone finally speaks up. "I have an idea to secure food quickly." Over at Cabaldi's court, someone floats the same idea and Cabaldi shuts it down instantly. Fenris is a royalist. The ducal house won't thank anyone for bowing to him. He's betting the ducal house and Desmond will come through with food any time now, so why rush into anything embarrassing? Problem is, there's a limit to how much food you can squeeze out of your own citizens, and his army is already stretched thin just keeping the unrest down. If the military's grain runs out too, this fortress, never once breached in the Cabaldi family's history, could fall from the inside out. Cabaldi goes silent, the weight of that finally sinking in. Across the way, Desmond is having the exact same crisis. "You want me to crawl to that brat after everything?" he snarls. His pride is fighting him every step of the way. But pride doesn't feed an army. Desmond finally caves. "Give Fenris iron in exchange for food," he orders, and even his own aide can't hide the shock. Cabaldi, meanwhile, is still refusing to bend. Handing over iron won't fix anything, he insists, not to the ducal house, not to anyone. "If they've got a problem with it, tell them to come try taking this fortress themselves," he shouts into the storm. "No one's ever taken this fortress, not once," he growls to himself. "Sure, buddy." His own advisors had enough. "Send the messenger now, before everyone here starves to death." A knight hesitates, clearly bracing to deliver news nobody wants to hear. "There's no need for a messenger," he finally says. "Baron Fenris is already at our gate with his army." Cabaldi's whole face drops. "What?" he chokes out, completely blindsided. Because outside those walls, an armored gauntlet is already gripping the reins. Fenris's army marches in through the fog, armored head to toe and dead serious. One knight grumbles that his armor's stifling, way too small for a guy his size. "Shut up, we used twice the blood python scales because of you," another snaps back. Mana's flowing through his veins now though, so who's really complaining? "No one can even scratch my perfect muscles wearing this," the big guy brags, flexing. He backs it up with a punch that lights up with raw mana. "Sturdy, just like you'd expect from dwarven craftsmanship," someone notes with real respect. "Now, let's go." Baron Fenris rides at the head of his army. Every insult, every stall tactic, every rival's excuse, all of it led to exactly this moment. The Fenris Knight Order marches out under the wolf banner, and this time, they are not messing around. Cavalry thunders through the snow, a scout bird wheeling overhead as they close in on their target. This is the Fenris Knight Order, and their young baron is not in a patient mood today. Baron Fenris says it plain and simple: they ride to war. Word spreads through the countryside like wildfire: war is coming, whether anyone likes it or not. Word reaches the halls of power too, and nobody there looks thrilled about it. Panic breaks out on the castle walls. Fenris's army has them surrounded, and thanks to the drought, even the moat cannot save them now. One advisor wonders if the royalist faction sent backup. Their lord just laughs it off. "Do not make such a fuss," he says. What could anyone possibly do in front of his precious castle? He is not worried, yet. Bring out the powerful weapons, he brags. Fenris will not even set foot in this castle's shadow. Down below the walls, Fenris calls the count out by name. Did you even read my letter? He asks, cool as ice, armor gleaming in the cold. Cabaldi loses it, screaming down from the walls. What kind of nuisance is this? You dare show up with an army and no warning, he shrieks. Fenris barely blinks. He did send a letter after all. Fenris reminds him plainly, refuse to open the iron market and you will regret it. Cabaldi cannot believe that counts as a reason for war. His men scramble to back him up. You cannot just invent a reason for war, they shout, demanding a proper declaration. Fenris just repeats the words back flatly, a declaration of war. Fine, he will give them one. He calls out to his old right hand, Jillian, who tosses him something far more direct than a letter, his bow. Fenris grips the bow tight, and you can feel the tension building. He draws it back in one smooth motion, eyes locked on the castle. Every muscle is coiled, ready to let loose. Cabaldi's men scream and duck behind their shields. That crazy bastard is actually shooting at them from way out there. Shields up, protect the Lord, they yell, while old Jillian just shrugs. The wall is plenty tall, he mutters, unbothered. Fenris does not even flinch, locked in on his shot. The arrow rips loose, screaming through the air. It sails clean over the battlements, impossibly far. Fenris hangs in the moment, watching his shot fly true. The arrow does not even slow down near the stone. This thing is not stopping for anybody. From the soldier's view, it is a blue streak of death closing in fast. It punches straight through a raised shield like it is paper. One of Cabaldi's knights barely gets a blade up in time and still does not come away clean. Someone hits the ground hard, staring up in disbelief at what just happened. Another goes down right beside him, just as stunned. Blood sprays across the stone. Fenris's opening shot has already drawn first blood. Back at ground level, Fenris allows himself the smallest, most satisfied smile. Meanwhile, far away in the capital city of Cardinia, news of the war is about to land like a bomb. Baron Fenris has started a war, someone announces to a room full of stunned nobles. Sure, his advice helped them survive the Great Famine, one noble admits reluctantly. But starting a war right now, nobody in this room saw that coming. One stern old lord just wants to know what is his justification supposed to be. Turns out Cabaldi refused to open his iron market to Fenris or anyone nearby, and it has just come out why. He had been running almost all his iron trade exclusively with Desmond territory instead. One lord scoffs, you can dress up any excuse as a reason. An angry noble wants Fenris reined in before he causes any more trouble for their whole faction. Others pile on, with everyone still recovering from the famine. Why on earth start a war now? A calmer voice cuts through it all. Or is this just because you personally hate the kid? That one lands like a slap. A composed young woman raises a hand, asking everyone to just stay calm. What matters right now, she says, is figuring out how to actually handle the situation. The war has already started, she points out. Arguing about why is pointless now. One noble grumbles that he is actually being very calm, thank you. Someone else slams a fist down. This whole mess just makes them easy prey for the ducal house. From across the room, another noble voices their agreement with that concern. My beloved royalist allies, comes a new voice, and the whole room jolts in surprise. All eyes turn to Count Faud himself, who has just been told that Baron Fenris has declared war against Count Cabaldi, no less a supposedly neutral noble. One woman feigns disbelief that he would do this during a natural disaster, then smoothly asks if this counts as the will of the entire royalist faction. Someone addresses Marquis Branford directly, waiting on his answer. Branford mutters under his breath, their intelligence network really is no joke. Coming out swinging like this, is Fenris really that confident? Because this could turn every neutral noble against their faction, handing the ducal house the perfect opening. It is no exaggeration, she says quietly, that their faction's fate now hinges on what her father says next, and if Baron Ghislaine loses out there, they lose the north entirely. However, the room holds its breath, waiting on the old count's verdict. Count Faud finally speaks, and he believes the war is justified. He says it plainly, hands folded, leaving no room for argument. The room falls into stunned silence. One noble finally breaks it. What exactly does he mean? Is not this just a personal dispute between Fenris and Cabaldi, not the whole faction's business? By that logic, he argues, the ducal house has zero grounds to intervene either. But someone stammers, even war has a proper time. To turn a blind eye to this is no different than abandoning their duty to uphold the kingdom's order in the first place. Fowd counters. What he really does not understand, Fowd adds, is why the ducal house is so touchy about all this in the first place. The two men just stare each other down, the tension thick enough to cut. Back at the siege, things are only getting louder. Chaos erupts across the battlefield. An excellent decision, someone tells Jillian approvingly, as riders take position outside the walls. Jillian jokes that the guy will not be wearing his earrings again, while panicked soldiers scramble nearby to stop their lord from bleeding out. All soldiers to your positions, someone barks, while a knight lies fallen in the mud. Cabaldi himself is bleeding and screaming with rage. Now that bastard, he snarls. Show them blood, he roars. Show them the might of Cabaldi Castle, a fortress that has never once fallen in its entire history. Yes, my lord, his soldiers shout back, readying every weapon they have got to fire. The counterattack unleashes total chaos on the field below. Someone notes it is basically second nature to them by now. No wonder they move fast, and the catapults are already loaded and ready. The siege engines groan into position, primed to fire. Cabaldi's face is a mess of blood and fury as he screams his orders. For a second, everything seems to hold still. Then a storm of spears and arrows rains down over the castle walls. And out of the smoke steps reinforcement Ghislaine Perdium, the North's greatest sword himself, cloak billowing like he just walked out of a legend. His arrival lights up the battlefield as riders charge in right behind him. Power crackles blue around clenched fists, ready to be unleashed. Fenris's expression does not waver for a second. This is exactly the moment he has been waiting for. Spears slam into the earth all around, the battlefield shaking with every impact. Fenris charges in on horseback, sword flashing as he knocks aside everything thrown at him. One of Cabaldi's men freezes, completely caught off guard by what he is seeing. Nothing gets through. Fenris is cutting a path straight through the defense. The cavalry smashes clean through the gates and into the courtyard. Ghislaine leads the charge deeper, cape snapping behind him. Cabaldi's face twists in horror. Turns out Never Fallen had an expiration date after all. Fenris looks him dead in the eye and asks simply, "Is this all you have got?" His blade rises for the final blow. With the castle broken, Fenris turns to his men, time to prepare for the next move. He does not look like a man who is done yet. Behind the front lines, a green-haired knight is straight up vibing, stretching out and grinning like he's on vacation. "Gosh, our lord sure picked the perfect time to fight," he jokes, not even bothering to look stressed. He turns to a knight named Wendy with an actual plan though. The enemy probably didn't stock up on food, so all they have to do is sit tight and wait for them to give up. Back at camp, someone's already annoyed, grumbling, "Then why did you even bring us here?" while everyone lounges around a tent that clearly wasn't built for suffering. Mr. Chill defends himself. "Their mages worked hard building this outpost, so hey, might as well kick back and rest while the front stays quiet. Must be nice." Bored out of his mind, he turns to a monocle-wearing buddy to start a betting game, who's already sizing up exactly how much he's willing to lose. Then everything shifts. A blonde guy storms in with his fist cocked back, ready to throw hands, shouting, "Come out, Claude, break time's officially over." A blast rips through camp and everyone scrambles. "You're already back?" someone yelps. Claude doesn't waste a second, ordering Ulfoy to round up every mage they have. Cursing under his breath, Claude lays out the real order: dig an underground tunnel straight toward the enemy castle. That whole lazy vibe was apparently a smokescreen. Elsewhere, Claude walks the lines with a warning. They can't afford to sit still, not if they want this war over before the enemy faction gets resupplied by the Duke's side. The wind kicks up over a distant fortress, the classic quiet before the storm shot that tells you something big is about to go down. Claude stands alone at the edge of camp, cape whipping in the wind, staring down the enemy's walls like he's already 3 moves ahead of them. This war will end faster than anyone can ever imagine, he says, cool and confident. Big talk, but this guy's earned the right to say it. His expression hardens. Whatever he's planning, he's clearly not doing this the easy way. Back on the enemy side, their lord is fuming. Fenris, that insolent bastard, he snarls, practically shaking with rage. How dare he injure my noble body and run away? Bro got a scratch and is acting like Fenris ended his whole bloodline. Peak drama. One of his men tries to spin it as a win, insisting Fenris must have gotten scared off by their incredible firepower. Sure, buddy, that's exactly what happened. The enemy lord assumes Claude's side just wants to wait them into surrender, but he's not sweating it. He's got the whole ducal family backing him. He's counting on reinforcements too, figuring nobody's just going to hand over the iron mine he owns without a fight. Red-eyed and furious, he screams that they just need to hold on until help arrives. Confidence or denial, hard to say at this point. A knight rushes in with alarming news. It looks like the enemy is digging a tunnel underground straight for the castle. What now? The old lord sputters, genuinely lost for words that anyone would try something this bold right out in the open. Through a spyglass in the dead of night, his officers piece it together. Since a head-on fight is a losing bet, the enemy's going underground instead. Reading the castle's geography, they figure the tunnel has to come out at the southern gate, so the order goes out. Station soldiers there and wait. Yes, Lord, we will attack them. The knight snaps to attention, already plotting the ambush. The plan, let the tunnel diggers pop their heads out, crush them all at once, then throw the gates open and unleash the cavalry. The enemy lord isn't even sweating it, no siege weapons, mostly infantry and cavalry, a minimum defense should hold them off easy. Famous last words if we've ever heard them, Baron Fenris. The one who will remain standing in the end will be me, he declares. Bold claim from a guy who just got humiliated by his own bodyguard escaping. Storm clouds roll in over the battlefield, heavy with whatever's coming next. Somewhere below, the target castle sits lit up in the dark, completely unaware of what's actually headed its way. Under cover of night, a column of soldiers hauls something bulky through the trees, moving dead quiet toward high ground. They're dragging crates and barrels uphill, grunting the whole way, clearly not thrilled about the workout. That Lord Guy telling us to haul this thing up a hill like this, one of them grumbles. Nobody said the machination's business came with good working conditions. I can't even see, there's not a single torch lit. One complains, then more seriously to a soldier named Galveric, we built it exactly like the Lord ordered, but are you sure this is actually going to work? Galveric just sets his jaw, doubts or not they're finishing the job. Rewind a bit, around a campfire, Claude drops a question that stops everyone cold, you wish to fly. One of the burly dwarves can barely get the words out. Did he actually get his hands on a blueprint for the legendary airship, lost tech from some ancient empire? Claude doesn't answer directly, just tells them they'll understand exactly what he wants once they see it for themselves. He yanks a huge sheet of cloth out by the fire and the dwarves lean in, completely lost on what they're even looking at. The fabric snaps and flaps in the firelight, catching air like it's got a mind of its own. Under the stars, the massive cloth balloons out, twisting and swelling in the night wind. By the fire, it just keeps swelling bigger and bigger, like it's inhaling the whole campsite. The dwarves just stare, completely speechless, jaws somewhere near the floor. "Wow, what do you even want us to see from this?" one blurts out. "I mean, look at how this thing bloated up," Claude says like it's obvious. One skeptical dwarf isn't buying the hype at all. "So what, it's just some wind," he shrugs. Claude shuts that down flat. No. He studies the swollen cloth closer, already thinking several steps ahead of everyone else. If this were just the wind, it would have fluttered and settled back down. Why would it bloat up like that instead? His mind starts racing. If we make an air pocket much larger than this? He traces the idea out in the dirt and the night air, sketching the shape of something that doesn't exist yet. And put a basket underneath, big enough to hold a person, generating hot air the whole way up. One dwarf finally clicks with it. Ah yes, another's still stuck on the science, boo, but why does Did the phenomenon even happen? Why does hot air rise in the first place? Claude just shrugs, no idea, I only figured it out by accident doing laundry. Incredible. A legendary flying machine born from chores. Alright, take me, Claude says, where to your workshop of course. One of the dwarves pumps his fist, completely fired up and ready to get to work. Let's make this thing right away and put it to the test. No more theory, it's time to build. Time skip, the crew hauls their finished prototype up to a quiet testing ground under the stars. Just in time, Claude says, arriving right as everything's finally set. One of the dwarves scoffs, this is just an easy job for us dwarves. Sure, no big deal, just building an ancient flying machine from scratch. Belinda steps up with an update, the mages and knights have finished their own preparations too. Good, get prepared, Belinda, Claude says, but someone's furious, snapping, why the hell did you even tell us to dig a tunnel if you were gonna do this? Belinda shuts him down instantly, don't raise your voice to her lord. A scuffle breaks out as the frustration boils over, but there's no time to hash it out now. Cut back to the present, armor clinks in the darkness as everyone gears up for what's coming. Claude and his officers trade one last look before the mission kicks off for real. Below them, the enemy's castle glows faintly in the night, completely oblivious to what's coming. From this moment forward, Claude tells his people, we will be dropped in the middle of our enemy's territory. Just like we trained, we're infiltrating the castle and taking control from the inside. The real goal is to throw open the gates and call in Gillian's cavalry. But the enemy faction has the best gear in the north, so even with mana on their side, this won't be easy. And the enemies from here on are only going to get stronger, Claude warns, if we can't end a war at this scale cleanly. There won't be a next time for any of us, no pressure at all. He lets that sink in, jaw set, already picturing exactly what's ahead. Then he flips the mood completely, roaring to his troops, we've led a hopeless war to victory. So I ask you, he shouts, whipping the whole camp into a frenzy. Is our preparation lacking in any aspect? No sir, the whole camp roars back in unison. Are you afraid? He pushes even harder. We are not afraid, they scream back, and you can feel the hype right through the screen. The energy shifts from hype to pure focus as everyone braces for the drop. Claude looks over them, almost proud. You have all grown faster than anyone could have ever imagined. The moon hangs over something huge and gleaming, ready to launch into the night. Claude plants himself on deck, wind tearing at his cape, the whole operation balanced squarely on his shoulders. Now he says it's time to fly. Below, a sleepy mountain village glows faintly, completely unaware of what's soaring over it. Back at the castle, the guards are bored out of their minds, still puzzling over why the enemy stopped digging their tunnel out of nowhere. I mean, they gotta sleep sometime, one guard shrugs, truly airtight military analysis. Shift change rolls around, did you notice anything? Nope, not a clue, rookie energy at its finest. Man, we've still got days of watching them do nothing, I don't even think they're gonna attack. Finally, I get to sleep, enjoy it while it lasts, buddy. We only have to deal with this crap because of them, one guard grumbles, mid-complaint. Then he freezes, something in the sky just caught his eye and it is not a bird. Some round things are approaching, a guard mutters before the realization hits Mo monsters. A dark shape plummets straight down out of the night sky, way too fast to be anything friendly. It slams into a guard before he can even raise his weapon, the infiltration already underway. Steel flashes by torchlight as the fight erupts in an instant. One of Claude's fighters swings in low, catching the enemy completely off guard mid-strike. Blood sprays as blades connect, the ambush going off exactly as planned. The chaos spreads fast, guards falling before they can even sound the alarm. Hyok, someone chokes out in shock as another attacker appears out of nowhere. Bodies hit the ground one after another as the infiltration team tears through the courtyard. Streaks of red slash across the night sky, the fight spilling out across the castle grounds. Another fighter swings through the pouring rain, weapon lashing out midair like they were born for this. A white-haired woman flips through the chaos, red boots flashing, completely in her element. A cloaked figure closes in fast on their next target, blade already raised. Blood sprays again as the fight rages on. I shall stand in the front lines this time too, someone vows through the storm. From the shadows, a cold order rings out, kill them all. A knight's helmet catches the light, a single eye glowing blue beneath it, locked in on the battle ahead. Deep inside Castle Cabaldi, a lone knight in full armor storms down the hall at a dead sprint, and when a knight moves like that at night, you know it is bad news. He does not stop, does not slow down. Whatever is happening, it cannot wait. Meet Leslie, Cabaldi's knight captain, the guy in charge of keeping this castle standing. Tonight that job just got a whole lot harder. Guards practically trip over themselves saluting as he blows past. Something is very wrong. Where is the Lord? Still asleep apparently, not for long. Must be nice, while the whole castle is about to go up in flames, this guy is just catching some sleep. Leslie kicks the door open. The Lord jolts awake, sputtering, and Leslie does not waste a second. It's an emergency, Lord. The Lord bolts upright, blankets flying everywhere. Whatever Leslie just said, it worked. Outside, flaming projectiles arc through the night sky, raining down on the castle walls. The wall takes a direct hit. Smoke, fire, chaos, the siege has officially begun. Inside, a soldier scrambles for his sword. No time to think, only react. A white-haired attacker comes flying in, blade first, straight into a wall of knights. A cloaked figure follows right behind, cutting a bloody path through anyone in the way. Let's go, boys! A red-haired brawler grins like this is the best night of his life. One attacker screams for someone to tear off the last remaining ear of the castle's lord. Okay, buddy, we get it, you really do not like his chin. Back in his chambers, the lord cannot wrap his head around it. How did enemy soldiers get over the wall? What happened to the secret tunnel? They can fly, the lord shrieks. Leslie does not have time for that theory. How they got in does not matter anymore. They are taking the castle fast. We need to get moving now. Leslie snaps into full commander mode. He lays out the plan. Head for the underground passage to the outer bailey, defend the gate, and call in the main force. An old attendant gasps in horror as Leslie finishes the plan: encircle the enemy before they can dig in. Then it hits him. They set a trap at the tunnel and the enemy used it as a diversion. They saw this coming. The Lord stares in disbelief. His castle, the one that has never fallen, not once, might fall tonight. He grabs Leslie by the collar. Are you saying the Cabaldi bloodline ends with me? Leslie does not flinch. Escape through the secret passage with your retainers. Go find help. I'll stay, Leslie says simply, cradling the family's heir close. I will hold the castle. Elsewhere, a masked figure gives a chilling order. Bring that out. Whatever that is, it is coming, and the night just got a lot darker. The castle looms under the storm, unaware of what is about to hit it. Enemy attack. How the hell did they get in? Knights scramble to react. The masked figure draws a sword crackling with blue energy. And then he is just through them. Blood sprays, it is not even close. A knight screams as the blade finds him again. This guy is not slowing down. Sparks fly as steel meets steel, but at this point it is barely even a fight. One masked swordsman versus an entire castle guard. So far, the castle guard is losing badly. What are you all doing? Get it together and shoot him, an officer screams at his archers. There's only a small number of them. Someone shouts back, then spots something worse. Platoon leader up there. A knight barely reacts in time as the attack comes from an angle nobody expected. Blood splatters across the masked figure's hood. He is not even breaking stride. An explosion rocks the courtyard, and he just walks out of the smoke like it is nothing. A wounded knight collapses in the rubble, reaching out for help that is not coming. Meanwhile, a much smaller ally is chewing out her oversized partner mid-battle. You stupid muscle pig, I told you you'd be too heavy for this. No, swearing, erg, he groans back right before someone screams, die, priorities, people. Someone shrieks as blood sprays past. This fight is not going well for the home team. You alright, Gordon? Why are you still exactly the same even after becoming a knight? Haha, some things never change. A white-haired fighter and a hooded ally push forward together, all business. Secure the gate, the enemy has invaded the castle. The alarm is out, too late to stop it now. The two keep moving, completely unbothered by the chaos exploding around them. They reacted faster than I expected, one mutters. Looks like there's someone sharp among them. The blonde commander leading this whole operation is not celebrating yet. The forces we scattered with the tunnel trick will regroup soon. We have to hurry. Already in defensive formation, not bad for a castle caught off guard. Everyone here? Yes, sir. The commander splits the team. The rookie takes out the siege weapons. Mother Hen goes to track down the count. Yes, young master, I'll open the path to the castle gate, the hooded knight answers. Rows of swords rise together, glowing with power. This is not a raid anymore, this is an army. Yes, we are ready, sir, they roar in unison. Their commander marches out front, cape snapping in the wind, leading from the very front. Boots slam onto the ground as more of them drop into position. Reinforcements right on cue. This is the Fenris Knight order, and the order has just come down. Commence action. That same masked swordsman turns away from the carnage behind him, already scanning for his next target. His armor is scuffed and bloodied, and he has not even broken a sweat yet. Across the yard, one of the castle's siege weapons goes up in a shower of sparks, right on schedule. Captain, here they come. Two knights brace themselves as the next wave rolls in. All soldiers, raise your spears, stop the enemy. The defenders dig in for one more stand. Enemy, spear tips glint in the firelight as the line braces for impact. Hold them here until the main force from the south gate arrives. Easier said than done. Spears shatter, blood sprays, the line is already buckling. A knight's eyes go wide. Whatever he just saw, it was not good. The masked swordsman cuts clean through the spear wall like it is not even there. He keeps coming, blade flashing, and the knights can barely keep up. Those glowing blue eyes behind the mask do not show a flicker of mercy. How? We can't stop them, one knight gasps. The answer is simple and terrifying. Every single weapon they carry is charged with mana. That is how they are punching through a full line of infantry this fast. Raw magical firepower. All eyes land on the one leading the charge. He is the problem, he is always the problem. We have to stop him, Captain Leslie, their momentum's too strong, we can't hold them with the troops we've got. At this rate the gate falls before the main force even arrives. An officer makes a brutal call, break them. Pardon, break all the switching mechanisms. Sometimes the only way to slow the enemy down is to wreck your own gear first. Leslie steps forward, sword and shield ready. I will buy time. No hesitation, no second guessing, he just moves. The masked swordsman readies his blade, lightning crackling along the edge. Steel meets steel, Leslie and the enemy's ace finally collide. Those glowing eyes lock onto Leslie, this is personal now. Blade against blade, the two trade blistering strikes. Sparks fly with every clash, neither one is backing down. Leslie parries at the last possible second, barely staying alive. Another exchange, another near miss. This fight is razor close. Leslie pushes back with everything he's got, refusing to give ground. The clang of steel echoes through the courtyard, relentless. For 1 second both fighters freeze, sizing each other up. The masked swordsman finally speaks, I am the, and honestly we are dying to know too. Leslie plants his feet and roars it out, you shall not pass, chills. Power radiates off him like a physical thing. This is Leslie's line in the sand. Rain hammers down over the castle as the fight rages on below. The old walls of Castle Cabaldi stand witness to the chaos tearing through them. Somewhere deep below, a gate creaks open in the dark. The story is about to shift. Far from the battle, a figure in a red robe walks alone across cold stone. The scene turns grim, chains rattle somewhere in the shadows. Lucas, a voice calls out into the dark. You'll have to buy us some time, the voice says, dead serious. A single eye opens in the darkness. Silence, that is never a good sign. A cold iron collar sits locked around his neck. So yeah, he is not exactly free to help. Why don't you take this off me first? Lucas smirks, completely unbothered by, being chained up during a castle siege. The lock on that collar looks like it means serious business. Storm clouds roll over the castle walls at night, and something tells you this fight is about to get loud. A grinning mercenary with fiery red hair charges the front line, screaming for everyone to move. Don't leave a single weapon or person intact, he roars, smashing through the first wave. Steel meets steel as the assault crashes straight into the castle's defenders. The knights try to hold formation, but the mercenaries are cutting through fast. Another explosive strike sends soldiers flying through the smoke. And then a much bigger problem steps into view, a hooded figure in dark armor, sword drawn, looming over the wreckage. "You shall not pass," declares a lone knight captain, planting himself dead center at the gate, glowing with mana. He digs his heels in, bracing for whatever's coming. The hooded stranger sizes him up from beneath a dark hood. A single blue eye glows from inside that helmet, cold, calculating, completely unbothered. He tightens his grip on the hilt, ready to make his move. The captain stands alone against him, sword raised. Their blades finally meet in a shower of sparks. The hooded swordsman's eye narrows as he presses the attack. Blood splashes across the captain's face, first blood, and it's not his opponent's. The clash keeps going faster now. The captain barely gets his shield up in time to block. His opponent doesn't even look impressed. Gritting his teeth, the captain pours every ounce of strength into that shield. Another slash rings out. The hooded swordsman leaps back in for more. Sword meets shield again, hard enough to rattle bones. He's relentless, mid-strike again before the captain can recover. The exchange turns into a blur of steel. Another slash cuts through the rain. The dark figure lunges, cape snapping behind him. The captain takes a hit across the face, blood, but he's still standing. The swordsman suddenly switches targets, dropping down on a second knight instead. "Captain Leslie," someone screams as a comrade goes down. "You fool, focus on your enemy if you've got time to worry about him," the masked man snaps. Leslie's shield cracks. "Incredible strength, my arm's not going to last at this rate, however. It's not enough to defeat me," Leslie grits out, sweat and blood dripping down his face. "I'm sure you already know," his opponent replies coolly, sword ready for the finish. He waits, patient as ever, reading every gap between Leslie's swings. The second Leslie's patience snaps into a hasty attack, that's exactly the opening he's been waiting for. "Is this all you can do?" he taunts mid-clash. Leslie barely reacts in time to the follow-up. The momentum shifts hard against him. A brutal strike lands, tearing open a fresh wound. Leslie's thrown off balance again. The masked swordsman dives back in without hesitation. Their blades lock one more time, but that shield is finally giving out. Leslie throws himself into one more attack. Another clean cut finds its mark. "You weren't too bad," the swordsman says, almost like a compliment. Leslie drops to one knee, barely able to stand, mana crackling weakly around his blade. Blood covers his face now. "Right," Leslie mutters, "I remember now what Count Desmond said. To consider him the strongest sword of the North. Ghislaine Fenris," he gasps, finally putting a name to the nightmare in front of him. It's the last thing he gets to say before the blade finishes it. His men can only watch in horror as their captain falls. Captain, the gatekeeper has been defeated. Fenris's mercenaries cheer like it was never even in doubt. "All soldiers charge forward," Fenris orders, not wasting a second. "Open the castle gate," his men roar, storming ahead. Inside, the remaining guards freeze the moment they hear the words, "Baron Ghislaine Fenris." Another knight goes down in front of him. "Too bad for you," Fenris says flatly, already moving on. But things aren't going entirely to plan. "Captain, the gate isn't opening." Inside, the last knights scramble to jam the gate mechanism, buying whatever time they can. "I see you used your brain," Fenris says, almost amused. A wounded knight captain spots something in the distance. "Cabaldes's main force is coming. No matter how strong you are, numbers will bury you." Hope surges through the defenders as cavalry reinforcements charge in. "As long as we protect the gate, it's our victory." But panic spreads fast. "Captain, what do we do now?" "We're knights, let them come at us," they shout, stealing their nerves. Fenris says nothing, he doesn't need to. Even his own mercenaries admit it. They've used up all their mana, everyone's exhausted, we can't fight like this. Captain, a soldier stammers, watching Fenris just keep walking forward anyway. The castle gate itself starts glowing with strange, ancient runes. A knight leaps high above it, sword raised to the sky. He grips the blade tight, purple mana surging up his arm. "I can use it just for a moment," he warns. "Everyone get away from me." The glow around his blade keeps intensifying. In this era, being called a master was more of a title than a real measure of skill. There's never been a real standard for what a true master's realm even looks like. The mana blade, the mark every knight dreams of reaching, blazes to life in his hands. Of nights, and the light just keeps building. Energy gathers around him, refusing to stay still. Gather the mana trying to scatter in every direction, the technique demands. and compress it onto the blade to its absolute limit. The light erupts. Even Fenris pauses, watching the glow build. The beam keeps growing brighter by the second. It explodes across the battlefield in blinding light. So bright, Fenris's mercenaries shield their eyes stunned. A figure lies collapsed nearby as an old legend gets whispered. There's a legend from the ancient empire passed down among warriors. The knight finishes it through gritted teeth, refusing to back down. There's one condition to truly be acknowledged as a master, the legend says. The beam roars skyward. Fenris's silhouette watches, unreadable. And there it is, the legendary aura blade unleashed at last. The knight's eyes burn with focus, lit up by his own technique. Light refracts off the blade in a rainbow arc. The beam holds steady, impossibly bright. Reinforcements finally arrive, surround the Fenris soldiers. A silver-armored knight grips his weapon, ready to strike. The fresh knights throw themselves straight into the fight. Blades clash as the counterattack begins in earnest. Fenris watches the chaos unfold below. For once, his mercenaries look like they're getting pushed back. A body falls through the smoke as spears rise to meet him. Lances clash together in a desperate scramble. Horses scream and rear as the battlefield descends into chaos. "Why did you bring him here?" someone demands, low and sharp. "He followed on his own accord," comes the reply, because apparently nobody invited this guy and he showed up anyway. "Commander Jamin," someone screams, and just like that their strongest fighter is down. "Retreat," the order rings out. Retreat to the inside of the castle, comes the desperate command. A knight's helmet turns, scanning the wreckage. But Fenris isn't about to let them regroup. Cavalry charges in to cut them off. "All soldiers charge," Fenris commands. "Don't spare a single one of them," he adds, chilling, and he means every word. Smoke swallows the battlefield. And just like that, the castle's last line of defense is finished. Cut to somewhere much darker, someone's paying a steep price in a room far from the battle. A lone prisoner sits chained up in the candlelight, waiting. A guard grips a curved blade by the door, watching him closely. The prisoner's stare is sharp, whatever's coming, he's not scared. A hand reaches toward him. "You," someone breathes, recognizing him. "What's your relationship with the Shadow Knights?" The question cuts through the fog. Under torchlight and rain, a castle gate gets torn open and steel meets steel as invaders pour through. "Retreat now," a defending knight screams, but the panic's already spreading through the ranks. "We're going to die," his men cry, boxed in with nowhere left to run. "Nowhere for you to run," the invaders roar, cutting down anyone who tries to bolt. "We've already taken over the inner castle, no need for prisoners," comes the order, cold as the rain. "Kill them all," the hooded commander snarls, and the slaughter doesn't slow down for a second. One last scream cuts through the smoke as the siege finishes what it started. Elsewhere in the wreckage, a knight catches his breath, admitting he pushed his aura blade way past its limit. "To get this tired after using some mana, I can't fight for long in this condition," he admits. "Yo, Captain, you tired already?" a teammate needles him mid-battlefield. "We have successfully subdued the enemy's main forces." "All right, great work, you two." A masked knight surveys the aftermath in silence. "Where's Belinda? She went inside the castle and we haven't heard from her since." "What a slowpoke," someone jokes. But the silence that follows says nobody's really laughing. Gillian, the masked knight, calls out, "All business." "Count Cabaldi couldn't have gotten too far. Lead the cavalry and search for the exit of the secret passage in the outskirts of the castle." "Yes, M-Lord, and as for Belinda, that's a different problem entirely." Gillian rides off to run down the escaping count. Meanwhile, someone else moves through the wreckage, tense and unseen. "What's your relationship with the Shadow Knights?" a lone swordsman demands, stepping out of the smoke. His opponent kneels, spear in hand, ready to answer with steel instead of words. She goes pale for a second, that name clearly hit a nerve. "How do you know that name?" she demands, rattled. He stays silent, giving nothing away. The standoff snaps, and just like that the fight is on. Blades lock in the pouring rain as he parries her opening strike. They crash together, and neither one gives an inch. She launches into the air, going for a fast finish. Up close, her glare says she's not holding anything back. "Answer me," she demands, magic flaring bright around her weapon. Her jaw drops. His answer isn't what she was braced for. His eyes flash, he's not backing down either. Steel arcs through the storm, throwing sparks into the dark. He plants his feet, done getting pushed around. She twists clear of his counter by a hair. The next clash sends a shockwave through the courtyard. Her face twists, she can't land a clean hit on him. She flips completely upside down, refusing to give up any ground. Boots skid across stone as they reset for the next exchange. He raises his blade high, he's done playing defense. Down it comes in a burst of blue light. More slashes rip through the rain around her. Her eyes blaze red as her aura roars to life. She's airborne again, spinning straight through his strike. Cloak snapping in the wind, she twists free of another blow. From below, he matches her fall move for move. A hit finally connects, and blood sprays as she's caught off guard. The impact detonates in a flash of white. How do I know that name, you ask? She grits out, gripping her spear tight in the downpour. Something catches her eye and she flinches. Weapons lock again, closer than ever before. For 1 second they stand weapons crossed, neither willing to yield. You just looked like my ex, he says, and she cannot believe what she just heard. Well, what kind of, she sputters. I don't care about the outcome of this war, he shrugs, but that doesn't mean I can just slack off. So if you wish to continue, he says, all business again. His expression hardens. Break time's over. Just know that it's nothing personal, she warns, aura flaring around her spear. Armor sparks as their attacks collide again. Another burst of impact rocks the fight. The duel spills out across a sloped rooftop, neither one backing down. His eye narrows, he's finally found his rhythm. Out of nowhere, a masked knight crashes into the fight, blade meeting his. Yo, young master, she gasps, stunned. Someone she clearly answers to has just shown up. Go, Belinda, the knight orders, and just like that, we finally get her name. The knight's helmet gives absolutely nothing away as he steps in without hesitation. I'll take care of this guy, he tells her, calm as ever. Oh, the swordsman replies, intrigued rather than worried. Young master, huh, he repeats, sizing up this new opponent. Both fighters plant their feet. Round 2 starts now. Blades ring out as they trade their first real exchange. Sparks fly as their swords lock again and again. Yeah, I can't chase after her at this rate, he admits, then turns it around. Are you the noble who started this war? He answers with steel instead of words, aura blazing down his blade. The masked knight's counter drives him back a step. Their weapons lock hard enough to draw a gasp. A spinning strike tears a ring of blue energy through the yard. The exchange keeps escalating, neither one is blinking. A line of blood proves he's finally been touched. His face streaked red, twists. This fight just got serious. Beaten down to one knee, he still won't let go of his weapon. The knight's featureless mask looms over him. Good to see you, Lucas, the knight says, and the name lands like a gut punch. Do I know you? Lucas asks, wiping blood off his face, genuinely thrown. No, but I do, the knight answers. My past subordinate and my comrade Lucas. Someone off to the side mutters they'd been wondering where the hell he'd been, and here he is. Heemp is all Lucas manages, sizing the knight up. Kinda gross, Lucas mutters. You don't fight like a noble at all, your style's nothing like the nobles I know. It's far from the general style, the knight replies. Who are you? Lucas fires right back. Steel flashes again, the standoff isn't cooling off yet. I worked as a mercenary in the past, Lucas admits. Oh, a noble working as a mercenary, huh, the knight muses. Lucas smirks like he's got something up his sleeve. Mind if I make a proposal? If you beat me, I'll withdraw my soldiers from this castle and pay for all the damage, but if I win, you'll work for me. He turns and walks off, spear in hand, like the wager's already settled. His expression stays unreadable. Where did that nonsense come from all of a sudden? You're going to throw away a victory over some petty bet. I don't even have any ties or regrets about this castle in the first place, Lucas shrugs. Really? Then just work for me, won't you? A single eye reflects Lucas's whole reckless gamble, risking this castle just to make this bet. Because in my eyes you're more valuable than this victory, the knight tells him flat out. Lucas takes that in without a word. You're saying I'm worth more than this damned castle, huh? He mutters. He straightens up, turning it over in his head. Hey, what's your name? Lucas finally asks. Lord of the Fenris territory, the knight begins. Ghislaine Fenris, the mask finally comes off, the mystery if not the helmet. Someone else is closing in, fast, blonde hair catching the torchlight. The one you'll be serving as your master, Fenris says, then eyes him up and down. You don't look so good right now. Aren't you overdoing yourself? A blade tip hovers, testing him. Think of it as a handicap. The newcomer smirks, cocky, blonde, and clearly enjoying this. Lucas's knees finally start to buckle. Sure, as you wish, and the final strike lands. Lucas goes down, caught before he even hits the ground. Picture this, the middle of nowhere, a mountain so cold the wind sounds like it's screaming. This is where our story picks back up. Trudging through the snow is our guy Lucas, spear slung over his back, looking like he's got a lot on his mind. He turns to the blonde swordsman beside him and just says it straight, today's the last day of his contract. No extensions, no do-overs. The two of them peel off in opposite directions, boots crunching through the snow. 10 years and it all comes down to this walk. The captain, as Lucas calls him, can't quite believe it. Has it really been that long already? He offers Lucas one more shot, an extension on the contract. Lucas doesn't even blink, no thanks. The captain smirks, needling him a little. Is it because of her? Classic move, trying to get a rise out of your friend on his way out the door. Lucas isn't biting. He tells the captain flat out not to take it personally. He just can't let his own life get swallowed whole by someone else's fight. Fine, leave, the captain fires back, half joking, half stung. Go find your precious woman, why don't you? But underneath, the ribbing is something real. Lucas has his own mission to finish now, just like the captain has his revenge. And the captain makes one promise: the second Lucas is in danger, he'll come running. Cue the flashback, 10 years earlier, and blades are already flying between these two. This is how it all started, a full-blown duel, steel screaming against steel. Eye to eye, neither one backing down for a second. Lucas spins into another strike, jaw set, clearly done playing nice. He finds his opening and takes it, and just like that the captain's on the back foot. The dust settles, two exhausted fighters and one decisive finish. Lucas can't help but gloat a little. Impressive, your face was screaming fatigue at first glance. The captain just grins through the pain. I can't lose a bet that I started. And just like that, the tension breaks, both of them cracking up like idiots. Lucas stands there laughing in the rain, and for a second you almost forget these two are supposed to be rivals. Rewind a beat, turns out Lucas went into this fight dead serious. Sorry, but I have to win this fight, he tells himself. Why? Because he had a feeling working under this guy long-term was going to be nothing but trouble. Lucas cuts loose with a burst of raw mana, and even in memory it's clear this guy hits different. The captain, watching, admits it to himself. Lucas was already ridiculously strong before they ever crossed paths. That mana output is not normal. Turns out Lucas has been working for the captain for a full 10 years, ever since he lost at something called Moriana's recognition, a mercenary tradition. Before that, Lucas was the right hand of the mercenary king himself, a guy who never failed a job he was given. But even a legend like that couldn't track down the one person he spent his whole life chasing, his lost love. And then came the day he walked straight into a trap set by Idun. It did not end well. The mercenary king fell and fell hard. He'd promised to help the captain no matter what, and that promise cost him his life. Back in the duel, Lucas's face says it all. He is not here to lose. He lets loose with a full-force blade strike, energy tearing through the air. The captain, dead serious now, makes himself a silent promise. Whatever happened to the mercenary king, he won't let it happen to Lucas too. The fight rages on, both of them throwing everything they've got. Lucas is straining, teeth bared, giving it everything he has left. In the end though, the captain lands the finishing blow. I win, Lucas. Lucas just slumps there, sweaty and defeated. Damn it, 10 years of servitude decided in one bet, rough. Cut back to the present day. A fortress burns on the horizon, smoke curling into the sky. This siege did not go well for somebody. Fallen knights litter the ground, armor cracked and bloodied. Whoever held this castle just lost everything. The captain and his crew, a crimson-haired ally and a grizzled old swordsman at his side, stride into the wreckage like they own the place. And there he is, the lord of the castle, bound and on his knees in the ash. He's a mess, sobbing about his impenetrable fortress that just fell. The captain names him outright, Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi. Someone with piercing eyes cuts through the moment with a cold truth: there's no such thing as an impenetrable fortress. Cabaldi freezes up, terrified. Though those eyes of yours, yeah, buddy, you should be scared. The captain lays it out plain. He's got plenty of reasons to be here, and killing Cabaldi is one of them. Cabaldi panics, sputtering that surely they can't get away with murdering a lord. He tries threatening back. Even with royalist backing, he warns they can't protect him from everything. The captain doesn't flinch. He drops the real bombshell. Behind him stands Duke Delphine himself. Cabaldi's face goes white. He already knew the Duke's faction was quietly swallowing up the north, one noble at a time. Such as yourself, comes the reply. Turns out the Duke's been arming Count Desmond and a guy named Rayfold to lead the whole northern invasion. All of it funded by iron ore, quietly stockpiled to bolster their armies. And they've even got the Crimson Magic Tower lined up to stab the royalists in the back at just the right moment. The whole plan boils down to one thing: kickstart a civil war across the entire Lithania kingdom. Cabaldi realizes in horror that they know absolutely everything. He can barely get the words out. Just who the hell is this guy, and how does he know so much? Okay, Cabaldi blurts, caving instantly. If they already know it all, what's the point in hiding anything? The old swordsman offers him one last lifeline: half the region's iron ore production for the next 20 years, guaranteed. Cabaldi, sweaty and grinning, sweetens the deal himself. He'll even personally vouch for them with Duke Delphine. You can join our faction, someone offers. Play along, and Cabaldi and his father never have to lift a finger again. Cabaldi practically begs, wouldn't it just be more profitable to spare him than to kill him? Turns out bribery doesn't buy mercy here. The blades come out. And that's the end of Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi, self-proclaimed lord of an impenetrable fortress. Should have read the room. The old man at the captain's side makes it clear. He wants absolutely nothing to do with working alongside traitors. The captain turns his back on the wreckage with a chilling promise: every last one of them will die by his hands. The dust settles over a battlefield littered with bodies, the price of crossing this crew. Somewhere far away, moonlight spills through a stained glass window in what looks like a grand cathedral. A shadowy figure sits alone on a throne, bathed in an eerie purple glow. A messenger dove arrives, delivering a letter straight into a waiting hand. The letter gets read aloud by an aide, standing before what we now know is Duke Delphine's inner circle. Just as the Duke advised, we followed a method of meticulous preparation, even if it took time, the aide reports. And the results? Silence. The verdict finally lands: failure. The fallout hits hard: grief and loss for soldiers who paid the price for a plan that didn't work. And now we learn the real stakes. The royalist faction has thrown its full support behind Ghislaine Perdium. Which means, in the eyes of the enemy, he's a weed that needs pulling. The sprout must be trampled on, someone murmurs, eyes glowing with menace. One final cut to a new player, cloaked, composed, and clearly used to being obeyed. From now on, he declares, I shall decide everything by my will. And his very first decision, making the fall of Fenris and Perdium his absolute top priority. He turns, revealing a pair of cold golden eyes that promise nothing good for our heroes. New villain unlocked. See you next chapter. The capital is buzzing over one insane rumor. Word says the guy everyone wrote off as a joke, Baron Fenris, just won the whole war. One noble about loses it, red-faced and screaming that a runt like Fenris couldn't possibly have pulled this off. Down in the war room, the buzz is the same. Nobody expected Fenris to be this good at actually fighting a war. Turns out you really can't judge a book by its cover. And get this, Count Cabaldi, famous for his so-called unbreakable fortress, didn't surrender. Fenris just stormed the place outright and proved himself all over again. One salty noble refuses to let it go, insisting Fenris only won because the enemy was starving, calling it pure dumb luck. Someone shuts him right down. Doesn't matter how he did it, the guy's still standing at the end. That kills the argument dead. Elsewhere, an old advisor asks his knight Toledo if Count Desmond's made any moves yet. Answer: total silence for now. Meanwhile, the Duke's own council counts their winnings with Cabaldi exposed as secretly backed by the ducal faction. that side can't afford to interfere for a while. One sharp-eyed noblewoman wishes Count Desmond had shown his hand during all the chaos. It would have finally told them whose side he's really on. The old duke keeps his cards close too early to judge, he says, but he's already sure of one thing: the royalists are about to gain a lot of ground up north. He warns the room not to get cocky though. The ducal faction just took a hit, but they won't sit around doing nothing. With that, the duke calls it a day and adjourns the meeting. A couple of nobles size him up on the way out, one huge, and he still hasn't cracked a smile. That ice-cold calm is exactly why he's led the royalists this far. The duke heads off with his daughter Rosalind trailing behind him. Something catches Rosalind's eye and she stops short. The old advisor just smirks quietly to himself, like he already knows exactly what she noticed. Rosalind catches herself and simply answers, "Yes, father." Cut to the middle of nowhere, riders kicking up a storm of dust as they race across open country. We're near Cabaldi Castle now, up in the northern Lithania kingdom, and a rescue squad is charging in hard. The lead rider grits through the wind, Rose pinned to her hat, clearly not loving this ride. One of the riders yells out for their leader, Captain Max. Somebody points out it's way too quiet for an actual battlefield. Maybe they joke the Fenris army already got wiped out. But if that's true, what happens to their mission? Lady Muriel and Marquis Branford's daughter ordered them to rescue Baron Fenris no matter what. Showing up empty-handed isn't an option. Someone snaps back, "Why worry about that? If anyone's to blame, it's Fenris himself for starting this pointless war in the first place." One of the riders spots something up ahead and calls out to their captain. The castle finally comes into view. Down in the town, someone barks orders to get everybody lined up. Turns out that someone is Fenris's own man, keeping the peace as townsfolk crowd in. There's more than enough food for everybody, no need to shove. Word spreads that their new lord's making sure nobody starves, and the crowd erupts over the handout and the contract that comes with it. The miners get called up to sign that same contract, half scared, half stunned their new baron is treating them this well. The villagers can hardly believe it. After years of having everything stolen from them, the nightmare might finally be over, and honest work might actually pay for once. Not everyone's thrilled about the new labor gig, though one grumpy old mage gets roped into hauling logs and loudly reminds everyone he is not a laborer. "Thank you very much." Soldiers keep the pressure on, hurrying everyone along to get the temporary housing built before the baron loses his patience. Elsewhere, a hooded stranger mutters darkly about just how much loot Count Cabaldi's been hiding away this whole time. Soldiers come sprinting past, buzzing about all the gold and priceless art stuffed inside that castle. Turns out the military warehouse is packed with top-tier gear and stockpiled iron too, and someone nearby can't believe what they just overheard about Cabaldi's stash. Suspicion creeps in fast. This stranger clearly isn't from around here, and people are starting to notice. A hulking, hooded figure squares up, ready for a confrontation. An old man with wild white hair reacts with pure fury, like his cover's about to be blown. Someone finally demands it straight out: "Reveal your identities right now." The standoff hangs in the shadow of the castle walls. The scene shifts back toward the grand hall inside, chandeliers glowing overhead. Guards flank the towering doors as new visitors are finally let inside. A cloaked figure steps forward into the light streaming through the hall. The stained glass windows tower overhead as the visitor takes in the room. A servant rushes in to alert their lord visitors have arrived, straight from the capital. Down the long hall, the newcomers approach, flanked by Fenris's own hulking retainer and his household. One of the visitors, a seasoned captain, quietly sizes their host up. Years on the job have taught him to read a person just from the vibe they give off. And what he's picking up off this guy is the unmistakable, metallic tang of blood that never quite washed away. So this is him, the man they've all been talking about, Baron Fenris himself. Fenris looks the newcomer over, cool as ever, and just asks who exactly he's talking to. The captain introduces himself as Max, sent here by Countess Muriel and Marquis Branford's daughter. His orders were simple: rescue Baron Fenris at all costs if he was ever in danger. Fenris doesn't miss a beat, he just tells Max he's a little late for that. Max flusters, insisting they rushed as fast as they could. They just never expected him to end the entire war before they even arrived. Rising star of the royalists indeed. Max tries to wrap it up politely and leave to report back to their clients, only for Fenris to casually ask just where he thinks he's going. Max blinks confused and Fenris drops the punchline. The war just ended, they're short on hands so he can put in some work before heading home. Max panics if their clients ask how the rescue went. He genuinely has no idea what he's even supposed to tell them now. Fenris just shrugs it off. Maybe it's kinder to let them save face instead. Max breaks a nervous sweat, clearly regretting ever showing up. Someone else calls out for Max in a panic, and Fenris's attention shifts. Fenris turns to the pink-haired newcomer and asks if she's the priest they sent for. She squeaks out a nervous yes. Max, resigned to his fate, agrees to do as asked and gets marched off to work. The priest introduces herself properly: Piotr, a servant of Juana, goddess of beauty and abundance. She explains she was specially sent here since Countess Muriel personally patronizes her order. Fenris muses out loud: a goddess of beauty who supposedly rejects battlefields and anything unclean. Bold choice, sending her here of all places. Turns out priests are in short supply up north. The one who was actually supposed to come, Gillian, had to stay behind in Rayfold's territory to heal someone's daughter instead. Fenris's face lights up. Great timing, he says, already scheming. Piotr tries to politely decline whatever's coming, but Fenris just waves Mother Hen Belinda over to take her to the worksite instead. Piotr can only manage a stunned pardon as she's led away. She protests she's not actually here to do manual labor, for the record. Nobody's listening apparently. There are plenty of lost sheep around here that need her guidance, and she's getting walked off regardless. Fenris's hulking retainer isn't complaining, though he never expected the royalists to actually send church backup, and with a priest around, he figures he can move a lot more freely now. He grins: a real priest, huh? Unexpected stroke of luck for whatever he's got planned. Out in the training yard, word spreads fast: Captain Kaor, the rookie, just got absolutely demolished. The guy who flattened him doesn't even buy that Kaor was ever the Baron's right hand to begin with. Bloodied and furious, Kaor spits back that he hasn't even gotten started yet. Before he can prove it, a second fighter comes flying in out of nowhere to join the fight. The two collide in a blur, and round 2 is officially on. We start mid-brawl. Some guy's kneeling in the dust getting asked if he's the Baron's right-hand man, and the guy asking just grins and goes, I don't think so. That answer does not go over well. His buddy is already grinding his teeth, ready to throw hands. Our guy just launches into the air, cape flying, yelling he hasn't even started yet. Bold words for someone about to get jumped by two guys. One clean slash later, and it's basically over already. Somebody in the back is straight up celebrating. That coat did not survive first contact. It turns into a full-on scramble, fists flying from both sides. One solid hit later, and his opponent is seeing stars. Naturally, the local guards clock the chaos and come running. Enter the adult in the room. A grizzled old swordsman steps in and just goes, that's enough, you two. Turns out the whole thing kicked off because everyone assumed our new guy had to be the Baron's right-hand man. But the hothead is still fighting mad, screaming, let go, Gramps, the fight isn't over yet, while getting physically dragged off. Except it clearly is over. More strikes land before the old man even finishes separating them. Another hit connects and the hothead staggers. He gets thrown clean across the courtyard for his trouble. Bloodied and dazed, he can barely keep his eyes open. The old man finally gets a name out of him, Kaor, and immediately lectures him about maintaining some dignity in front of his own subordinates. Later they track the rookie down, still sitting right where he fell. Looking for you, someone says. Kaor's just slumped there, completely wiped out. Our mercenary isn't thrilled either, muttering damn it under his breath. The old swordsman just stares at him in silence, then bursts out laughing. What's so funny? Answer your lord. Turns out the first thing this lord ordered our guy to do was beat up his own subordinate. As one does, apparently. I was just thinking what a weird guy he is, the old man admits. Cut to a castle at dusk, storm clouds rolling in. And there he is, the lord himself, strolling in like he owns the place. Which, spoiler, he kind of does. Turns out the Lord doesn't just give orders, he steps in personally to spar with Kaor. And Kaor is getting absolutely worked over. The gap in skill is not even close. Enter a smug white-haired guy strolling up, needling the rookie. "You got crushed by the new guy, I heard." Kaor just grunts back a very unbothered heap. The Lord isn't having it either, tells the smug guy to buzz off since he's clearly got better things to do. Then he actually walks over to Kaor directly. "Take this, Kaor," he says, handing over a notebook. Turns out it's a personalized set of notes on mana circulation and swordsmanship, tailored just for him. Kaor is visibly floored. Meanwhile, the smug white-haired guy is holding onto something of Kaor's. "Give it back, then." "No thanks." The Lord doesn't sugarcoat it either. Kaor didn't lose for some deep reason, he just lacked the fundamentals. Experience and instinct can only carry you so far. The two of them head off together as evening falls. The white-haired guy calls after him "Captain." He watches him go, clearly turning something over in his head. Someone bows the Lord out for the night. "Go rest," he tells them. "I'll see you tomorrow," he adds. Another long day of running his territory, wrapped. Zooming out, this is the map of the North. Fenris territory just swallowed up the neighboring Kabaldi lands in one big expansion. Step 1, seize Count Kabaldi's fortune to fund the whole operation. Step 2, calm everyone down by handing out food to the people who actually live there. Then comes the real prize, the biggest iron mine in the entire North. Paying the miners what they're actually owed means better iron faster than ever before. That iron turns straight into a fresh wave of armored knights. "It's thanks to everyone doing their part," the blonde lord tells the room, humble, for a guy running a small empire now. "No one looks down on Fenris anymore," someone crows. "A third of the whole North is ours now." Someone's cackling about it while the room quietly starts eyeing the other big houses nearby. Enter Vanessa, an exhausted mage, getting asked by her lord if she needs a break and immediately going stiff. My lord." She admits the mages are all running on empty and asks what to do about it. Also, apparently one mage, Ulfoy, keeps trying to escape, keeps getting caught. "Well, they're basically slaves on paper," someone shrugs. "Yeah, that lands about as awkwardly as you'd expect." The Lord tells Vanessa not to worry too much about it. "We do have the priest, don't we?" Cut to their resident healer glowing with power. She invokes her goddess by name, gearing up for a big spell. "Arise once more," she begins. The poor exhausted mage on the receiving end is screaming not to be healed, he just wants to stay tired and not go back to work. She heals him anyway. The priestess grumbles to herself, wondering when this lord is finally going to let her go home. He calls out "priestess" and she practically jumps out of her skin. "Lo lord." He tells her he's noticed her divine power has grown. She's honestly not even sure herself. Privately, he's impressed. Unlike mana, divine power isn't something you can just train up. She's clearly the real deal. He asks if she's had any trouble during her stay. She admits she was hoping to head back to her order soon. "You can leave now," he tells her. He thanks her properly too. Fenris owes her a lot, and he means to repay it. Cut to the skyline of capital city Cardinia, glowing under a heavy sunset. Word's already spreading that someone sliced clean through a castle gate with an aura blade. That's not possible unless he's a swordmaster. Most people call it fake news. Meanwhile, the man himself strolls into the capital with his attendant and the priestess in tow. The whole entourage makes its way through the grand hall, guards lining the walls. Waiting for them, an elegant, red-eyed noblewoman. "Have you been well, milady?" he asks. "I'm so relieved to see you're safe, Baron Ghislaine," she replies. She thanks him for sending the priestess to help her territory too. Baron Ghislaine tells the priestess her dispatch is officially over, she's free to return to her order. She practically cheers, thanking the daughter of the Marquis. Finally, her first assignment is done. An attendant reminds Baron Ghislaine that Marquis Branford is already waiting on him. The smug white-haired guy catches up privately, asking for a moment of his time later. Of course, Ghislaine replies simply. He steps into the council chamber, and it is not a casual crowd. The red-eyed noblewoman watches him take his seat. One stern old noble is already glaring daggers at him. The dignified Marquis Branford sits close by too. "You're late," the old noble snaps. "My apologies, it took some time to stabilize the territory," Ghislaine answers, completely unbothered. A chilling, red-eyed lord reminds him his own honor was riding on all of this too. If Ghislaine hadn't taken down Count Cabaldi, both the royalists and this lord's reputation would have taken the hit. The ducal faction would have swooped in and grabbed the advantage instead. Don't think being my patron means I'll just accept your unilateral moves, he warns. Tell me everything about this war, he demands. Ghislaine doesn't flinch. Convince me is all he says back. The lord explains flatly he just saw an opening and took it. That's the whole story. He's not here to relitigate what already happened, only to plan what comes next. Ghislaine's answer says it all. He never fights a battle he can't win, and the room goes quiet. He shrugs it off, simple as that. He saw his shot and he grabbed it. No big speech needed. Ghislaine strides into the royal court and gets straight to it. He is not here to relive the past, he wants to talk about what happens next. Then he drops it. He wants to be named commander of the Northern Forces. Bold opening move. The room goes dead silent as that request sinks in. One noble's jaw practically hits the floor. Yeah, that went over great. The king just sits there, unreadable, weighing exactly how much nerve this kid has. His glare alone could cut steel. He is not sold on this yet. Even Ghislaine's own people look a little rattled by how far he is pushing it. Ghislaine admits he can feel the political wind shifting toward the royalist side. Smirking, he promises to be exactly the tailwind that pushes it the rest of the way. The king lays it out. Commander of the North is a nothing job in peacetime, but the moment war breaks out, it becomes serious power. The king narrows his eyes. Is he really supposed to hand a sword to someone this unpredictable? Ghislaine does not blink. His whole answer is one word: yes. Quick history lesson? Regional commanders get picked in peacetime, and like Marquis Branford once said, the title means nothing until war changes everything. Whoever holds it can summon every lord in the region, and right now, Ghislaine points out, that seat is empty. The kingdom's whole military runs on 4 regional corps, and he is done watching this one sit unclaimed. The king fires back. What makes him so sure it is even vacant? He could fill it himself whenever he wanted. Ghislaine pushes harder. Hasn't the Duke's reach already swallowed the southern and western commands? East and north are still royalist ground, he warns, but that shady Count Desmond is already circling this seat. Cleaning up after the balance of power collapses, he reminds the king, is a lot harder than keeping it steady now. While the royalists still hold the edge, he argues, this is exactly the moment to double down. Strong enough, he says, to crush the ducal faction cold, even if they tried to drag the kingdom into civil war. That word lands like a punch. Civil war, clearly not just a hypothetical in this room. A flash of memory, maybe fear. Flames, a war council, a kingdom that has already burned once before. The king goes quiet, grinding the whole idea over behind those hard eyes. Then, finally, a decision. He will bring Ghislaine's promotion before the royal court himself. Ghislaine's breath catches. To sit as commander, kingdom law says you have to be at least a count first. So the king adds a twist. To spare his father's pride, Ghislaine's dad gets bumped up to Count 2 right alongside him. But nothing here is free. There is a catch coming. A condition. Ghislaine repeats it warily, his 2 closest allies just as tense behind him. Here it is. A rescue call just came in from the Shadow Mountains, deep in the Tyrian kingdom. The king's order is blunt. Ghislaine is the one going. The Tyrian kingdom, he mutters, clearly not thrilled about the timing. Cue the world building. The Tyrian kingdom, nation of knights where nasty monsters pour out around the clock. No wonder the locals grow up tough. Monsters crawling out of the mountains is basically a Tuesday for them. Most of this kingdom values raw martial strength above pretty much anything else. Even their knights rank among the strongest fighters on the whole continent, and Ghislaine admits he trained there himself once. The king spells out how bad it is. If even a kingdom that lets outsiders hunt for it is calling for help, something is seriously wrong. Then again, for a guy who can fly and split castle gates with an aura blade, it should be no big deal. Ghislaine says nothing for a long beat, turning it all over in his head. Then his resolve locks into place. I understand, he says. One more request before he leaves. Station the royal army near Fenris territory while he and his closest aides are away, because even a beaten faction can get desperate. And here is the gut punch. In his previous life, Duke Delphine quietly bought off every regional commander first, then lit the fuse on a civil war and stole the throne outright. This guy has lived this exact nightmare before. Back then, the northern commander in that hot seat was Harold Desmond himself. Not this time, Ghislaine vows. He is making the first move and he is taking the north the very same way Delphine once did. He walks off into the gold light like a man who already knows exactly how this ends. Somewhere far from the palace, a cracked winged helmet stands driven into the ground like a grave marker. Wind rolls through the wheat around it. Whoever rests here clearly went down swinging. The helmet is shattered clean down the middle. This was no gentle ending. A hand reaches out to touch it, quiet and heavy with grief. Two figures cut through the wheat field, closing in on the grave. A voice calls a name into the wind, Hutton. A hooded figure already waiting at the grave speaks first, greeting the new arrival simply as Count Desmond. Wind whips his cloak as he holds his silence, sword planted beside him. Desmond's voice cracks. "Victor," he says, "I had such high hopes for that kid." "How cruel this world is," he mutters, then asks outright, "Was the man who killed him really named Ghislaine Perdium?" The hooded knight just stands there, letting the question hang in the air. The correction comes quiet and final, not Perdium Fenris. The camera lingers on the grave a moment longer, like the truth needs time to land. "No point mourning," the knight says, "it is just this world's rule, there is always someone better than you." Desmond only manages a stiff "Thank you for your concern, Count." Desmond's face hardens. The ducal faction, he realizes, badly underestimated both Perdium and Fenris. "Victor is dead," Desmond says flatly. Viscount Joseph only warned them how strong Ghislaine really was after it was already too late. Worse, he adds, the royalists stand behind Ghislaine now, and they have got the royal army watching his every move. His so-called neutral position, he admits bitterly, is nothing but an empty shell at this point. Someone dares ask if he is questioning the Duke's authority. His answer, from now on, nobody's orders sway him but his own. And that will means war. He is going to personally destroy both Perdium and Fenris. Once that is done, he adds, he will settle the score with the entire ducal faction for good. His companion warns him straight, the royalists will not sit back and watch. Starting this fight alone is basically declaring civil war. Desmond just repeats the name again, Hutton. "No need to hide how you really feel in front of me," he tells him quietly. The tension between them does not break, it just sits there heavy and unresolved. Neither of them says a word for a long moment. "How could you say something so harsh?" one of them finally breathes. "I still can't shake that night." Victor, a kid who genuinely never lost a fight, came home as nothing but a broken helmet. Somewhere else, a huge hooded figure reaches out over the news, choking out two words, "My disciple." Teeth gritted, fists shaking, he snarls that he should have trained the kid harder. This isn't enough, he roars, not even close. He grips his blade, grief boiling over into something far more dangerous. "I will behead that beast, Ghislaine Fenris," he bellows, already lunging forward. "Just let me at him." Elsewhere in the shadows, another voice tells his own subordinate calmly, "The time will come soon, Hutton." Behind him, an army marches under banners shaped like great dark wings. "When it does," he says, "we tear everything apart, together with my two-winged knight order. And the trigger for all of it, that will be when Ghislaine dies," he says, cold as ice. Count Desmond's stare burns through one last time. This feud is only just getting started. This sharp-eyed noblewoman's about to get some rough news. She's the one being sent straight into the dangerous Tyrian kingdom. Turns out it's a direct order from the Marquis, and honestly this drop-off point already screams trouble. The war only just ended and her own Marquis still doesn't fully trust how she performed in it, so this mission is basically her one shot to prove herself. This guy sending her off seems weirdly confident she'll pull it off though. She doesn't say a word, just that unreadable stare, already bracing for whatever's waiting out there. Side note, the deal with the Juana order went through fine, so they're holding onto Priestess Piot for safekeeping in the meantime. Turns out Leader Porisco talks a big game but folds the second monies on the table, noted and filed away. "One quick thanks, I owe you again," and he's already gone, blade drawn and moving. Before she rides off, he stops her, and whatever he's holding out catches her completely off guard. A small keepsake passed quietly from his hand to hers, no one else needs to see it. "I always hope for your happiness, my lady," he tells her, and for a second that goodbye actually feels real. Meanwhile, way out past the Shadow Mountains, welcome to the Tyrian Kingdom, the actual middle of nowhere. And of course, nowhere is peaceful. Something's already tearing through the blizzard straight at this crew. The convoy's getting jumped mid-ride, swords out before anyone can even see what's coming. Steel comes out fast as shapes come howling out of the whiteout. A horse rears hard and someone goes down screaming, "Young master, this ambush just got personal." Whatever these things are, they're fast, and they're closing in from every direction. The fight's already a blur of claws and blades, nobody's got time to talk. And there's the monster reveal, a massive, howling beast built out of nothing but teeth and bad attitude. It's not backing down, and neither is anyone in this crew. Blood's already flying, definitely not the welcome anyone was hoping for. One of their own carves straight through the pack, while the rest cover him from a distance. These beasts don't go down easy, but neither does this crew. Someone else swings in on horseback, cape snapping in the wind, clearly not new to this kind of chaos. Another rider barrels straight into the fight, full send. And this guy is actually laughing his head off mid-fight, wild way to enjoy a road trip. "Come at me, you vermin," subtle, really subtle Kaor. Meanwhile, Belinda's fighting with a weapon clenched between her teeth, because apparently that's just Tuesday out here. One clean slash and another monster's down for the count. "Hey, why'd you have to hook it in my mouth? Want me to hook it somewhere else next time?" Real professional teamwork right there. Kaor grumbles they've been fighting monsters this whole trip. This place really is exactly the lawless wilderness everyone warned them about. "You still followed us here knowing that? Can't tell if you're brave or just dumb," someone mutters, then flatly, "Get ready. We're almost there," someone finally says, like that's supposed to be comforting. Rewind a few days, back at the Fenris estate. Turns out that whole monster gauntlet was just the warm-up for this trip to the Tyrian Kingdom. Back home, chaos as usual, somebody's cackling with fangs bared while poor old Gillian looks like he's aged 10 years just watching. "Without you, my lord, I don't know what to do anymore. At this rate we need a vacation," Gillian sighs. So the old baron just dumps the whole territory on Four Eyes and tells him to keep everyone in line. They've pulled troops in close to home because nobody's totally sure what House Desmond is quietly cooking up. They've got the Desmonds boxed in for now, but cornered enemies fight the hardest, and everyone here knows it. The old baron's order is simple: if House Desmond actually attacks, don't engage, just pull back. With the home front handled, young Baron Fenris rounds up Belinda and Lucas and heads out himself. Loyal as always, they fall in line without hesitation, though someone clearly has one more thing to say before they leave. Enter Kaor, practically vibrating to tag along because the rookie is not about to sit this one out. Someone in the background is absolutely losing it over the idea, judging by that reaction. Preparations move fast once the decision's made, no time to waste before the road ahead. Somebody's locked in, dead serious about what's coming next. Of course, it's not that simple. Kaor's already picking a fight before they've even left the building. The competition isn't over yet, Kaor snaps, still salty about however things went down last time. Lucas just sweats quietly in the background, clearly used to this by now. Fenris just looks vaguely amused by the whole thing. Rookie energy apparently never changes. Belinda insists she's more than capable handling things solo, and after a beat the old baron just lets it go. One last look back before it's really happening, this trip is officially on. And just like that, Kaor's in the crew, off toward the icy peaks of the Shadow Mountains. After that whole monster gauntlet, they finally roll up to the gate. The gates creak open, no fanfare, just cold wind and whatever's waiting inside. Welcome to Fortress Ironcliff, the frontier hub buried deep in the Shadow Mountains. It's bigger than it looks from outside, basically a whole city carved right into the mountainside. And the locals are exactly as lawless as advertised, gambling right out in the open snow. Somebody up on the rooftops is watching these new arrivals a little too closely. Mother hen Belinda is still nursing a bandaged hand from that ambush earlier, and Lucas isn't thrilled about all the staring either. What the hell are they looking at? Kaor's already itching for round 2, but Fenris shuts that right down. Don't pick a fight with them. Turns out you can't just go hunting here, you've got to register at the guild building first. Paperwork, the real final boss. Fenris pulls his hood up and heads in to get it over with. Someone warns him not to lean too hard on his title here, the rules in this city don't care much for that. The whole crew heads into the guild hall together to make it official. Baron Fenris from the Luthania kingdom, he announces, here answering the Tyrian royal family's call for help. The clerk just stares back in total silence. Great start. Are you here for hunter registration? Yes, obviously. Moving on. Here's the twist though, his fancy noble title means absolutely nothing in this fortress. Slaves and nobles get treated exactly the same. Fenris isn't thrilled to hear it, but the clerk doesn't budge. The local knights barely lift a finger here, so hunters are expected to settle their own disputes. Just try not to murder anyone, the clerk adds, dry as ever. Kaor can't resist a jab about lazy slackers running this place. With that, they get their hunting permits, valid anywhere in the Shadow Mountains as long as they keep it on them. I hope you have a great time, the clerk says, in a tone that very much suggests he does not mean it. Registration done, time to actually go find some monsters. Kaor's still fuming about the clerk's attitude, grumbling that back home he'd have handled things very differently. Before they get far, 3 hunters roll up uninvited, real friendly sounding. Welcome to Ironcliff, foreign noble. Fenris turns around slow, already reading exactly what this is. Well, he says, and that one word is doing a lot of work. Straight to the point, Fenris and Kaor just tell them to get lost, they've got somewhere to be. Enter the self-proclaimed king of Ironcliff himself, the Tin Pot King, running his own little protection association on the side. His pitch, the actual knights never do anything, so the hunters police themselves, and hey, he'd just love to help these new guys settle in. Translation: pay up or things get complicated. He promises they'll never deal with unnecessary disputes again. Funny how the guy causing this dispute is the one selling the fix. Kaor's blood is already boiling at the sheer nerve of it. Fenris just calmly tells him to listen up. Fenris has his own lesson planned instead, what you actually do when you roll into a new neighborhood. Especially one this lawless. The Tin Pot King catches on fast this isn't going the way he planned. He tries one more smooth line about cooperating since they'll be seeing plenty of each other. Fenris is done negotiating. And there's the answer, delivered straight to the face. Down goes the self-proclaimed king, tribute unpaid. Turns out Fenris's negotiation style is fists first, questions later. Even Kaor looks a little impressed, and that guy is not easy to impress. The strong define justice, Fenris says. Rough town, rough rules, might as well play by them. We open in some noble's hall, guards lined up on both sides. This smug red-haired guy is about to teach the new arrival how things work around here. The redhead grins like he owns the place. You come to a new neighborhood, he sneers, fists come before talk. Our quiet blonde newcomer just clenches his fist and mutters back, the strong define justice. Uh-oh for these guys. One of the guards scoffs and calls him a fool. Buddy, you have no idea who you just picked a fight with. They remind him they offered protection under Lord Donkard, and since he refused you dug your own grave, they snarl. The whole squad leaps at him at once, weapons raised, dead set on making an example. Steel flashes through the rain, the fight is officially on. And just like that he cuts them down one after another like it's nothing. This isn't a fight, it's a formality. A hooded companion steps in and calls it off. Hey, enough with that, she says before he gets carried away. She turns to the wreckage and deadpans, asking if someone's paying for the damage. One guy mutters he thought she wasn't going to step in. Another just sighs, now I get what the captain meant. Still cocky even while bleeding, the redhead needles him, don't use your brain, just show your skill, right? Bold words for a guy about to lose. Someone in his group notices he clearly knows this city. Have you been here before? Well, yeah, he admits, playing it cool. Turns out our unassuming blonde stranger is one of the continent's 7 strongest, and he used to call this very kingdom home. These thugs picked the wrong new guy. So of course I'd know this place, he says simply, while the beaten thug can only choke out a curse. His companion walks down calm as ever, warning them they have no idea what they've just started. The bloodied thug screams that the king of this city will make them pay, while his own buddies just look at each other like, what is this guy even talking about? He doesn't even raise his voice. Pass this message to your king, he says. Yeah, that self-styled tin pot king Dongcard. If he's got a problem, tell him to come find me himself. Cut to a village under fire. Someone screams barbarians, as a hulking warrior tears through with an axe. Villagers scatter, screaming that they're back again, while a beast-eared raider roars for the harvest to begin. Not exactly a farming metaphor. The raiders are loving every second of the chaos they're causing. We're at the northern edge of Lithuania now, home turf of the Soundwind tribe, the raiders we just watched go to work. Back at camp, the warriors are cackling around the fire, laughing about some poor guy who begged for his life over just losing an arm. Charming bunch. One warrior bursts in mid-drink with something urgent. Take a look at this letter. The chieftain barely reacts. A letter? That's new. Meet Soundwind chieftain Kustu, the big guy in charge, and clearly not a fan of paperwork. He shoves the letter right back at his warrior instead of reading it himself. The warrior scans it and freezes. Whatever's written here is a big deal. Turns out Kustu can't actually read, and he is not happy about being reminded of it. He grabs the guy by the throat until he promises to fetch someone who can. The village elder unrolls the letter and reads it aloud. The north is undefended and the tribe is permitted to claim the land of Perdium. Someone out there is inviting an invasion. The whole camp goes dead silent. Claim Perdium? That's not a small ask. Excitement spreads fast. They've wanted a crack at that rich northern land for ages, and now someone's practically handing it to them. Kustu mulls it over. Somebody wants him to invade Perdium specifically. Suspicious much. He bursts out laughing, already guessing exactly what kind of scheme is behind this. Turns out it's the Lithuania kingdom pulling strings behind the scenes. Kustu doesn't even care why, as long as he gets to fight and grab land he already wanted, he's in. He gives the order, every chief, every warrior, get ready to march. War drums basically start beating. The Soundwind tribe is coming for Perdium. Meanwhile, far away in the snowy Shadow Mountains, a very different conversation is happening. A young trainee looks absolutely stunned. 100,000 of something, that's a lot to ask of anyone. Turns out it's monsters, not people. His mentor says if he really wants to get stronger, killing a mountain of them is the bare minimum. The kid grumbles that dumb monsters won't cut it, but gets a blunt reminder. Plenty of people out there are far scarier than any monster. Before he can argue further, one of his escorts points out something closing in fast. A massive owl-faced beast whips around, clearly not thrilled about visitors. It locks eyes on the group, and it does not look friendly. Meet the owl bear's top of the food chain up here, and about to get real personal. The whole pack descends on the group at once. The young trainee steps up cocky as ever, telling everyone to sit back while he handles it. He could take thousands of these, easy, he says. And immediately gets sent flying before he can finish that sentence. Rough start. The owlbear presses the advantage, fast and merciless. Someone shouts a warning from the sidelines, don't you dare look away from these things. Turns out these owl bears move in dead silence, which the trainee finds out the hard way and is understandably a little annoyed nobody mentioned that sooner. He's pinned down, barely scrambling out of the way in time. Another one swoops in before he can even catch his breath. He manages to get a slash in, but it's clearly not enough to put it down. Claw meets blade again, and again he's holding on barely. From the sidelines, his escorts watch nervously, rain pouring down on the whole standoff. One more hit sends him tumbling across the snow. He's clearly outmatched right now, and the beast knows it. It closes in for what could be the finishing blow. Snow explodes around them as the fight keeps escalating. His mentor doesn't step in to save him. You said you could handle this yourself, so do it, he says flatly. This is why I told you half-assed skills won't cut it. The trainee can't believe it, but his mentor just shrugs. If he's struggling against some birdheads, that's on him. He watches on, arms crossed, completely unbothered. Left with no backup, the kid realizes he actually has to figure this out himself. The owlbear slams into him again, snow and blood flying. The rookie panics, asking if he's actually going to die out there. His companion doesn't even blink. He's not the type to die from that. The mentor explains the real problem: owl bears are smart, and charging in blind just walks you straight into their trap. They didn't earn apex predator for nothing. But that same overconfidence is exactly what makes them vulnerable if you flip the script and hunt the hunter. He reminds the kid he's done this before. He landed a hit on Victor himself once. The lesson's already in him, he just needs to trust it. Think like the hunter, not the prey, he says. Wait for the one moment you know you can land the kill for sure. And make that instinct your own. Cue the turnaround. Something clicks, his whole expression changes. He's not scared anymore, he's hunting. He steadies his grip, waiting for his opening. And there it is. He strikes, clean and precise this time. The blow actually lands where it counts. Everyone watching goes silent, stunned at the turnaround. He presses the advantage and finishes the job. One clean final strike, and the apex predator is down. The rest of the group jumps in to mop up the remaining owl bears while he's still catching his breath. Covered in blood but standing tall, he snarls that nobody messes with him twice. His mentor allows himself a small, satisfied smile. Lesson learned. Word spreads fast in town. People can't believe just 4 hunters are practically clearing out the whole monster population by themselves. Not everyone's thrilled though. Local hunters grumble there won't be any monster materials left to sell, and rumor has it this same crew already crossed Lord Donkard's men too. One guy mutters they won't be alive much longer at this rate. Because apparently someone bigger is about to step onto the field. The trail of dead monsters behind them stretches for miles. A new, imposing figure surveys the carnage, muttering that he was willing to let the Donkard incident slide at first. But now this mystery crew is cutting into his hunting grounds too, and that he will not let slide. He rises to his full, intimidating height, gearing up for war. Get ready, hunters, he growls to whoever's listening. Deep in monster territory, the crew's just finished flattening an entire pack. Just another day at the office for these guys. Their red-haired captain barks at the squad to finish scavenging before more monsters show up, and don't you dare leave a single scrap behind. One of his men teases him to ease up on the squad before he gets a knife in the back. The captain just shrugs. Let them try. Privately, the captain can't be bothered playing nice with tough guys who worship some barbarian king named Donkard or Donkatsu, whatever his name is. None of the local tough guys who have been mouthing off actually dared to make a move. Turns out big talk gets real quiet when it counts. Off to the side, the quiet blonde young master just watches the banter, lost in his own thoughts. He and the captain start plotting what to do with the mountain of monster loot piling up. Sell it off to Cardinia and Yoji instead. The dwarves there would kill for materials Lathania doesn't even have. Then the mood snaps and emergency letters arrived from Perdium, and the young master needs to read it now. His face drains as he reads it. Father. Perdium, his own home, is under attack. Cut to the fortress itself. Arrows rain down as a wave of barbarians crashes against the walls. Half-naked raiders charge the ramparts while defenders scream the order to fire. The defenders refuse to let barbarian feet touch their land, ordering everyone to hold the walls. Barbarian riders roar forward. The stronghold is right in their sights. A wild-eyed enemy commander screams for his men to drag the defenders down. The battlefield explodes into full chaos as both sides collide. Back home, panicked soldiers want to send for reinforcements from the young master immediately. But Ghislaine Perdium refuses outright. This isn't his son's fight, it's his own. The Wolf of the North just smirks, utterly unbothered by a horde most lords would be begging for help against. We don't need reinforcements, he says flatly, standing alone against the frozen wastes. Meanwhile, far away, the young master gets the full picture. 6 barbarian tribes have united to hit Perdium's northern fortress. He realizes barbarian raids are nothing new, but an alliance like this never happened, not even in his previous life. And his father already sent half the army ahead to Perdium. If 6 tribes truly banded together, it's not impossible, but something still doesn't add up. Something feels off, he mutters, staring into the distance. His crew gathers around him. What's the plan? The captain just grins. He was only just getting warmed up anyway. The young master's eyes narrow. Run, he orders. The 4 of them take off together across the snow. They crash straight into a barbarian ambush, weapons already swinging. Blades and claws flash through the blizzard. The crew drops down on a cluster of hooded raiders. The young master's blade locks against a massive weapon mid-swing. A brutal strike comes down, forcing a desperate block. He throws himself in to shield an ally from the blow. The fight turns bloody fast, barbarians dropping one after another. Then the ground itself gives way, someone scrambles for a handhold as the mountain starts to slide. Snow explodes outward in a roaring wall of white. An avalanche thunders down straight toward the group. The crew freezes in shock, this was not part of the plan. Young master, someone shouts as he steps forward, power surging around him. A burst of icy energy tears through the air. An avalanche, Belinda and the captain can only stare in disbelief. The young master stands firm, cloak whipping in the wind, bracing to take the hit for everyone. "Everyone, get behind me," he yells and slams the avalanche back with a wave of his own power. When the snow clears, a scarred barbarian brute turns to face them. "So you came fully prepared, huh?" he sneers. "Who the hell are you?" he demands, sizing up the 4 intruders standing out of the wreckage. A tense silence hangs in the air between them. "That was your chance to walk away," he growls. "Too bad you blew it." He turns his back on them, completely unbothered. "I don't need to explain why I came in person, do I?" the young master shoots back. He needles further. "I told your lackey to come find me himself, didn't think you'd actually show up, you're not even a dog. So you're the idiot playing king, huh? And aren't you supposed to avoid killing people under the rules out here, or does wearing a crown put you above them?" The brute just shrugs. "Wouldn't be strange if 1 or 2 people got eaten by monsters out here, would it?" The threat lands cold. The captain and Belinda go stone silent. Another rough voice barks out, "So who's the leader here?" "Captain," someone calls out, and every eye turns to the redhead. They size him up. "It's this guy," one of them says. Word spreads fast, "The one who will become the next king of Ironcliff, it's this guy right here." The captain just grunts, "Heemp." Someone teases him, "Weren't you supposed to be the one?" "Unfortunately," he says, "something came up." Tension coils behind him as he squares up for what's coming. Steel flashes as the fight finally kicks off. "I'll crush this guy right here," the captain declares. "Let's go, Lucas, Belinda," he calls, waving the rest of the group forward. "Go on ahead and handle things, Captain," the young master says. "Well, don't die," he adds. Elsewhere, Lucas gets ambushed by a pair of hooded raiders mid-retreat. A heavy hammer swings down at him. "How dare these bastards," someone snarls as blood sprays. Lucas is hit. Belinda snaps into motion. "Don't look away," she yells, throwing herself into the fight. The captain steps between them and Dongcard himself. "Your opponent is me," he says flatly. Blades collide in a blur of steel. The captain's eyes burn with total focus. Another brutal exchange rings out across the snow. A hammer blow connects and blood sprays across the ice. He presses the attack without letting up. A clean slash draws blood. He ducks low and counters hard. Bloodied and gritting his teeth, he's still standing. Dongcard staggers under a solid hit. They trade one last brutal exchange. Dongcard fights back hard, forcing him on the defensive. The captain spins through with a finishing flurry, sending Dongcard flying. Bloodied, Dongcard grins up at him. "Heh heh, redhead, you fight pretty well for someone all alone. How about working under me?" he offers. "I'll treat you well." "The 2 of us would make a great team," he presses, weapon raised. He grins wide, waiting for an answer that's clearly never coming. The captain doesn't even bother dignifying it with words, he just moves in for the finish. Deep in a frozen wasteland, a fight that's about to decide everything kicks off between a lone swordsman and a towering brute in furs. Meet Victor, the one they call the undefeated boy. Right now though, undefeated is not the word that comes to mind. His opponent's a mountain of a man swinging a slab of solid ice around like it weighs nothing. Victor barely clears the spot where that ice slammed down a second ago. The brute keeps coming, relentless, forcing him onto the back foot. Victor lands a counter slash, but it barely seems to register. A crushing blow sends him skidding clean across the snow. "Ugh, he moves fast for a fatso, doesn't he?" Victor grumbles. "And he's not leaving a single opening, even holding that ridiculous pillar." But the joke doesn't last long. "If I get hit even once, I'll pass out," he thinks. "How am I supposed to win if my counters don't even work?" The giant looms over him again, giving him no room to breathe. Another explosive blow sends Victor flying. He's cut wide open, blood spraying across the white snow. The tree, Victor realizes in horror, he already knew I'd dodge that way. He's airborne and defenseless, and the towering brute is already closing in to finish it. Cold and pain blur together now, he can barely tell which one hurts worse. I've faced guys like you as many times as the monsters I've hunted, the brute sneers. It's not always a good thing to get famous. They always think they're some kind of top dog, he adds, unimpressed. Another bone-rattling hit lands square on. Blood streaks down Victor's face, but there's still fire behind his eyes. The brute crushes his sword hand in a grip like a vice, twisting hard. He raises his massive weapon, ready to end this for good. Victor gets slammed straight into a tree, the impact shaking the whole forest. I haven't had anyone challenge my position in so long I forgot how to hold back, he admits. Guess fame isn't always a good thing. Everyone backs down before they even try. Tusk, I noticed you got scared somewhere along the way and just started dodging, so I figured I'd finish this quick since it stopped being fun. I almost feel bad for the blonde guy who put his faith in you, he adds, twisting the knife. Boring, he mutters, turning his back and walking off like it's already over. Hey shithead, Victor calls out, forcing himself back up. Who said I got scared? He snaps, blade still in hand and nowhere near done. Even the self-proclaimed king of Ironcliff, or as some prefer, the Tin Pot King, can't hide his surprise. How about thinking it over? Work under me, he offers, business suddenly on his mind mid-duel. It's not too late, pride doesn't put food on the table, does it? Better to live as a satisfied pig than a hungry wolf, don't you think, he finishes. Victor just glares back through the blood, unmoved. His fist clenches white-knuckled, he's done listening. One of us is going to die today, Victor growls, raising his blade, and it's not going to be me. Fury and pain fuse into one look on his bloodied face. Fool, the brute scoffs and lunges. You won't even get the chance to regret this, he snarls as their attacks collide in a blinding flash. Victor's breathing hard now, barely holding together. It feels like every bone in me is shattered, he thinks. I always forget what he taught me the second it actually matters. I got scared just like that pig said, and because of it I couldn't land a single real hit. His hand clenches tight around the hilt. Fear, so this is what fear feels like, he realizes. He steadies himself, blade catching the light, pulling every last bit of resolve together. When the hell did I get scared, huh, he mutters, as a memory drags him somewhere else entirely. His old captain's voice from way back when, you were scared of losing your rank to Lucas. You underestimated him going in, and when he turned out tougher than you thought, fear got the better of you. How's anyone supposed to win a fight while they're scared? Younger Victor, caught completely off guard, a blade already at his throat. His captain lunges without a shred of warning. Swords clash in a blur neither of them saw coming. What the hell, Cap? Victor yells, completely blindsided. The attack keeps coming, faster than he can process. Somehow he turns it around, his own blade now at his captain's throat. For a second, neither of them moves. That's only natural, humans dodge on instinct, his captain says, unfazed. But once you start thinking you're at a disadvantage, you get too focused on just getting out of the way. But Victor grips his sword tighter, not sure how to answer that. That's exactly what you need to get past if you want to become who you're trying to be, the words echo back in the present, blood still on his forehead. Fear, the word finally makes sense. Back in the present, Victor faces the giant again, and something in him has shifted. He plants his feet and raises his blade, no more flinching. The brute's cloak billows out like some monstrous shadow. Death is something to avoid at all costs, his captain once told him, but it's also the greatest teacher there is. Blood sprays as the fight explodes back into motion. The massive weapon comes crashing down again, but this time it doesn't land clean. Victor meets it head-on, no hesitation left in him. They collide again, faster and harder than before. The clash intensifies, and neither one is backing down now. A massive burst of force rips clean through the snow. Victor launches into a full power slash. The giant staggers, blood on his side. A second time, he chokes out, stunned. This isn't a coincidence, he realizes, alarm creeping into his voice. This red head. He's getting stronger as we fight. The king can't believe what he's seeing. I am the king of Ironcliff, I will not lose to some brat. Careful there, Tin Pot King, pride's about to cost you. You little, he roars, throwing everything he's got left into one final swing. The impact rocks them both to the core. "What the hell have you done?" he shouts, genuinely rattled now. A dark, twisted energy rises off Victor like jagged black branches. The shadow thickens, swallowing what little light is left. It churns violently around them both, feeding the fight. They clash one final time, right in the heart of the storm. Victor's reply is almost calm, nothing special. Blood on his face, but his eyes are steady now. "I'm just not afraid anymore." All the self-styled king can manage is "I impossible," as he finally goes down. The king of Ironcliff hits the snow, beaten fair and square. The storm finally settles over the silent mountains. With the fight over, the frozen range stretches out, calm again. Elsewhere, a pack of riders pushes hard through the snow. "Officer, over there," one of them calls out, spotting movement below. "Looks like they've started moving." "Yeah, hey, that's definitely Baron Fenris and his men. One of them's missing, but that should be fine." "Send word to Count Desmond," the masked leader orders. "Tell him Baron Fenris is moving exactly according to plan." The horses push on through the storm, carrying the message onward. This is the Perdium northern fortress, and right now it's under siege. Wave after wave of barbarian raiders throw themselves at the walls, ladders slamming into the stone. Perdium's soldiers meet them blade to axe, and the fighting turns brutal fast. A Perdium officer roars for his men to hold the line, snarling that these raiders are nothing but farmers with axes. A barbarian gasps that these guys never seem to tire. Right before his own leader orders a retreat, they've been thrown back again and again. One grinning barbarian is loving this. A couple more waves, he figures, and Perdium's defenders finally crack, just like their mystery tipster promised. The order comes down to rotate troops. Rest up because the next wave is already lining up. The barbarians grumble about being pulled back so soon. One of them's actually annoyed he didn't get to finish having his fun. Inside the fortress, an officer realizes this isn't random raiding. These barbarians are rotating troops like a real army, and an intertribal alliance alone is bizarre. Someone's clearly pulling the strings behind all this, a grim voice mutters. "Enough defending." When the barbarians attack again, he orders the gates thrown wide open. He's taking the chieftain's heads himself. He stands there soaked in someone else's blood, dead calm about the bloodbath he's about to start. A soldier suddenly goes stiff and grabs the man next to him. Something's moving out there. He points frantically at the horizon, and alarm spreads fast through the ranks. From the wall, the commander turns to see for himself. Figures are wading out of the river in the distance. A second force closing in from behind. He recognizes that formation instantly, and his face says it's trouble. He calls out to Lucas because that's exactly what it is, a whole group of barbarians sneaking up out of the water. So the rumors were true, all 6 tribes really have banded together. He turns straight to Belinda for the next move. The order goes out, split into units, flank both sides and box this ambush force in for good. Every eye behind that helmet narrows, ready to strike. With a roar, the counter-ambush surges forward through the rain. The barbarians panic. Wait, are these Perdium troops too? How did anyone get behind them? One barbarian just laughs it off. Who cares? He's been itching for a real fight, and this is finally it. Kill them too. Today's a festival of blood. Comes the gleeful order, and the riders charge in. Perdium's cavalry smashes straight into their ranks. The fighting turns into a blur of steel and rain. A Perdium swordsman cuts through the barbarian line like he's done this 100 times. Shields splinter and blood sprays. Nobody's holding this line for long. Another barbarian goes down under a well-placed strike. Weapons crash together in the chaos. One barbarian's eyes go wide with pure terror as the blade comes down. Perdium's warriors leap from body to body, never slowing down. A mounted knight tears clean through the barbarian formation. One more barbarian falls, and the tide is turning fast. The bodies keep piling up, and it is not looking good for the barbarians anymore. A barbarian soldier stares in disbelief. He never expected Perdium to field fighters this strong. Someone screams to knock him off his horse, stop him, whatever it takes. But it's too late. Run is all anyone can manage now. A hulking barbarian charges in on horseback, roaring, mace raised high. Their chieftain, Custu himself, explodes with rage at his own men. "What are you doing?" Kustu can't believe it. Are the mighty warriors of Soundwind really running scared from one man? His own men warn him it's worse than he thinks. The line's collapsing, they're getting pushed back hard. Warriors are coming at them from both flanks now, and behind them the fortress gates have opened. The Northern Wolf himself is leading the charge. Kustu can't believe it. The Northern Wolf never opens those gates, but he grits his teeth. They still outnumber him. Warriors keep fighting. Kustu bellows, trying to hold his army together. Then the whispers start. A demon. Covered head to toe in blood, just like the old legends describe. The story goes back to the day the monster forest burned to the ground. Rumors spread of a demon soaked in blood, one that stole the souls of everyone it touched. Fire and smoke swallow the memory whole. Something is stirring in that inferno. And now it has a name, the Blood-Red Demon. Kustu's bravado cracks, even he is sweating now. He forces a grin through the fear, spitting out the name like a challenge, the Blood-Red Demon. The hooded figure just laughs, thrilled. Who knew the North was hiding a monster this powerful? Kustu charges in, announcing himself, the great warrior of the North. He swears he'll take the demon's head. The demon's only reply is one flat word: disgusting. Claws rip through in a spray of blood. Kustu's mount goes down, and the chaos around him only gets worse. The demon taunts him coldly. How long has he been gnawing at these lands with his primitive little warrior games? Steel meets steel as the two finally clash head-on. Kustu staggers, already losing ground. Blood sprays as he's thrown off balance. They trade blows in midair, neither one backing down. A brutal hit sends Kustu reeling. He crashes down hard, the wind knocked clean out of him. Furious, Kustu spits blood and curses him for not fighting fair, swearing he'll slit that demon's throat himself. The demon answers with another vicious strike. Kustu is hurled backward, blood trailing through the air. Standing over him, the demon delivers his verdict. From this day on, a new legend spreads among the barbarians. The Northern Wolf reaps the life of every warrior who dares cross him. Kustu lets out one last roar as the wound finishes him. The battlefield goes eerily quiet around the fallen chieftain. A surviving barbarian can barely choke out the words, "a wolf," tears streaming down his face. Their chieftain hits the ground, and just like that the fight is over. Word spreads fast, the chieftain is dead. The order comes down to finish off what's left. Make sure, he orders, that no barbarian ever dares attack Perdium again. The mop-up is quick and merciless. By the time the smoke clears, the field belongs to Perdium. With the battle won, a familiar face rides up. "It's been a long time," he says. Armor clinks as reinforcements finally roll in. A young blonde lord dismounts, apologizing for showing up late to his own rescue mission. A soldier practically tackles him with relief. "Amazing, young master. No, Baron Fenris, you saved us." But the celebration doesn't last. How exactly did Baron Fenris know to show up with an entire army? Fenris explains. A letter arrived bearing Perdium's own seal, warning that his father was under barbarian attack, so he mobilized troops immediately. That's the problem. Ghislaine never sent for help. He turns, holding up the letter. "Was it you who sent this?" His brother goes pale under the accusation. It wasn't me, brother," he insists. Fenris's easy smile is gone. Something is very wrong here. Back home, Fenris pulls his own father aside, dead serious. "Father, listen carefully. We've been set up," he says flatly. Whatever's coming next is bigger than one barbarian raid, and his face says he already knows it. 2 flashpoints on the map right off the bat, Perdium and just east of it, Fenris. Keep these 2 names in your head, they matter a lot tonight. Fenris sits right on the border with Stonehaven Fortress and Count Desmond's land. That red beam on the map isn't decoration, that's trouble incoming. Deep in the woods, the Royal Army's 2nd Corps is dug in at a garrison, supposedly guarding the border. Their real war right now, card games. One soldier just lost his whole weekly paycheck on a bad hand, and he is not okay about it. The men are openly grumbling about the deployment, missing home, wondering out loud when they finally get sent back. Meet Commander Doran, already nicknamed Card Sharp by his men for obvious reasons. Word is they're camped here purely to stop Count Desmond from trying anything against Fenris. Doran isn't worried, 0 movement from Desmond's side, and surely the Count wouldn't be dumb enough to strike with the whole Royal Army watching. famous last words. That man wouldn't be so reckless, Doran says. Attacking us means declaring war on the entire kingdom. Reader, you already know exactly where this is going. Night falls over the garrison, and out past the tree line, an army starts moving through the dark. A soldier comes sprinting in, screaming, "Corps commander, we have trouble." Count Desmond's army is charging this way, and just like that, the he'd never be so reckless theory dies on the spot. Leading the charge, a commander comes tearing in on horseback like an absolute nightmare given form. The cavalry slams into the garrison's lines at full speed. No warning, no mercy. Blades flash through the darkness. A night ambush, someone screams, and by then it's already too late. Doran scrambles to hold the line, form up on the front, spearmen forward stop them with the phalanx. The spearmen brace as the charge bears down on them, prepare for impact. The formation shatters, fences splinter, blood sprays, and an enemy blade wreathed in dark light cuts clean through the defense. This isn't even a fight anymore, it's a slaughter. One enemy fighter alone is tearing through the royal soldiers like paper. From above, the whole battlefield looks like pure chaos. Torches, rain, bodies, no order left at all. Damn it, we can't last any longer. Corps commander, we cannot hold the formation. Doran can't believe it. The kingdom's elite soldiers broken this fast. He gives the only order left, retreat, fall back to Fenris Castle. Send a messenger to Cardinia, Doran shouts, desperate to get word out before it's too late. Then another explosion rocks the camp. Doran's blood runs cold. The Desmond's cavalry came from the backside too. A rider cloaked in dark energy cuts down the soldiers trying to flee. Oh, our escape route has been cut off. It clicks all at once. The enemy baited them into holding the front while cavalry looped around to seal every exit. He completely got us. By dawn, all that's left is smoke, wreckage, and a lone figure walking away from the ruins. Say hello to Harold Desmond, the man who just erased an entire royal corps in a single night without breaking a sweat. And he is loving every second of it. That is not the face of a man with regrets. Somewhere else, word of the massacre lands like a bomb. You must be out of your mind, Harold Desmond. Fenris territory, the next name on Harold Desmond's list. They have no idea what's coming for them yet. Baron Fenris gets the report and can't process it. Count Desmond wiped out the entire Second Corps of the Royal Army in one night. Worse, Desmond isn't stopping there. His army is already advancing straight toward Fenris territory. War again, the whole court reels, nobody ready for round 2 this soon. Orders come down fast. Destroy anything useful, move every soldier and every scrap of supply back to Fenris Castle before Desmond arrives. Elsewhere at another outpost loyal to Ghislaine, panic sets in fast. Out of here, this place is done for, one old advisor shouts. The room goes quiet. Everyone's waiting on one person for the final call. You fools, the strongest lord in the north is coming to kill us all and you're just standing there? Get the mages on it now. Come on, get moving, the old spearman barks. A junior mage stammers yes, but someone else flatly answers no. It's the young mage holding her ground. I'll stop them somehow, she says, dead serious. The room jolts as a burst of magic crackles through the air. She's already testing her limits. Don't say something so stupid, the old spearman snaps. If you stay here, you are guaranteed to die. She just looks at him. If we leave, doesn't the enemy just get to keep everything we built here? Nobody's saying we abandon it, someone argues. Survive first. Our Lord will absolutely take this place back later. We've pulled off impossible things before, we can hold on now too. The dwarves are furious at the thought of losing the smithy they poured everything into and the order this whole outpost fought to build. Nobody wants to just hand it over. That's when Lady Vanessa steps up and makes it official, so I swear to protect it at all costs. One of the younger staff just stares at her in stunned silence, taking in what she just committed them all to. A man pulls Vanessa aside. Lady Vanessa, if you're really staying, you need to hear this first. The numbers alone are terrifying. Desmond's army is 30,000 strong with 8 siege towers and 12 catapults rolling in. And it gets worse. Count Desmond's personal mage is a 6th circle caster. With half their own troops already sent to reinforce Perdium, they won't survive 3 days once the siege starts. One massive knight just sits with it, absorbing the odds stacked against them. Someone tries to speak up, boo, but he cuts them off with one line: "The Lord's command is absolute." The order stands: everyone evacuate with the supplies. Not everyone here is ready to just walk away, though. One grizzled old warrior sets his jaw. He's not going anywhere. There's still a play here. Hold Stonehaven Fortress, the gateway into Cabaldi territory, and they can slow Desmond's whole advance. Count Cabaldi was always wary of Desmond even before he passed, the old warrior says, and our lord will absolutely come. Until then, he says, flexing an armored fist, I'll buy him the time he needs, and forge some good equipment while I'm at it. The dwarven smiths get the message loud and clear: no time for slacking now. Then a knight steps forward unprompted. I'll stay too. The room reacts in disbelief. Go Gordon. Gordon isn't backing down. I'd rather fight and die here than have him call me a coward for the rest of my life. What would Captain Kaor, the rookie himself, even say if we ran off like losers? One by one, the whole room jumps in. Stay too. We've come too far to give up now. Come at us. One old bespectacled staffer looks absolutely devastated. This was literally my chance to finally get out of here. I can't opt out at this rate. Vanessa can barely hold it together, moved by everyone's resolve. Everyone. Meanwhile, on his own throne, Ghislaine Perdium sits with the weight of it all pressing down on him. One of his knights, Gillian, kneels before him. My lord, you pulled off what everyone said was impossible. And I know this base matters. It's what lets us face even bigger threats down the line. I will protect it no matter what, Gillian vows. Ghislaine simply answers, Gillian, Vanessa. And everyone else, he continues. This is a man who commands 30,000 troops and just erased an entire royal corps in an instant. That's the scale of what they're up against. Ghislaine lays it out grimly. Desmond sowed chaos through their intelligence network, scattered Fenris's forces, and launched the attack the moment Ghislaine himself was pinned down elsewhere. I had even considered the possibility that Desmond might act on his own, but Ghislaine's expression hardens into something far past patience. Rewind a bit to when this all started. Someone bursts in, warning Ghislaine that Desmond's army is on the move. You shouldn't be here right now, Ghislaine. Go back to your territory. Before he can even process it, more bad news lands. Lord, there's a problem. The follow-up units of the barbarians are advancing this way again. 2 crises same night. Great. That's an all-out attack, someone mutters. I thought they'd stop after last time. Not even Father could hold back that many barbarians alone. Ghislaine weighs it fast. If he leaves now to deal with Desmond, the barbarians overrun Perdium behind his back. He grits his teeth, piecing it together in real time. This is your strategy, Desmond. You've staked everything on this war, he realizes. Desmond isn't holding anything back. The name lands like a verdict: Harold Desmond. Spear in hand, Ghislaine snaps into action. What are you waiting for? His father steps in, the legendary Northern Wolf himself. Fending off the barbarians and protecting the people of Perdium is my job, not yours. Father, Ghislaine starts worried. His father cuts him off, firm but proud. You're a lord now. Someone else adds the final push. The people you must protect are waiting for you. Ghislaine's resolve locks into place. It's time to go. His father rallies the archers holding the line. All soldiers prepare to fire. If we can't stop them here, our homeland gets invaded. Arrows fly as the Northern Wolf grins into the chaos. Damn barbarians, let's see who wins. Then to his son, go, Ghislaine. Father and son turn away from each other, each heading into a separate battle. Father, Ghislaine murmurs one last time. As you said, he tells himself, steadying his resolve. They are people whom I must protect, but, he thinks, torn between 2 fronts he can't be in at once. He rides out, cloak snapping behind him, choosing to trust his father with home while he races to save Fenris. They're also the ones I trust the most, he tells himself and doesn't look back. Cut to now, Ghislaine's blade ignites with power as he crashes into the battlefield. Harold Desmond left behind. Beside him, one of his own makes the same vow. We will clear this place as quickly as possible and return to our territory by the end of the day. Ghislaine finishes the thought himself, eyes burning. Count Desmond will die in this war. At Fortress Stonehaven, the defenders are scrambling, hauling stone and supplies while the commander barks at everyone to hurry up. Arrows, stones, more arrows. The whole fortress is turning into one giant assembly line as soldiers race the clock. Their white-haired commander, Gillian, roars for everyone to gather now that they are finally prepped. Up on the ramparts, someone calls out to Gillian things are about to get serious. A hulking knight suits up in some seriously beefy armor, ready for whatever's coming. Turns out that armor is dwarf-made arrow-proof and light enough soldiers can actually move in it. Somebody's about to be very disappointed. Gillian turns to Galveric, the dwarf leading his people's forge work, and asks if he's really sure about sticking around. Galveric admits the nobles fighting over him and his kin means they at least won't be killed outright. Small comfort when you're basically still a slave. Gillian mutters that betting his life on 10 years of promised freedom beats the alternative, but what's the point if their lord doesn't even make it that long? The dwarf's jaw tightens. He's heard enough hard truths for one day. Gillian just stares out at the horizon, weighing it all in silence. From atop the wall, Gillian shouts down, "Is everyone here?" The soldiers snap to attention. "Yes, sir." Their support is thin, just one priestess, the calm and quietly unsettling Piot. 100 knights, 10 mages, that's the entire garrison standing between the enemy and the fortress. Gillian plants himself at the wall's edge, twin swords raised, as the sky fills with incoming fire. The first volley screams down. A wall of arrows blackens the sky, raining straight for the fortress. And then the real gut punch. They're facing 30,000 troops. 30,000. Leading the charge, an enemy commander rides forward on an armored warhorse, cold and confident. Blades flash along the battlements as the defenders brace for impact. One knight is already knocked clean off the wall, tumbling down into the chaos. A third-fold difference. Someone stammers in horror while Piot just giggles. How terrifying, like she's watching a puppet show. Panic ripples through the ranks. Someone begs to run, but it's already too late to bail. Gillian is asked point-blank, "Are you afraid?" He doesn't flinch. Their job isn't to win outright, just to buy time until their lord arrives. If the enemy breaks through here, the whole territory falls in an instant. This is their workplace, their families, everything they've got is riding on this wall holding. The homes they worked so hard for, built on the new lives and dreams their lord gave them, that's what they're fighting to protect. Gillian says the same goes for him, and then something changes in his hands. Claws, fur, a monstrous wolf-like presence surges up. Gillian's not just a swordsman, apparently. This time it's their turn to protect his dream, someone vows. Elsewhere, a grim, eye-patched fighter and his spearmen size up the coming storm. A young woman clutches her necklace, terror written across her face as the siege closes in. On the enemy side, a sharp-eyed, blue-haired commander studies the fortress from horseback. He calls out a single name, Willow. A mage steps forward, bowing, "Yes, my lord." This is Willow, Count Desmond's personal mage and a Sixth Circle master. Desmond wants to know if they found the runestone trap that took down Degard before. Willow reports no trace of runestone energy anywhere. It was a surprise attack, so the defenders had no time to set one up. "Good," Desmond says. Desmond raises his sword and gives the order, "Fire." Fire, the order echoes down the line. Trebuchets unload, crews working like clockwork. Flaming boulders slam into the defenders lined up on the wall. Gillian knocks one strike aside with sheer swordwork, the impact rattling the whole wall. The wall takes a hit, damage racking up fast. Desmond doesn't wait around. He orders the entire army to charge. "Gillian, they're coming," someone shouts the warning. Crews scramble to push the damaged supply bags aside and get archers into position. Arrows rain down again, hammering the battlements. The full siege army closes in on the towers, shields up, everyone. Weirdly, the wall barely has a scratch on it. 12 catapults fired at once and it's basically fine. Desmond and Willow clock it immediately. The defenders' reaction was too fast. Word is they've got dwarven slaves reinforcing that wall. Gillian doesn't wait to find out how tough the enemy is. He slams his blade down, spikes tearing up through the ranks below. More knights get caught in the spike storm, armor crumpling like tin. Bodies drop, even Desmond can't ignore that. Desmond stunned his soldiers' arrows just bounced off that armor completely. One of his officers demands to know what those dwarves built and orders the archers to keep firing anyway, for all the good it'll do. Another wave of arrows rains down, deflecting harmlessly off the reinforced steel. Desmond's expression hardens. Rain fire upon them, he orders. Willow steps up, a magic circle blazing to life beneath her. Someone yells for Gillian's attention, something's very wrong overhead. The sky is ominous, and it's not wrong, the clouds are turning an ugly shade of purple. A massive magical vortex churns above the fortress, swallowing the sky whole. Gillian's eyes go wide. This is a whole different level of threat. Magic, someone gasps while another soldier just mutters a desperate prayer. Willow floats above the storm she's conjured, completely in control. She warns them to look up. A rain that will burn everything is about to fall. The vortex twists tighter, darker. Fireballs crash down onto the siege equipment and the wall alike. Damn it, someone chokes out. Gillian orders everyone to hold their positions and stay calm, then his own composure cracks for a second. An older knight steadies the ranks. There's nothing to worry about, he insists. Because, as it turns out, they've got magic. 2 blue light flares to life over the fortress. A striking dark-haired mage steps forward, staff in hand. She channels the spell, wind gathering around her blade. Wind curtain, a shield of pure wind, rises to meet Willow's firestorm head-on. The magic barrier holds, humming with power. The firestorm shatters against it, deflected completely. Desmond's smug composure slips. He was not expecting that. A shimmering magical shield now wraps the whole fortress, towers glowing under its light. The older knight can't hide his relief. Somebody just saved them all. Desmond narrows his eyes, recognition flickering across his face. One of his soldiers realizes exactly who they're dealing with, the mage who wiped out the Guard's entire army. There she stands, Alina, the fortress's secret weapon, calm as anything. Behind her, an old mage named Alfoy wheezes that he's stuck being her human battery again. Alina tells him not to lose focus. They need to be ready for the next hit. Back on the enemy side, an officer asks Desmond for his next order. Desmond just stands there, silent, turning something over in his mind. So far, he's countered every siege trick they've thrown: reinforced walls, arrow-proof armor, all dwarven craftsmanship. Desmond thinks it over, even split off from the main force, and without Ghislaine Perdium anywhere nearby, the Fenris side isn't showing a shred of weakness. This war's being pushed forward with zero regard for the Duke's orders or the Royalist alliance. He admits to himself he hasn't been this rattled in a long time. That's not like him at all. But he calls it a stroke of luck. If he hadn't struck now, he'd never get the chance to bring down Ghislaine Perdium. An officer named Hurton sighs with relief. Desmond cuts him off. No more testing the waters with half measures. You mean, Hurton asks. Desmond's answer is blunt: advance the entire army. His expression turns absolutely merciless. A commander at the head of a massive army raises his sword and screams the order to charge a besieged fortress. All soldiers advance, he roars. Today this fortress falls. From above you can see just how outnumbered the defenders really are. It's a sea of troops rolling toward the walls. Catapult fire slams into the fortress, smoke and debris exploding off the towers. Keep firing, the defenders shout, desperate to slow the advance any way they can. Spears and arrows rain down in sheets, but the enemy just keeps coming. Wait, those catapult shots are on fire. One soldier panics and asks if their dwarf-forged armor can even block that, bold to bring that up mid-battle. A defender cuts straight through the fireball and crashes down into the attackers below. He shatters an explosive strike with a single swing, roaring right through the blast. Behind the lines, terrified civilians finally breathe. We're saved, someone chokes out. But the soldiers know better. The siege towers have already crept in way too close. Then their commander steps up, the white-maned lion knight himself, Baron Fenris. Do not be afraid, he bellows. Trust each other and hold your ground, he orders. Fenris knight, order to your positions. One of his knights grips a polearm tight, bracing for close combat. Fenris himself charges forward, crackling with raw battle energy. Our first strike has to overwhelm them completely, he growls. No half measures. And then he's just gone, a blur of white hair tearing straight into the enemy ranks. Soldier after soldier goes down. This isn't a fight anymore, it's a one-man storm. His claws and blade move faster than the enemy can even track. A soldier gets launched clean off the wall by the sheer force of the blow. His weapon spins and smashes straight through a siege tower's frame. Soldiers below scream in confusion, what the hell is happening up there? More of them fall, blood and chaos spreading across the wall. Fenris stands there afterward, radiating raw power, like the carnage barely cost him anything. Blood drips slowly off his blade. The message is pretty clear at this point. Watching it all from the field, the enemy's commander clenches his jaw in fury. His hooded officers exchange nervous glances. Nobody expected this much resistance. Kill them all, he snarls. Don't let a single one of them set foot on our walls. The white-maned lion, he mutters. His knights are way stronger than expected. This'll take a while with average troops. So he calls in the real muscle, the two-winged knight order. Get off your horses and join the infantry, he orders. Climb those siege towers and throw their knights right off the top. Yes, my lord, comes the answer. Then the commander singles someone out by name, Hurton. That white-maned lion is really starting to get on my nerves, the commander mutters through the rain. The fighting on the tower rages on, sparks flying with every clash. You may kill him, the commander finally says, eyes cold as ice. That's Hurton's cue. He rides straight for the fortress, blade already raised. Somewhere on the wall, Fenris's hair whips in the wind. He can feel someone dangerous closing in. I've been waiting for that order, Hurton grins, charging in without hesitation. Miles away in the capital, Count Faud, spokesman for the ducal house of Delphine, steps into court looking way too nervous for his own good. The room goes quiet as Marquis Branford turns to face him. The Marquis sits in grim silence, hands folded, letting the tension build. What's the real pretext for this war? He demands flatly. Faud blinks, playing dumb. What do you mean? The Marquis lays it out cold. Count Desmond wiped out his entire Second Legion, then attacked Baron Fenris, a man who just joined their royalist side. There is no honest pretext for this war, he says, none at all. Faud insists the Duke had nothing to do with it. Desmond's supposed to be neutral, he says, backpedaling fast. Is this what your Duke wanted? The Marquis roars. Faud sweats through his collar, insisting it's all a misunderstanding. You'd better choose your next words very carefully, the Marquis warns. Faud wipes his brow. He didn't expect the anger to come this fast or this openly. Alone for a second, he curses under his breath. Viscount Raoul, of all people, dumped this thankless job on him. Rough day to be the messenger. Please, everyone calm down, Faud begs the room. Count Desmond acted alone. The ducal house had nothing to do with this. He swears his faction will stay completely out of it. So you'll just look the other way while your own ally gets slaughtered, the Marquis presses. Convenient. Faud deflects, pointing out they stayed neutral during Count Cabaldi's affairs too. Same rules should apply now, he argues. You're just stalling, the Marquis snaps. Fenris's downfall is already a done deal to you, isn't it? He spells out the trap. Charge in and bleed the royal army dry, or hold back and let the Duke swallow Fenris's lands whole. No, this is a misunderstanding, Faud shouts back. That's the last straw. Throw that man in prison, the Marquis orders, and arrest every ducal faction noble in the capital. If Baron Fenris falls, he warns, I will personally send Duke Delphine every one of their heads. Faud goes pale. What? Sweat pours down his face as the guards move in on him. What's the meaning of this? He screams, invoking his diplomat's safety right as the knights drag him off anyway. With Faud hauled away, the War Council gets down to business. Which ducal territory is the weakest? The Harrington and Colland baronies in the north, someone answers, those we could take fastest. Good, the Marquis says, the moment Fenris falls, seize both of them. Send the nearest royal army units north to reinforce Count Fenris immediately, he orders. As for Desmond, I'll raise my own force and deal with him myself. Back on the wall, a defender goes down hard in the breach. Blades lock in brutal close combat along the ramparts. It's the two-winged knight order, someone shouts. They've breached the wall. One stout knight just laughs it off. Come at me, he bellows, I'll flatten your heads even further than they already are. Gordon, someone yells, as the fighting gets even more desperate. Gordon trades blows with an enemy knight, energy sparking off every clash. Their swords lock again and again, neither one backing down. Gordon grunts, caught off guard by the force of the blow. Fenris steps in just in time. You almost lost your head there, Gordon. Then Fenris turns and takes Hurton on himself, blades flashing between them. The clash gets bloodier by the second. Fenris grits his teeth and parries a heavy blow. Hurton sneers, mocking Fenris's mercenary troops. "Beastly, aren't you?" he taunts. "Real classy guy." Fenris's eyes narrow, he knows exactly who he's looking at now. His grip tightens around the hilt of his blade. Steel gleams, ready for the strike that's coming. "I am the captain of the Two-Winged Knight Order," he announces. Hurton. Nearby, Gordon isn't laughing off that mercenary jab so easily. "My name isn't worth revealing to anyone," he says. "I'm nothing but a weapon of Lord Fenris." He swings his axe back into the fight, rain hammering down around him. Fenris levels his weapon at Hurton. "Come on, Desmond's dog." "Hey," Hurton smirks. "Now that's very beastly of you, huh?" he finishes, lunging straight at him. The siege is on. An enemy commander screams for his men to wipe out every last one of Fenris's soldiers and sends the battering ram crashing toward the gate. "Take over the fortress," the order roars out as the ram slams home. Steel meets steel as a massive curved blade tears through the chaos. This fight's about to get personal. And here's the man holding the line, Ghislaine Perdium, fighting like he's got nothing left to lose. He's not giving an inch, cutting through the assault with brutal precision. Blade flashing, he tears into the front line. Yeah, this guy's clearly the real deal. His strike catches a grizzled old fighter dead in his path, and the old man actually looks amused. Steel clashes again and again, the old man matching him blow for blow. They collide once more, neither one giving ground. The old fighter twists past a strike, countering right back with his own weapon. Round after round, this old man is clearly no pushover. Something catches Ghislaine off guard mid-swing. "Oh ho, yes, you'd never see this freewheeling style from proper knights," the old man cackles, truly entertaining. He's grinning through the rain like this is the best fight he's had in years. The clash escalates, both fighters unrelenting in the downpour. Ghislaine goes for the kill, driving in with a hard downward strike. It lands, the old man takes the hit, blood spraying through the rain. Ghislaine doesn't gloat, just states it flat. "Not half bad, but you've got way too many openings." He glances back through the storm, unreadable. Watching from afar, an enemy officer finally calls it. "That's enough. Remove the battering ram." The order comes down as the shattered gate looms behind him. New orders go out to a rider named Willow. "Hit the castle gate directly." And Willow's already charging something far worse, dark energy pooling in his grinning hands. A defender braces in horror. Damn, a blinding light is building overhead. Willow unleashes the spell, two attendants flanking him as the sky itself ignites. A defender grits his teeth through the sweat. This one will be harder to block than last time. The attack even has a name, Sunflare, and it hits exactly like one. The blast rolls straight toward the castle itself. Fenris's people watch in horror as it bears down on them. The enemy officer doesn't even flinch, watching the flames roll in like it's a formality. The gate takes the hit dead on and erupts. Through the smoke, Willow just grins. It's over. With the gate gone, the order comes. Infantry and cavalry charge, take over the fortress. Soldiers pour through the smoking ruins of what used to be a gate. Back in his own duel, Ghislaine draws a second blade he'd kept hidden on his back. The old man's eyes widen. "Oh, you unsheath the blade on your back." The fight kicks up another gear, both weapons flashing through the rain. Blade to blade, neither one backs off. The old man needles him mid-fight. "Such a waste. If you'd trained under me, you'd be a real fighter. Talented ones like Victor always die so fast." Elsewhere, the enemy officer is already certain how this ends. The fortress will be taken over before this fight ends. The scene shifts to a memory before any of this started. If you're really going to stay and fight. In the quiet of the manor, a sharp-eyed man sits with his arms crossed, waiting. An eye-patched noble squints at him. "Wait, you weren't just a slave," he shoots back. "I'm the general admin and deputy of the Lord, unlike someone." He lays out the grim math. "They're coming at us with national-level forces committing to total war. No matter how strong we are, we can't fight numbers like that. That's why I'm going to tell you the plan now." A slow, confident smirk. The operation begins the moment the walls are breached. Grim resolve settles in as the plan takes shape. Regular soldiers and mages retreat through the rear gate the second the enemy climbs the walls. We'd get overrun fighting head-on anyway. The knights will just draw their attention for a while. Back in the present, the old man's grin turns sharper, like he's been saving something. Heh, Victor was your disciple, he asks, needling him on purpose. He was a fool who charged my lord without fear and died for it. Ghislaine's eye burns with rage at the mention of his student. Yo, he snarls, how dare you? The old man reacts, caught off guard by the sheer fury. You. Claws of raw energy rip through the air straight at him. He barely braces in time to survive it. Both fighters collide again, harder than ever. HM. The old man scoffs at some kind of trick being pulled. Heemp, such trickery. He grabs for it anyway, it's pointless. He hauls up a rigged wooden container, a bluff meant to catch him off guard. Up on the wall, the fight sends a soldier tumbling. Chaos spreads fast across the ramparts. A tower bell shatters and the soldiers below flinch back. The old man narrows his eyes, sensing something's off. A tense, silent beat passes between the two of them. He mutters unimpressed, heemp. Blood on his face, the old man pushes deeper into the fortress. They're not here, he mutters, confused. His men sweep the halls, the defenders are just gone, they're nowhere to be seen. More soldiers search room after empty room. Nothing, not a single soul left behind. The old man's gut tells him something's very wrong. Something's not right. They fought like they were ready to die defending this place no matter how badly they were losing. A soldier reports in. Captain, the enemy ran during the fight. Do you want us to give chase? Another mutters, the gates breached, but they gave up way too easily. His eyes widen as it all clicks into place. Could it be he's figured it out and it's too late? Get him. His soldiers grumble about the chase. How dare they make us work like this? Someone snaps back, do not spare a single one of them. A warrior tears off after the fleeing defenders at full sprint. Sword drawn, he's not letting anyone slip away. Out of nowhere, a figure steps into view, a woman cloaked in swirling power. Her eyes lock onto the chasing soldiers, calm and deadly certain. Deep in the pouring rain, a battle mage locks her eyes on her target and that stare alone tells you someone is about to have a very bad night. She raises her hands, robes snapping in the storm, pulling in every bit of power she's got. Her grip tightens on her staff as raw blue energy floods up her arms. A massive summoning circle blooms to life over crumbling stone, blue flame curling upward like it's alive. Lightning rips through a stone archway as the spell hits its peak. Rank after rank of armored constructs crackle to life, lightning skating over their metal shells. Her eyes narrow, this is the moment. She screams the incantation and lets it loose, flames strike, there is no taking this back. The result is a wall of fire so massive it swallows half the sky. Something huge and winged plunges down through the smoke like a bad omen. Somewhere else, an officer goes rigid the instant he feels the blast. A soldier stares in horror, this mana, could it be? He can barely get the words out. A runestone, someone screams as the whole camp scrambles through the flames. Men are burning alive and screaming, and their commander barks the only order that matters: retreat from the castle now. The two-winged knight order scrambles to drag out the wounded and count who's left standing. Knights come galloping in, panicked, begging their lord for orders. And he is done being patient. Report the situation immediately. Meanwhile, a scruffy band of mercenaries just watches the whole castle burn from a safe distance, like it's fireworks night. Their white-haired captain gets patched up mid-conversation, barely listening as his medic scolds the crew for blowing cash on another pricey runestone. Nobody's actually mad though, turns out their captain is loaded, and torching that castle was all part of Claude's plan. The old veteran just grunts, already thinking 2 moves ahead. Is everyone safe? The captain asks. Yes, sir, comes the relieved reply. But the mood sours fast. They will track us down soon enough, someone mutters, eyes on the burning castle behind them. We shall depart for the second assembly point, the captain orders, and the whole camp moves out. They leave the wreckage behind, smoke, blood, and a battlefield gone dead quiet. Cut to a memory soaked in blood, a scarred warrior, hair white and wild, staring down a war he's fought 100 times over. A massive curved blade arcs through the rain, meeting a charging rider head-on. Something huge and winged drops straight out of the sky on top of him. Just wings, blood, and violence. This fight is not messing around. A blade of pure blue energy tears clean through the chaos. A full cavalry clash riders and steel everywhere, the kind of brawl history books get written about. One eye locked and focused right before the next strike lands. The blade swings again, blood sprays, there's no hesitation in this man. From above it's just chaos, horses, riders, and a battlefield that doesn't care who wins. A barbarian warrior finally speaks up. You're more addicted to fighting than us warriors are. Bloody demon, if you've got any sense left, lower your weapon and listen. I, Waroka, will speak for my people and offer a truce, he says. Look around you, this place is nothing but poor souls turned to lumps of flesh. We were only working under Kustu's orders. The armored knight finishes coldly. Now that he's dead, there's no reason to keep fighting, don't you think? Silence. This is Waroka, a barbarian general once handed a slice of fallen perdium for helping the wrong side. Smart for a barbarian, the knight admits. Waroka pushes on. Let's stop this pointless killing. Haven't our men sacrificed enough? Sweating, Waroka swears they'll never attack the northern fortress again. The knight's only answer is one word: silence. He raises his blade. Have you stalled for enough time? Oh, he already knew exactly what Waroka was really doing. Waroka's face goes pale as the blow comes down. The blade connects. There's no truce today. There is no such thing as a moderate war in this world, the knight says flatly. Waroka's last words, yo you demon. That's the end of that, cold, brutal final. One glowing eye behind a cracked helmet, the memory of a man who earned every bit of his reputation the hard way. Back in the present, the mercenary band pushes through the rain, trying to put distance between them and the wreckage. They're not getting away that easy, though Baron Fenris himself is already thundering after them at the head of his cavalry. Captain Gillian behind us, someone shouts. Yep, that's the captain's name, Gillian, and he's got company. The group scrambles up a rocky cliffside, trying to grab any bit of distance they can. One of Fenris's men spots them. My lord, those rats are finally in sight. Gillian grits his teeth. All soldiers charge, not exactly a retreat plan, but hey, it's a plan. On another front, an officer roars his own order. Now is the moment to finally bring Fenris down for good. I reckon this is it, Gillian mutters as Fenris's cavalry thunders into view. Everyone proceed to the assembly point, he orders, hair whipping in the wind. Then he drops the real order. I shall hold a defensive position here to buy some time. What? Yeah, nobody saw that one coming. The priestess and the others just about lose it at the thought of him staying behind alone. Rain pours down over a battlefield lined with an army that outnumbers them badly. The mercenaries pull back through the smoke, leaving their captain alone to hold the line. Are you sure they even took damage back there? One grumbles. Half of 30,000 is still 15,000. Math was never anyone's friend in a war zone. They're strong, but their technique's on another level, a soldier admits, while another ribs the muscle-bound guy next to him for being all bark. One vows to take down at least one more before this is over. Our captain will avenge us, one grim soldier says. Yes, comes the quiet reply. The Fenris Knight Order rides in, weapons raised, ready to make an example. Fenris himself snaps to attention, prepare for battle. Charge, the cavalry slams forward as one. Gillian doesn't wait for them, he rides straight into the middle of it, screaming, bloodied, and very much not scared. For Fenris, the cavalry roars back, crashing into him. From above it's just chaos, one man against an entire army. Gillian keeps swinging, keeps standing, keeps buying time. The fighting doesn't let up for even a second. Blades clash again and again in the driving rain. Dare to invade Fenris again, someone snarls mid-swing, cutting a mercenary down. The officer just scoffs. They've chosen to resist to the end now that they can't run. First line of mages forward, he commands, and a row of hooded spellcasters steps up, books in hand. Fireball, the sky lights up as flame rains down on the mercenaries. Magic attack incoming, someone yells like they needed the warning at this point. One mercenary just grins through it. You just try us, we've got armor made with dwarven technology. A wall of ice spears rockets back the other way in answer. Fire and ice collide in one massive magical explosion. The officer's eyes go wide. Magic? Turns out these rats packed more than just swords. Then Alina steps in, dark hair whipping like living shadow around her staff. I will fight with you. Nearby, another figure in flowing white robes surges forward through the storm to join the fight. Two riders face off against a burning sky, the standoff everyone's been building toward. More hooded mages march in, ready for round two. The officer's scowl deepens, this fight is far from over. Fenris finally places the name. I finally remembered your name, Gillian, captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. It was a mercenary group we used to trade with thanks to how resourceful they once were, he recalls. I'd completely forgotten about them, they vanished out of nowhere. Then the taunt lands. Why throw your life away for a man's foolish dream? Do you really think you stop being a mercenary just because you played knight for a while? It's nothing but a futile dream. Gillian doesn't even blink. I, as a mercenary, already died once, but Lord Ghislaine gave me a new life. He raises his massive blade, blood-soaked and unshaken, ready for whatever comes next. Rain hammers down on the battlefield as our scarred mercenary swordsman brings his blade down in a brutal arc. His hooded opponent barely has time to react before the strike lands, blood spraying across the mud. Wounded and bleeding himself, our merc doesn't slow down, he presses the attack like he's got something to prove. His enemy grits his teeth through the pain, refusing to go down easy. Steel meets steel again and again as the two trade vicious blows in the pouring rain. Our mercenary's eyes burn with fury, this fight is personal. A grunt of pain, he's landed a solid hit and isn't holding back. The clash spreads across the field as sparks fly from colliding blades. A stray dagger whips past, and everyone freezes for a split second. This fight just got a lot more dangerous. Another brutal slash cuts through the rain. Blood sprays as the two collide again, neither one backing down. A fresh wound opens up on his shoulder. The cost of staying in this fight is piling up fast. The impact echoes across the battlefield as the duel reaches a fever pitch. Onlookers can't believe it, he's outnumbered and wounded, so where is he even pulling this power from? His enemy sneers, asking why a mercenary would risk his life for a lord everyone else calls an animal. He turns his back on the insult, gripping his sword tighter. No one calls Lord Fenris an animal, he snarls, and I won't let anyone disgrace his dream. That, he says, is my chivalry. His enemy goes silent, clearly not expecting that kind of loyalty from a hired blade. No mercenary has ever shown this kind of devotion before. He admits mercenaries are supposed to only care about coin. Baron Fenris, he mutters, that animal has tamed a wild lion into a knight. Our mercenary channels that fury into raw power, closing the distance in a blur. Blades lock and blood splatters as the fight reaches its climax. He surges forward for the finishing blow. Steel grinds against steel in one last desperate clash. And just like that, the duel is his enemy goes down for good. His blade still glows faintly with the aftermath of the fight. Elsewhere on the field, a bulky, battle-scarred knight roars out a challenge of his own, a duel, one knight to another. Orders fly across the field, hit the enemy's flanks before they can regroup. Surround them, the enemy commander bellows, and a wave of soldiers pours in to encircle Fenris's forces. If we get surrounded with numbers like this, we're done for, one of the defenders shouts. Is there even a way out? A commander calls out for her mages to move. Ulfoy, get them ready. Formation, a mage's power surges to life, magic crackling around her. Everyone, get into a circular formation now. Massive ice spikes erupt from the ground, tearing through the enemy's attempt to surround them. Bothersome, the enemy lord growls, getting in my way, Willow. Magic, yes, M-Lord, second squad break through the front. Eliminate the mages first, the enemy cavalry roars, charging straight for the spellcasters. That's not happening, Fenris's riders slam into them head-on. Stop them, both sides collide in a chaotic clash of steel and horses. A knight goes down hard in the mud, blood everywhere. Another falls, the fighting brutal on both sides. Amid the chaos, a mage readies one more massive spell, her allies watching in awe. Golden light erupts as the spell tears through the enemy line. But the cost is immediate, she collapses, completely drained. You're going to die if you keep using spells like that back to back, a comrade warns. She just waves it off, don't worry about me. Then her eyes go wide, the knight's. Something out there has caught her attention, and it isn't good. Back in the thick of it, blades clash again as the fight rages on. A blinding explosion rips across the battlefield. Thaw that's the spell that destroyed their castle gate, someone screams in horror. Damn it all, that impact is going to vaporize the ice wall. Everyone brace, the mage yells, throwing everything she has into holding the line. Grunting, gritting through pain, the fight for the mage's lives continues. Focus, you're fighting me, Gillian snarls at his opponent, refusing to let him look away. The enemy mage sneers back, talent means nothing if you're on the wrong side, and Fenris's mage is about to learn that the hard way. It's over, the enemy commander cackles, sure of his victory. Gillian's face is grim under the rain, he's not done yet. The two collide in midair in one final, decisive clash. Blood hits the ground, someone's luck just ran out. Our mercenary sprints in, sword raised, racing to back Gillian up. The enemy commander's scream turns to horror as a massive blast lights up behind him. A blinding explosion consumes the battlefield. A beam of light comes crashing down from the sky like judgment itself. We're saved, the soldiers cheer, hardly believing what they just witnessed. Captain Gillian got him good, someone shouts, and relief washes over the whole unit. Ever the professional, Gillian doesn't celebrate for long, deploy a circular defensive formation. And hold your positions, then a chillingly calm voice cuts through the celebration, pointless. Out of nowhere, a blade tears through the air and connects. A young mage's face goes white with horror at what she's just seen. This is the price you pay for losing focus in a sacred duel, the traitor sneers, as Gillian the White Lion himself goes down. Our mercenary explodes into motion, throwing himself at the ambusher who just cut down his captain. Steel screams against steel as the fight turns personal. Even wounded, Gillian refuses to sit this one out, fighting alongside him against the traitor. The enemy's blade finds him again, tearing open a fresh, ugly wound. Gillian grits through it, refusing to fall. While he manages through gritted teeth. Things on the battlefield never go to plan, he says, and honestly, that's basically his whole job description at this point. His body finally gives out, and he collapses to the ground. Two of his soldiers scream out in shock, unable to believe their captain is down. The enemy commander throws his head back and howls in triumph. Smoke and frost swirl around the fallen knight. Everything goes quiet for a moment, too quiet. His eyes flicker, barely holding onto consciousness. The fight rages on around him, even as he fades. His allies rush toward him, reaching out, desperate to help. His vision blurs, the world narrowing to a single point of light. This is where it all ends, he thinks to himself, memories starting to surface. A memory surfaces, a younger face, hopeful and earnest. I look forward to working with you, Gillian. Back in the present, blood pools beneath him. I'm sorry, he whispers. My lord, Gillian, comes the anguished reply. Another memory flickers up, a younger Gillian, dazed, blinking awake. My lord. You must maintain your dignity in front of your subordinates, the young lord tells him, half scolding, half fond. Wake up, says the red-haired young man standing over him the moment their bond as lord and knight first began. The memory fades back into the storm of the present. His comrades gather around him one last time. The whole team stands together, the mercenary, the mages, the soldiers who fought this brutal battle side by side. In the aftermath, the wreckage of the battle stretches out across the field. Wounded survivors help each other limp away from the carnage. Far from the battlefield, a gentle young woman looks up, startled. Rachel, someone murmurs her name. A hand reaches out toward her, quiet and reassuring. You're one of the people I trust the most, a voice tells her, a new thread in this story just starting to pull tight. Deep in the shadow mountains of the Tyrian kingdom, a storm's rolling in and it's about to get a lot worse than snow. This is a monster wave, a stampede of beasts slamming straight into the kingdom's front line. Look at the size of these things, all teeth, all fury, and there's a lot more where that came from. A grizzled soldier screams the order to hold the line as blood sprays across the wall. This fight is already ugly. Spears and arrows pile up bodies at the base of the wall, but for every monster that drops, 3 more climb over it. They're climbing the corpses, stop them before they reach the top, the defenders scream, stabbing down in a panic. A mage unleashes a blast of ice magic, shattering rock and knocking a beast clean off the wall. The counterattack keeps coming, boulders and ice fly as the defenders throw everything they've got. Then someone spots something huge in the blizzard and chokes out, "Hey, what is that?" A full-grown yeti rears up out of the storm, fists crackling with frost. Yeah, a yeti, this day just got so much worse. How does a monster casually swat a house-sized boulder like a toy? Even the Tyrian knights who barely ever get off their backsides have jumped into this fight. Somebody groans that they wish King Donkard himself were here right now. Careful what you wish for. Another Yeti barrels in out of nowhere. Watch out. Isn't exactly a battle plan, but it's all they've got. More icy blasts hammer the battlefield, chipping away at the horde one hit at a time. Somewhere in the chaos, a mage grits their teeth and channels everything into one last, desperate spell. The blast connects dead on, sending the Yeti tumbling through the air like a ragdoll. We're saved, someone shouts, recognizing a flash of red hair cutting through the storm. Word spreads fast, the new king of Ironcliff has come to save the day. A massive ice blade slams into the ground to prove it. But it's not the king, it's Kaor, a young knight the soldiers know by name, and right now that name means hope. Kaor's face says it all. Through gritted teeth he mutters, Donkard, that pig. His king sent him to clean up the mess instead of showing up himself. Soldiers gawk as he swings a blade that should be too heavy to even lift. How the hell did he carry that thing around? One swing and monster blood sprays across the snow. Kaor doesn't do subtle. A stunned soldier watches a beast crumple in a single stroke. Reinforcements just changed the whole fight. Kaor tears through the blizzard, cutting down anything with fur and fangs in his path. One sweep of that oversized blade and half the horde in front of him just stops being a problem. Rewind. How did Kaor get this good? It all starts with the fundamentals. His teacher's words echo, dig deeper into the basics and the real strength comes later. First you conquer your own fear, only then do you move on to actually using what you've learned. Watch the shoulder, it telegraphs everything before the strike even lands. Center of gravity, foot placement, every little detail is a clue to what's coming next. If you can read the signals a body sends before it even moves. Training kicks in on instinct, blades flashing before the enemy even finishes the swing. You can face anyone, that's the whole lesson, and Kaor took it straight to heart. Which brings us to the desert, and the fight that proved he'd actually learned it. Kaor slashes clean through a brawler who never saw the follow-up coming. He read my movements, the guy sputters, bleeding and baffled. Kaor's already airborne again, closing in for the follow-up. The brawler howls in pain, this fight is not going his way. An older, grizzled swordsman jumps in, and their blades meet midair in a shower of sparks. Bodies pile up around him, Kaor barely looks winded. If I'd ducked half a second later that would have been it, the brawler thinks, shaken. Just who on earth is this guy? Nothing special about his build, nothing crazy about his mana, so how is he this good? Good question. What's your name? The enemy demands. Kaor just shrugs, what's it to ya? Rude but fair. You really can't get anything right, can you? Kaor smirks. I'm the captain of the Fenris Knight Order, name's Kaor. Cocky, bloody, and clearly enjoying himself. The enemy pales, you're the captain, not the White Lion. Wrong legend, wrong day. Nonsense, shut it, geezer. You're the one flat on the ground here, Kaor snaps back. Got a problem with it? Get up and fight, and he's already charging again. The old warrior grits his teeth and braces for impact. Blades clash again and again, this old geezer isn't going down easy. Steel screams against steel. No restraint at all in these movements. Baron Fenris really did raise nothing but beasts, the enemy grimaces. Honestly, that tracks. You think someone like me is a match for lowly wretches like you? He roars. Someone just mutters back 5 times. A knight's duel is basically just a mercenary's bet with better outfits, isn't it? Kaor needles mid-swing. Apparently our lords pulled this exact move off over 100 times, someone adds casually, terrifying. 100, the enemy chokes out and you can watch his confidence evaporate in real time. The fight turns brutal, fast claws and blood everywhere. Kaor and his allies keep pressing the advantage, giving the enemy no room to breathe. Another strike lands clean. Kaor pins his opponent down for the finishing blow. Stop with the nonsense, one enemy bellows a little late for that request. The battle spills across the whole camp, blade after blade. Even Kaor's starting to feel the strain of this fight. A hulking enemy roars that he'll eliminate anyone standing in Count Desmond's way, so now we know exactly whose side these guys are on. Kaor doesn't flinch, if anything he looks more interested now. One hard hit flips the enemy clean upside down, about sums it up. The blades keep flying, faster than either side can fully track. Kaor's eyes stay locked on his target, calculating the next opening. Steel meets shield in another bone-jarring clash. Off in the distance, more of the Fenris knights are locked in their own battles. "You sure you can still move?" someone asks. Kaor grits out that Priestess Piot patched him up enough to keep going. "You're going to die at this rate," someone warns, understatement of the century. "When you've lost, it's smarter to back off," one fighter warns coldly, and yet here Kaor is, interfering anyway. "How dare you?" the enemy screams, absolutely done with this guy's audacity. "You still haven't shed that mercenary streak," someone sneers, but the real warning comes next. That old man is Victor's own teacher, and he nearly killed Kaor once already. "Ah, that explains why he's tough," Kaor mutters, sizing him up. "You don't look so good though, next hit's probably the last one, huh?" "Yeah, we only get one shot at this," comes the reply, breath ragged. "That's good enough," Kaor shouts, throwing everything into one last strike. The blade connects in a flash of gold light. The white lion doesn't go down easy either. This old legend still got teeth. Blade against blade, neither side backing off an inch. It turns into a brutal, close-range grapple. Another clean slash sends an enemy sprawling. A massive fist comes down on whoever's still standing. Three-way blade clash. This fight just keeps escalating. Kaor grapples an opponent to the ground, refusing to let up. One more solid hit lands. Somewhere in the chaos, a blue-haired onlooker watches in disbelief. Blood sprays as another blow lands hard. Weapons and bodies scatter across the battlefield from above. "Yo-yo, cowardly wretches," the beaten enemy spits out. "You call yourselves knights after this?" he snarls. "Yeah, what about knights?" comes the flat reply. Kaor and his ally raise their weapons, completely unbothered by the insult. "This is the battlefield," Kaor states flatly. "There's no rulebook out here." And on the battlefield, his ally continues, eyes burning. "Nothing matters except the results." Brutal, but that's the whole philosophy of the Fenris Knights right there. One last monstrous roar tears across the battlefield before the dust finally starts to settle. The final blow lands, decisive and brutal. This fight is over. Blood sprays wide across the snow. A cloaked figure turns away from the carnage, sword resting on his shoulder, without so much as a backward glance. Someone watching it all can only stare, completely shaken by what he just witnessed. He can barely get a word out. Then the shock breaks into a scream. A raw, ragged cry rips out of him, and that's exactly where this flashback leaves us hanging. Picture a sky on fire, smoke pouring over a walled city in the north. A war has just kicked off and everyone is about to feel it. This is Rayfold County, small and easy to overlook. Inside its halls, someone is about to make a very big move. Two advisors lay out the intel. Baron Fenris sent part of his army north to guard Perdium's fortress, and that is exactly when Count Desmond struck. Desmond did not mess around. 30,000 troops, a crushed royal division, and now he is driving straight into Fenris territory. Classic hit them while they are split up move. One advisor frowns. Desmond broke ranks with the ducal faction to start this war, and the timing is suspiciously perfect. Keep this up and Fenris falls, with Perdium taking damage right alongside it. Across the room, an older advisor just goes quiet. That kind of silence never means good news. Then the scarred one speaks up. "I see," he says, "we should strike Desmond's territory." Decision made. And there she is, the one calling the shots. Countess Rayfold, cat in her lap, calm as anything while a war brews around her. Her advisors keep talking. With his main army gone, Desmond's own territory is basically undefended right now. But then, what next? If this escalates, one warns, we would be looking at all-out war against the strongest Grand Lord in the north. Rayfold does not blink. "It would be foolish not to act now," she says. "If Desmond swallows Fenris whole, he becomes a threat to the entire ducal faction. And if Ghislaine Perdium wins instead, he becomes the strongest man in the north, full stop." Rayfold keeps thinking out loud. The ducal house will not just sit back and watch this happen. Win or lose, Desmond has already burned that bridge. Then the plan clicks into place. "So if I take his place instead," she says, "would not they support me even more?" Her advisor's jaws basically hit the floor. My lady's strategy keeps both Desmond and Fenris in check no matter who wins, one advisor stammers. A plan with nothing but upside. Bernef, prepare for departure, Rayfold orders, now is the chance. One last look at the Countess and her cat before the wheels start turning. Her attendant does not hesitate, yes, my lady. Orders go out, deployment starts. An entire army marches out under her banner. This is our chance to show the world what the new Rayfold can do. Back at the window, Rayfold watches the rain fall, already 3 moves ahead. Ghislaine, I know you will not go down easily no matter how strong Desmond is, she murmurs. But you have drawn way too much attention. A slow smile, just you wait, she says. This time I will be the one to land the blow. Footsteps in the dark, a hooded figure steps out of the shadows. It's been a while, my lady. Rayfold's calm cracks for half a second, genuine shock on her face. He said if it were Miss Amelia, she would not miss an opportunity like this, the stranger says. Indeed. Just as the young master said, Amelia answers and grabs the Countess. Blade at her throat, Amelia keeps her voice low. This is from Baron Fenris. I would suggest you do not move so recklessly. We're going to need to adjust your plan a little bit, my lady. So much for going in unnoticed. Cut to the actual war, a cold night sky over the mountains, and somewhere down there people are dying for this. Steel meets steel in the mud and blood. This is what 30,000 troops actually looks like up close. Somebody spots something they really were not expecting. A soldier goes down hard, screaming through the pain. The chaos does not let up for a second. The battlefield turns into an absolute bloodbath, riders clashing with no clear winner in sight. He's coming, get ready, Gramps. Someone shouts, and yeah, hey, that nickname is exactly as cute as it sounds in the middle of a war zone. Gramps goes down before he can even get set. For a second, everything just goes quiet, then that quiet turns into pure fury. Bloodied and battered, he grits it out. Man, I'm screwed, aren't I? Fine, come at me. He hauls up a polearm soaked in blood and roars back into the fight anyway. Turns out this is Kaor, the rookie, and mid-battle he rattles off every title he can think of. Captain of the Cerberus Mercenaries, pals with the King of Ironcliff, captain of the whole Fenris Knight Order. Somebody's been working on his resume. A blade cuts clean through fire and smoke. More steel, more motion, the fight does not slow down. A finishing blow comes down hard on whoever is left standing in that circle of light. Something or someone takes a direct hit and never sees it coming. A rider gets thrown clean off, tumbling through the smoke. What? Someone gasps because charging in on a snarling wolf beast, weapon glowing, is Kaor again, back for round 2. He is grinning like this is the best day of his life. Somewhere in the noise, someone screams for their captain. And here he comes, a knight thundering in on horseback, lance blazing blue. Captain's here, the troops cheer, and just like that morale flips. My lord, damn it man, what took you so long? Reunions in the middle of a war zone are never exactly graceful. But the celebration gets cut short. A worried voice cuts in. The plan prepared in advance should still be underway. Don't tell me you actually dealt with, and then it trails off. Uh-oh. On the other side, one of Desmond's men is not having it. What can you do alone? He screams. Your hastiness has led you to your doom, Ghislaine. A knight steps forward, and even his own ally has to ask, is this really okay? Turns out it is more than okay. A herald arrives with an official decree from Marquis Branford. Command of part of the kingdom's army now belongs to the houses of Fenris and Perdium. Ghislaine quietly, thank you, that's it, that's the whole reaction. The man is built different. 2 more knights arrive, brothers by the look of it. Seems we're not too late, brother, yes. Let us leave Desmond to Ghislaine while we take care of his men. Knights, raise your swords. Cavalry charges out into the storm. For Fenris, the battle cry alone could probably win half of this war. An entire cavalry line slams into the enemy formation. Desmond's men freeze, it's enough to fill the entire ridge. Thaw that armor is from Perdium and the royal army. The royalist faction has made its move, the ducal faction is useless now. Yeah, that plan just fell apart in real time. Desmond himself charges forward. Fine, come at me, Ghislaine, no more hiding behind numbers. Meanwhile, his soldiers get their real orders. Our only target is Baron Fenris. If he dies, it's our victory. Someone mutters a name like it's a threat all on its own, the Dark King. Whoever or whatever that title belongs to, it is already moving. Ghislaine is the priority, comes the order. No ambiguity left about who everyone is really after. Spears clash in the dark and the mud. Then a burst of light rips across the battlefield. Silhouettes of knights hang against a blood-orange sunset. Blades cross again, sparks flying. A rider charges in, sword raised high. Even the horses look like they know how bad this is about to get. Harold, Desmond, someone bellows, and Ghislaine's face says he is done playing nice. Someone else grits their teeth, bracing for what is coming. A single blue eye glows from inside a helmet, watching it all unfold. Spears lock again, neither side backing down. A cloak snaps through the air mid-strike. Desmond himself takes a hit and screams. A rider goes down. Somewhere in the chaos, someone screams for backup. Dark King over here. Over here, whoa, it is total pandemonium out there now. For one strange moment, the battlefield goes quiet, just smoke, and a lone rider standing in it. Desmond charges forward one more time, right as a hooded figure with a massive polearm starts walking his way. That cloak again, that same silence. The Dark King does not rush. Desmond's face twists, pure rage now, nothing held back. "You nasty bastard," he spits out. "You've ruined the plan I've prepared for years," Desmond snarls, "and my loyal knights, Hurton and Victor, had to die because of you. The undefeated boy did not make it, not exactly a joke anymore." Ghislaine squares up against the Dark King himself. "According to my will until the very end, yet in the end you've come before me of your own accord, you'd better be ready for this." A calm, quiet answer from behind the hood, "Of course." The Dark King looms in, completely unbothered. "I've been waiting for this day," Ghislaine says, weapon planted in the ground. The Dark King steps forward, axe in hand, ready. "For a very long time," comes the reply. A single glowing eye locks on target. Under a storm dark sky, a knight raises his blade high and roars the order, "Charge." His riders thunder forward like a wall of steel, and the order comes down cold, "Run them down." A soldier panics as the line buckles under the charge. "Our front line is collapsing," he yells, "their momentum is incredible." Officers scream for their next order and demand to know where Count Desmond even is, while another knight gets dragged clean off his horse. "It's your turn to get crushed," one knight bellows while someone else screams at the two-winged knight order to stop waiting around for orders. "Do not disrupt the formation," comes the counter-command, "annihilate everyone in front of us." The ranks push forward through the chaos, and somewhere in it, one soldier mutters, kind of dazed, that this really is not how he saw today going. Bold of anyone to expect a plan to survive contact with war. One word, fire, and the sky fills with arrows tearing straight through the charging line. A hooded figure steps in, totally unbothered by the carnage, grumbling that he has been waiting at the rally point forever because nobody ever listens to him. Someone spots a knight riding hard through the wreckage and shouts his name, Claude. The cloaked commander does not waste a second, ordering every last soldier into the fight. One knight's face twists into a full battle cry, adrenaline completely taking over. Someone's getting main character energy right now. Support our allies. The archers unload another volley to back up the front line. More riders plunge straight into the fight, no hesitation, no mercy. Arrows rake through another wave of soldiers, and the ground gets a lot messier. A pair of eyes narrows behind a hood as the cloaked fighter drops in for the kill. He surges forward, cloak snapping in the wind, blade already swinging. Steel meets steel, and the blue-haired man on the receiving end nearly loses his footing. The cloaked fighter spins straight through another brutal follow-up strike. The blow lands hard, and the blue-haired man crashes down, bloodied. He is not letting up, swinging again before his opponent can even recover. Somehow the blue-haired man gets his blade up just in time to parry. Dust kicks up as the cloaked attacker presses the advantage even harder. The blue-haired man's face twists into pure rage, teeth bared, refusing to go down quiet. "My plans were always perfect," he snarls through the pain. "I've lived a life without a single disruption. Trial and error was never in my dictionary," he spits, like admitting a mistake would kill him faster than any sword could. He lunges again anyway, pride clearly louder than the pain right now. Blood streaks his face as he screams, somewhere between fury and disbelief. His attacker does not slow down for the monologue, whipping around for another strike. So why? He chokes out, gripping his sword tighter like the question hurts worse than any of his wounds. The blade comes down again in a wide, glowing arc. The two collide once more, neither one backing off an inch. Another gash opens up, blood flying across the battlefield. Through the smoke, a single word escapes him, half accusation, half disbelief. Ghislaine. Who do you think you are, he growls, to shake me like this? My plan crumbled for the first time ever the moment you started interfering, he says. People who believed in me, who followed me, died by your hands. His grip tightens on the hilt like he is trying to choke the memory right out of it. I swallowed countless humiliations over and over again, he screams, years of bitterness finally spilling out. Another exchange, another scar carved into the ground between them. Because of you, he roars, throwing everything he has left into the swing. The blade whistles past, barely missing, close enough to cut hair. Because of only you, the accusation comes out even louder, like saying it twice makes it more true. His whole face contorts now, somewhere between grief and pure hatred. Blades lock again, sparks flying between them. Something shifts and for a second even he looks caught off guard. Guess flawless plans have an expiration date after all. The impact sends someone flying through the air in a burst of light and grit. The fight barrels on, neither one willing to be the first to fall. Off to the side, a helmeted stranger watches quietly, murmuring, this impact, I see. He's pulling everything he has left, the stranger notes, every last drop from his mana cores, even his own life force. Lightning crackles around him as he grits out one line, I shall not lose. I won't let you destroy everything I've worked so hard to build, the wounded man snarls. The only way to reverse this whole mess is to kill you. His eyes blaze with resolve as he braces for one final, all-or-nothing exchange. A beam of pure blue light cuts through the dark like a blade of its own. The helmeted onlooker does not flinch, watching the whole thing unfold in silence. Behind that visor, something is being weighed, and it is not looking good for one of these two. The exhausted swordsman plants his feet and unleashes everything he has left in one last, blinding burst. The battlefield lights up like daylight for one terrifying second. When the light fades, a bloodied blade hangs over the man who started this whole fight. He grabs the Count by the collar and says his name plain and cold, Harold Desmond. No matter how many times I've stabbed your dead body, he mutters, my precious people never came back. For a second, his mind drifts to the people he lost, the faces he is fighting so hard to protect this time around. But this time he tells himself it's different. His jaw sets, eyes sharp, done running from this fight. I will cut you down, comes a chilling reply for them. Something ugly is stirring in Desmond's chest, a glowing core cracking wide open. Blood sprays across his face as the fight turns even nastier. He leaps in for another strike while his opponent lies bloodied on the ground. Teeth clenched hard enough to crack, he throws himself right back into the clash. Blade after blade after blade, this fight refuses to end quietly. Another brutal exchange leaves fresh blood on the ground. A single golden eye glares out from behind a bloodied face, still burning to keep fighting. The two clash again in midair, neither one holding back. One of them finally gets the upper hand, pinning the other down hard. A blade hovers close, ready to finish this. A bloodied hand reaches out, desperate, grasping at nothing. The struggle keeps going even as blood pools beneath them. Back then, he starts, his voice suddenly quieter than the whole fight before it. I should have aimed for you, not your sister, he admits. I should have crushed you from the very beginning. That confession does not end the fight. If anything, it makes it worse. Far from the battlefield, a masked figure slams a hand down and snaps a single word, silence. In a quiet, lavish room, two men sit across from someone hidden in shadow, clearly nervous about being summoned. Did it surprise you that Count Desmond started a war so suddenly? One noble smirks. Another splutters that it is an insult to the ducal house, as if wars ever ask for permission first. This has greatly angered the royal family. Every noble of the ducal faction just got arrested over it, comes the reply, followed by a cold, do not be shaken by such a minor variable. Count Desmond hasn't been getting results like he used to, the noble muses. How frustrated he must be feeling right now. Right now, he's just a man who's lived his whole life flawlessly, trying to fix his one blemish, someone adds, fingers drifting over little figurines like pieces on a board. I can understand that feeling. If we can't even grasp a single person's heart, he adds, how can we call ourselves advisors to the great Lord Delphine? Oh, of course Count Desmond will conquer the north, someone stammers. I'm just worried what comes after. Would he even still follow our orders once he's done? Somewhere on the battlefield, bloodied and furious, the very count in question just scoffs. Back in the quiet room, the hidden figure asks the real question. What do you think would happen if Count Desmond were to lose? The room goes cold. Thaw, that's impossible, one noble blurts. He's got an army of 30,000, there's no way he can't take Fenris down. Are you concerned? Comes the quiet follow-up, and somehow that is scarier than shouting would have been. Like I've said before, the hooded figure warns, Ghislaine is not an easy enemy. And if Desmond loses to Ghislaine, the sentence trails off, heavy with everything left unsaid. The case I'm actually worried about, the figure continues, is if. Back on the battlefield, the fight erupts into another violent burst. His face is a mess of blood and grit, but his eyes have not lost their edge. Desmond decides to bring out that power, the figure finishes, and you can practically feel the temperature drop. Picking up right where things left off, a monstrous strike rips through the battlefield in a wash of blood and lightning. Amid the smoking crater, a bare hand clamps down on a mana-infused blade, gripping it like it's nothing. The weapon shatters under his grip alone. No spell, no trick, just raw strength crushing enchanted steel. Ghislaine Perdium's glare hardens, lightning crawling over his skin. This fight just changed. He broke a mana-infused blade with sheer grip strength. That's not a normal party trick. Ghislaine fixes his stare on his enemy and growls out one name, Desmond. That power, Ghislaine's eyes widen. Whatever Desmond is about to pull out, it's bad news. Count Desmond admits it flat out. He never wanted to use the power the ducal family handed him. But as he puts it, it beats dying at Ghislaine's hands. Something dark twists and howls around him, tearing the air apart. There's no turning back now. Desmond's body swells with monstrous force, veins glowing like molten cracks. Scars carve themselves across his chest as the forbidden power settles in. He hunches forward half man, half something else entirely, cloak whipping like torn wings. Ghislaine doesn't blink. He's seen monsters before. He just hasn't beaten one quite like this yet. Desmond closes the gap in a blink, claws slashing down at full force. And there he goes, sprinting sideways across the sand. Like this is a totally normal Tuesday. Steel meets claw in a shower of sparks as the two collide head-on. Ghislaine answers with a blur of slashes, cutting through the air faster than the eye can track. Desmond twists and weaves, barely slipping past the barrage. His pale, cracked face doesn't even flinch. He's enjoying this. It's futile, Desmond taunts, a burst of blue energy exploding around him. A clean gash opens across his back, but he barely reacts to the pain. He leaps clear, cloak snapping in the wind, already circling for another opening. Light flares behind Ghislaine like the sky itself is holding its breath. Blades cross mid-air, sparks scattering across the battlefield below. Your attacks, your movements, Desmond sneers like he's already memorized every move Ghislaine has. I can see them all, he finishes, and for once it doesn't sound like a bluff. Desmond drops down on him again, weapon trailing fire. Ghislaine's shoulder takes the hit this time, blood soaking through his cloak. He grits through it, refusing to slow down even as the wounds pile up. This isn't good, Ghislaine admits to himself. All my attacks are being blocked. Desmond reads and deflects everything, like he's already 3 steps ahead. My attacks can't even keep up with his blocking speed, Ghislaine realizes with a jolt of panic. In the face of this power, nothing you do matters, Desmond roars, pressing the advantage. A massive curved blade slices through the air between them, forcing Ghislaine back. The exchange keeps escalating, both fighters trading blow after brutal blow. Desmond spins into another strike, faster than a moment ago. Dust kicks up around them as they clash again and again in the open desert. Ghislaine's face is a mess of blood and grit determination. He's not backing down. They collide mid-air again, neither one willing to yield an inch. Sword against scythe, the two weapons scream against each other. Neither fighter is letting up, the fight tipping back and forth by the second. Ghislaine's jaw sets, he's running out of options fast. A brutal slash rips across the battlefield, and it's not clear who just got hit. Something's wrong, a sudden slash catches everyone off guard. Desmond grabs Ghislaine and slams a punch home, blood spraying across the sand. The two break apart, putting distance between them for the first time in a while. Ghislaine wipes blood from his brow, breathing hard but still standing. Desmond raises a fist to the sky, golden energy crackling and gathering above him. It's over, Ghislaine Perdium, Desmond declares, sure this is the killing blow. Elsewhere, allies watching the fight can only brace themselves in dread. Another skirmish rages on in the background, its own fighters locked in a desperate clash. A rider charges hard across the desert, racing to reach the battlefield in time. Desmond bears down on Ghislaine from above, ready to end it. A blinding strike tears down, and the whole battlefield lights up with the impact. Smoke and dust swallow the scene. For a moment, nobody can tell what happened. Far from the fighting, Duke Delphine admits his greatest fear, Desmond unleashing that power all the way right at the very end. A hooded priestess listens in heavy silence, not liking where this is going. She asks if he means the power Desmond traded for with something not quite human. Even at half strength, that technique alone can let someone blow straight past their own limits. If Desmond ends up using that power, Delphine warns, trailing off grimly. Ghislaine will struggle immensely, however there is one thing that puzzles me, he adds. The priestess's eyes glow faintly beneath her hood, rain streaking down the cross at her collar. Back on the battlefield, Desmond looms over Ghislaine, lightning arcing off his frame. He blocked it, Desmond's shock is written all over his bloodied face. A full force strike using this power, he stammers, stunned by the destructive force he just tanked. Even with 3 cores open, this is more than he can handle. Desmond mutters that last time he killed Ghislaine, one clean strike split him in half, so he never learned the truth. He's crossed paths with a few others who wield this same power before. A rampaging fighter named Vanessa used a nearly identical technique. Desmond has bigger threats waiting for him than this. If my current level isn't enough, he growls, magenta energy erupting around him, I'll just take it a step further. Ghislaine's bloodied face doesn't waver, golden light beginning to flicker at his side. Steel meets whatever Desmond's become, sparks screaming through the dark. Desmond staggers back, struck by something he clearly did not see coming. Blue mana bursts and coils around Ghislaine, sparking like static in the rain. Threads of light spiral tighter, building toward something huge. Orbs of blue mana rain down around him like falling stars. It should be enough, Ghislaine says quietly, to create a new core. With an even larger vessel to contain the other 3, he explains, light pouring from his chest. 3 cores glow in perfect formation inside him, humming with barely contained power. I can cushion the explosion's recoil that I couldn't handle before, he finishes. Ripples spread across the mana pooling beneath him, the calm before the storm. 4th core release, Ghislaine erupts in a pillar of golden light rising to meet his enemy. Thaw that's impossible, Desmond stammers staring in disbelief. Could this light be, he can barely finish the thought. A golden silhouette rises through the glow, radiant and unshaken. Ghislaine plants his feet, sword raised high, blazing with 4th core power. Watch closely, he says, and the whole battlefield seems to hold its breath. Desmond's eye widens, golden light reflected in pure terror. Ghislaine drops from above, blade cutting a perfect ring of golden light through the air. The light coils into a spinning column, swallowing everything around it. The strike lands true, golden light and steel crashing straight down onto Desmond. Blood sprays through the light as Desmond reels from the blow. Ghislaine descends slowly, blade still dripping, the fight all but decided. A last trail of golden light fades into the dust behind him. Desmond's face is a mask of blood and disbelief, veins still glowing from the power he burned through. Watching from afar, the priestess wonders aloud what happens if Desmond unleashes everything and still fails to kill him. It terrifies me, she admits under her breath. Even her allies go quiet, unsure what to make of what they just witnessed. To think of what stage Ghislaine has awakened that power to, Nobody saw this coming, least of all Desmond. We open over the capital of Cardinia, sprawling and tense because the whole kingdom is about to feel the shockwaves of one man's meteoric rise. Inside a manor, a battle-scarred lord nearly chokes on his own tea. Someone just told him a jumped-up baron is being called the finest sword of the north, a title that used to be his. Word spreads fast. Nobles crowd a war room in disbelief. That reckless brat, Baron Fenris, supposedly the strongest fighter in the north now, it has, in fact, been confirmed. Turns out he didn't get lucky. His personal mage rivals a legendary Sixth Circle master, his knights could outclass the royal order, and his own swordsmanship has reached master level. A knight can barely process it. Given everything they've just heard, the council agrees, Baron Ghislaine Fenris genuinely deserves that legendary title. A woman's voice cracks with worry. Is Lord Ghislaine even safe anymore? Because Fenris isn't just winning battles, he's currently seizing the entire Desmond territory for himself. One old noble just laughs it off. Like it or not, he says, from this point forward, Fenris is the strongest man in the north, full stop. Not everyone's thrilled. One royalist scoffs that Fenris was always a reckless fool who never listened to anybody. So what happens when a guy like that becomes a great lord with real power? The royalist faction admits the plan backfired. They wanted Fenris to keep the north in check, not run wild and grab territory on his own terms. A stern knight suggests the obvious fix: maybe it's time to rein the baron in, so he actually serves the crown instead of himself. The answer comes back flat: impossible. Fenris is far too valuable a weapon in the war against the duchy to mess with now. Someone at the head of the table waves the worry away entirely. Small potatoes, he says, the real enemy is still the duchy. A grizzled elder cuts through the noise with a warning nobody wants to hear. Do not, under any circumstances, provoke Baron Fenris. He reminds the room not to get carried away either. Fenris alone didn't win the war. It took the royal army and Marquis Macquarie's forces fighting right beside him. Cue Marquis Macquarie practically preening in his seat, loudly reminding everyone it was, naturally, thanks to his army. Subtle, this guy is not. With that, the meeting adjourns and everyone's sent packing, still rattled by just how far Baron Fenris has climbed. Elsewhere, a stern gray-haired lord gives a cold order: bring in Count Foude. 2 armored guards march the nervous count in like he's already been sentenced. The lord doesn't even turn to look at him at first, letting the silence do the intimidating. Foude realizes what's happening. If he's being released, it can only mean Baron Fenris won. He's told to go home quietly since every duchy-aligned noble is about to walk free too. Foude hurries out, shaken, while the lord watches him go without a word. That silence lingers a beat too long, like there's a lot more this lord isn't saying out loud. Then he turns on the real target in the room. You have made a mistake, Marquis. The Marquis sweats it out, insisting that with Count Desmond dead, the kingdom's balance of power has collapsed and civil war can no longer be avoided. Nobody's buying the excuse. Everyone already knew the duchy wanted the throne. In a much darker room, someone gets accused of spouting nonsense again. His claim that it's the duchy, not the royalists, who have been strangling the kingdom all along. He pushes further, insisting the king himself, sick and bedridden, has been nothing but a puppet for a long, long time. A cold voice asks if there's anything in this kingdom that doesn't bend to a certain someone's will, and gets answered with a furious roar to hold his tongue. That single blazing eye says everything words can't. This is about to go very badly for somebody. And it does. A knight cuts the man down in a spray of blood before he can even finish his protest. Pinned at sword point, he chokes out one last line: they truly wish to avoid civil war. Too late for that. Have you forgotten, someone asks coldly, exactly what kind of man Duke Delphine really is? Cloaked figures bow low as the verdict lands. The kingdom is about to be bathed in blood. The room empties out, the violence already old news to whoever's left sitting at that desk. The scene drifts into memory: an older man's face, hard and unreadable, remembering something from long ago. A younger man is addressed by name: Branford. 2 figures stand on a balcony while one asks, almost mockingly, whether politics and power really mean that much in the human world. In the end, the stranger muses, it all disappears with time anyway, so why bother? Branford pushes back hard. That's exactly why choices matter more, especially for people in positions like theirs. He adds that the whole direction of ordinary people's lives gets decided by choices just like this one. The mysterious stranger just watches him silent. Then comes the chilling comeback. What use is any of that to a being who simply cannot die of old age? The memory ends on a warning burned into Branford's mind ever since. Hear me, Branford. Back in the present, in a quiet office, someone works alone at a desk, oblivious to what's coming. A grim, gray-haired lord mutters a single name under his breath, Delphine. It's been a long time, he says quietly, since they last crossed paths. The scene shifts to the Duchy of Delphine itself, a whole territory carved out in shadow. At its heart looms Castle Eclipse, and it looks exactly as inviting as that name suggests. Two figures stride down its long, torchlit halls, footsteps echoing. They keep walking, deeper into the heart of the castle. One of them asks if His Grace the Duke is angry. The answer, it certainly seems that way. Apparently the Duke handed this whole mess off to someone else before, but now it looks like he's decided to handle it personally. Enough chatter, one snaps, as they finally reach the audience chamber. They stand before the towering doors, bracing themselves. The doors swing open, spilling harsh light into the hall. That light floods the corridor like something enormous is waiting just beyond it. And there it is, a cathedral-sized throne room, a blood-red carpet running straight up to a throne at the top of a long staircase. Towering pillars frame the path forward like the jaws of something very, very patient. And at the very top, barely visible, sits whoever, or whatever, actually rules here. Two figures kneel before the throne, one of them already bleeding. One presses his sword to the floor and offers his respects to His Grace. The figure on the throne asks something we only half catch, voice dripping with quiet menace. The answer comes back: yes, their man was defeated by Baron Ghislaine Fenris. The name lands hard. Ghislaine, that Ghislaine. The ruler's been hearing that name a lot lately. He must be quite capable, he muses almost admiringly. A kneeling soldier, Cayenne, apologizes for badly underestimating Fenris's abilities. Another figure is asked point blank, "You've seen Ghislaine in person, what did you make of him?" The verdict is blunt: there's no longer anyone in the north who can match him. Given a little more time, nobody would even dare try. The ruler turns to another name, Raoul, and admits he knows the joy of waiting better than anyone. That's exactly why, he explains, he handed everything over to Raoul and simply waited. But patience apparently has a limit. One word cuts through the room now. Someone gets hauled up by the throat without warning, the message unmistakable. "Has your stance remained unchanged?" the ruler demands, voice ice cold. The man gasps out a warning of his own. Rushing this will only invite disaster. The ruler isn't moved. Haven't they already lost Desmond and the entire north as it is? Desperate, the man swears he's already contacted them, allies who promise to send help, and that he'll fix everything before His Grace's thirst grows any stronger. "I swear it," he practically screams, sweat pouring down his face. The ruler sighs at how this man still clings to trivial things. Fine, since he insists so much, he'll wait a little longer. That being said, he adds, letting the sentence hang there menacingly. "Don't mistake his patience for endless," he warns. "Yes, Your Grace," the man stammers, relieved just to still be breathing. The tension breaks as the lord with the cane strides off, business apparently concluded for now. Cayenne is dismissed too, though he clearly wasn't expecting to be let off so easy. The ruler wants to be left alone now, dark smoke curling ominously around that distant throne as everyone clears out. The chamber falls into an uneasy silence. Outside, under a bruised night sky, the group finally takes its leave of the castle. Castle Eclipse looms behind them, lit up like a wound against the dark hills. Somewhere inside, a lone figure sits quietly in the flickering torchlight. Footsteps echo through the cathedral-like halls, unhurried and deliberate. Someone approaches the throne again to ask if they should finally proceed. "No," comes the answer, "let's wait just a bit longer." Then out of the dark, one name gets called instead, Idun. A red-haired knight steps into the light with a confident smirk already in place, like he was hoping to be picked. His cape sweeps forward as he strides toward the throne. As you command, your grace, he says, bowing with total confidence. The North's newest problem just got a brand new hunter. This is Fenris, and he is not having a good night's sleep. Look at him sweat, whatever's playing behind those eyes, it is not a nice dream. A blade looms out of nowhere. In dreams, that is never a good sign. The vision spirals into pure chaos, red and black swallowing everything. An eye snaps open inside the dream itself. Someone else is watching this unfold too. Purple lightning rips across the sky like the world itself is tearing open. A whole city goes up in flames below. This is not just a nightmare, it is a memory of something much bigger. A lightning-wreathed figure reacts in horror. This is, whatever this is, it is very bad. A voice narrates from inside the vision itself. It was terrible, plain and simple. The sky cracked open across the whole continent, and monsters from another world came pouring through. And there is more. Lightning crashes around a blonde swordsman standing his ground against it all. This was the moment the 7 strongest of the continent, including our mystery narrator, finally stepped up to fight back. Why, just why? The blue-haired dreamer clutches his head like the memory itself hurts. Why am I even seeing this scene, he wonders. And wait, who exactly is that? That night, the dreamer cannot place him, but something about him refuses to be ignored. A skull-covered horror towers overhead while a lone knight squares up beneath it. Talk about bad odds. Steel meets shadow in a blinding clash. The knight cuts straight into the monster without flinching. The creature shrieks as the blade bites deep. Against a monster that size, most people would just run. This guy does not. He stands alone on the cliff's edge, silhouetted against the carnage. This is strange, the dreamer thinks, studying every single move. He is definitely not anyone from my memories, the narrator admits. But somehow he still feels familiar. That is the part that will not let go. Wait, that swordsmanship, those are Perdium's sword techniques unmistakably. The mystery knight launches into the air for another strike. Claws and blades flash by in the dark, the danger just keeps building. The skull-covered horror looms again, and the lone knight squares back up beneath it. Danger, the dreamer's own instincts scream right along with him. Wrapped in blue light, the knight deflects attacks he should not even be able to see coming. He meets a monstrous spear head-on without so much as blinking. And he leaps straight at the towering horror like it is nothing. Deflecting blind spot attacks without even looking, the dreamer is stunned. Is he sensing them with some kind of mana barrier around his whole body? His body, just what exactly is this guy? More, the dreamer begs the vision, show me more. The dream reaches for something just out of frame. And just like that, someone at his bedside jumps half out of her skin. That startled me, she blurts, cloth still in hand. She was only trying to wipe his sweat off. Nightmare, huh? All he can manage back is silence. Sorry about that, he mutters, still catching his breath. Was that a dream? Fenris still is not sure. Are you hurt anywhere? Should I fetch some elixir? Nah, I'm fine, he waves off. Turns out an envoy from Marquis Branford showed up while he was out cold. Now that he's ascended to Count, he's expected to command the Northern Army. So I'm Count Fenris now, huh? He's already back on his feet. More importantly, he asks, how's Gillian holding up? Word around the estate is he's way livelier than before. Looks like Priestess Piot's round-the-clock care actually worked. That's a relief. Belinda, he calls out, summon the vassals. Time to get to work, Count Fenris style. Cut to a much pettier problem. You want me to make a donation? He scoffs like it's a personal insult. How dare you try to shake me down, snaps Ulfoy, self-declared branch manager of the Fenris Magic Tower. His ego is fully intact. No, I'm not shaking you down, stammers the young priestess at his door, just a little help for people in need. Don't be ridiculous, Ulfoy fires back. In this territory, he's the one suffering, an unpaid slave to a tower he's supposedly set to inherit. Just how broke are your donations that you're begging me for money? Well, a few dozen gold maybe. What? Ulfoy about loses it at the number. I'm sorry for not understanding your situation, Lord Ulfoy, she says, turning to go. I'll look elsewhere. Wait, hold on. Wait, I never said I wouldn't give you anything, he backpedals fast. See, if a magic tower official just hands cash straight to a priestess, that looks like a bribe, doesn't it? He leans in, whispering like he's cracked some genius loophole. Heads is odd, tails is even, he announces, flipping a coin like it's the most normal business deal ever. A couple of other mages at the table watch the whole thing unfold with mild interest. The priestess blinks, completely lost. What, you don't get the rules? Flip a coin, guess the side. Simple, right? Gambling, she gasps. Doing that is basically a sin for a priestess, isn't it? You've still got a long way to go, kid. This isn't gambling, it's a justification to give you money. Watch closely, I'll bet first. Odd, he calls out, flipping the coin high. Tails, so it's even. Damn it, I lost. Here, take it, he grumbles, sliding coins her way. Get it now. Who in the world calls a priestess helping people greed? She protests weakly. That actually makes sense. Now we're talking, the mages cheer her on. Yes, let's start, she agrees, fully on board now. Her hand hovers nervously over the table. The coin lands hidden beneath a palm. Even, she calls. Ah, well, it's odd. Looks like Lord Ulfoy wins this time, one of the mages notes, completely straight-faced. Odd, oh my again. Odd, ooh odd, even, the losses just keep stacking up. Odd, even, every single guess wrong. She bursts into full-blown, ugly crying right at the table. How could I not get even one right? She wails, while the mages behind her snicker about how much they just scored off her. Caught a real sucker, didn't they? I'm not done yet, one more round, she insists until someone finally warns her. That's enough, priestess, he's cheating with magic. You will never win this. Cheat, you scammer, give me my money back right now. Whoa, what's wrong? Ulfoy plays innocent. How is this suddenly your money? Shall we keep going or not? He taunts, tongue out. Aren't you supposed to be helping people in need? How could you? She chokes out, thoroughly defeated. Let's do this one more time, she declares, somehow still not done. The coin spins through the air while she prays with everything she's got. Ulfoy watches the flip with a smug, calculating eye. No matter how hard you pray, it's useless, he sneers. Because with his personally developed coin-swapping magic, not even a goddess could beat him, his words, not ours. I am the god of even or odd, he declares, bold claim for guy about to get humbled. I apologize, goddess Juana, she prays through tears. Because of my own ignorance I have fallen into the swamp of sin. Almighty and beautiful goddess Juana, please. Please help me win. Somewhere nearby, hooded figures suddenly freeze. What was that? A pillar of light erupts, and the priestess starts glowing gold from the inside out. Ulfoy's smug grin instantly cracks. What in the world is that? A pillar of light, the onlookers gasp. I've read about this in old texts, Ulfoy stammers, sweating bullets. This is the exact moment a saintess chosen by a goddess receives a revelation. Channeling, someone shouts as the beam of light pours straight down onto her. A goddess descends through the light itself, robes trailing gold. Ulfoy stutters, teeth gritted. Why would a literal goddess get involved in a game of odds and evens? Buddy, you cheated a saint, what did you think would happen? The goddess lowers her gaze, calm and radiant, hands folded like she's about to settle this personally. The sky splits open as the saintess channels the goddess's full power, a pillar of gold light swallowing the battlefield whole. Down below, the mage who dared challenge her grits his teeth and braces for what's coming. Even so, she commands, her divine grip forcing his hand to move against his will. Her eyes blaze gold with borrowed divinity, daring him to try anything else. Someone off to the side panics, screaming for backup magic to swap in fast. This fight is slipping away from them. The mage's own spells lock up in his hands. Whatever she just did, it's shut his magic down cold. He realizes too late, she's not just resisting his spells, she's answering them with the goddess's own power. For one shining moment, the saintess has the upper hand, and she knows it. But the mage isn't done. He unleashes something darker, howling for just a little more time to enjoy the fight. Power crashes between them in one final exchange, raw and blinding. And then it's the saintess who screams, blood on her lips. The tide has turned brutally. Elsewhere, a knight bursts in demanding answers about that column of light lighting up the sky. Ulfoy can only sweat and stammer, he's not ready to explain what he just did. When reinforcements finally reach the room, all they find are bodies on the floor. The saintess lies broken on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Nearby, another hand reaches out weakly, grasping for anything solid. One last ragged breath and then stillness. Ulfoy stands over the wreckage, drunk on his own hype, crowning himself the man who beat a literal goddess. Word of the battle spreads fast through the rain-soaked streets below. Back at headquarters, the lord running this whole operation reads the battle reports over a quiet cup of tea. He's skeptical of Ulfoy's tall tale the moment it lands on his desk. His aide can't quite believe what she's hearing either. Still, if a saint chosen by a goddess really did fall, that kind of power could be priceless in the war to come, so he humors the boast for now. Then comes the gut-punch question: did Ulfoy even realize Priest Piot is a man? Turns out he has no clue who he actually fought. Ulfoy gets throttled on the spot for lying to the boss, but the real headline lands quiet and heavy. Count Desmond, their greatest threat, is dead. With Desmond gone, the whole northern map just opened up for the taking. The Lord gathers his people to celebrate the win. Couldn't have pulled it off without every one of them, he says. The whole crew cheers him on, riding high off the victory. The celebration is short-lived. He's already onto the next task, and his poor aide looks ready to cry. She rattles off an absurd list of chores piling up: hiring, roadwork, weapons, 3 whole territories to run, and he just shrugs it back onto her. Jokes aside, he calls the room to order. They're the dominant power in the north now, and everyone knows who's next. The room goes dead quiet at the thought of it. Their next target, the Delphine ducal family, the biggest name on the board. Ulfoy instantly regrets every life choice that led here and gets zero sympathy from Claude, who points out he supposedly beat a goddess, so why's he so scared of mere people? He lays it out plainly: this war just stopped being a northern problem. It's about to swallow the whole kingdom. One of his aides strides in with the next move already mapped out. She taps the map without hesitation: right here. The room stiffens. That's Roderick territory out west. His logic is simple. The east is already locked down by the royalists, so grabbing the west lets them squeeze the ducal family from every side. One advisor immediately calls it out of the question. The Roderick Marquisate isn't some backwater either: merchant guilds, noble money, and a private army that rivals a small kingdom, all in one place. It's a totally different weight class than anything they've fought, but he's not talking about attacking today. Just getting ready to. Claude already looks exhausted at the mere thought of more prep work. Not even close, he admits. He felt exactly how outmatched they still are during that last fight. His answer to being outgunned: recruit every mercenary in the kingdom under his banner. And his top blade steps up to make it official, vowing to build the Fenris mercenary group with his own 2 hands. Claude and Kaor trade a look. A whole mercenary group, seriously? The old general explains why it tracks. The West is mercenary country, and the biggest force in the whole kingdom, the Drake mercenary group, answers to Marquis Roderick. He reads between the lines instantly: steal their best mercenaries right out from under them. Kaor grins: soften up anyone too strong to fight head on first. It's a ruthless little plan, and nobody in the room seems bothered by that one bit. Orders go out. Claude and Kaor sweep the north and bring every mercenary group to heel while he heads west himself. Claude just grins. Recruiting by force is basically his whole personality. But before anyone celebrates, there's a catch. The West still has a legend of its own, a swordsman good enough that he might just step in and ruin the whole plan. He goes quiet at the name. Tenant, a name from a long time ago. The story drifts back, years before any of this, to a quiet mountain village out west. A little sword school tucked into the trees, nothing fancy, nothing famous. A boy trains himself ragged in the yard, gasping for breath between swings. His teacher doesn't let him off easy either. One more round, always one more round. Every mistake gets corrected on the spot. Relax the arms, reset, try again. This isn't just hacking wildly at a wooden post either. The old man wants precision, not brute force. Every stroke has to flow into the next, breath steady, form clean. Exhausting as it is, you can tell this kid loves every second of it. One of the other students can't believe what she's watching. The whole class scrambles for the teacher's attention. The second one of them lands a win. He just laughs it off one at a time. Everybody gets their turn. Then an old face shows up at the gate, a former student, all grown up and dressed like nobility now. This is Martin, and clearly life's been treating him well, at least on the outside. But he didn't come all this way just to reminisce. Whatever it is, his old teacher isn't dropping class for it. It can wait. But the look on Martin's face says this isn't a small favor he's come to ask. Night falls and the two finally sit down to talk it out properly. Tennant takes his time getting there, he's never been one to rush. Martin grumbles about being kept waiting, though it's obvious he'd have waited all night if he had to. He catches himself and dials the attitude back a notch. He needles his old master a bit, being the finest sword in the West must mean nobody dares bother him anymore. Tennant shuts the real question down before Martin can even ask it. He's not going back to the Marquisate, not yet. Martin begs him to at least hear the pitch. Tennant reminds him he doesn't even need the help. Martin's already the strongest blade the West has. He points him toward the Drake mercenary group and his old friend Dominic instead. He wants nothing to do with a family succession squabble. Martin finally cracks, practically begging if his old teacher would just lend a hand, none of this would even be a problem. Instead of pushing further, Martin asks something quieter. Honestly, where does Tennant think he ranks? Tennant doesn't hesitate. Martin's already standing at the very peak. It should feel like a compliment, it clearly doesn't land like one. Martin just repeats it back hollow, the peak. Because Tennant knows better than anyone that the peak isn't as far as it looks. There was someone stronger than him once, he admits, just one person. Standing in front of that man, the legendary finest sword of the West says his whole body trembled like a scared kid. Martin assumes it was fear. Tennant corrects him flat out it wasn't. It was the instant their blades met, right on the boundary between living and dying, that he felt more alive than he ever had before or since. Martin goes still, hanging on every word. There's no one like that left, Tennant sighs, if only he could stand on that edge just one more time. Something about the way he says it makes Martin's blood run cold. And then Tennant's gaze drifts west, like he already knows something the rest of them don't. Rain hammers a lord's estate as a hooded guest is announced at the gate, and the household already knows exactly who it is. Inside, the young lord bites off his own glove in irritation, sneering that this old swordsman still clings to pointless pride, rotting away while waiting for someone to finally push him to the brink of death. "Does that make any sense to you, Dominic?" he asks coldly, and the hooded man kneeling before his gilded chair says nothing at all. Dominic just grits his teeth and stays silent, a proud warrior swallowing his pride whole. Finally he speaks up. "What is the matter for you to summon me directly?" "Ah, right, the young lord chuckles, like he'd almost forgotten the whole reason he dragged Dominic out here. Dominic presses again. What exactly does he want from him? Nothing much, Martin shrugs, leaning back like this is just another Tuesday. You just need to remind him we aren't pushovers either, he says, sliding a dagger across the table. The real order comes out plain and ugly. Wipe out his own brother's Camel Merchant Guild. And plant this dagger at the scene evidence pointing anywhere but at Martin. Martin's easy smile doesn't waver for a second to him. This is just business. The dagger belongs to a rival noble meant to frame him for it, and the deadline is next week, right before the bidding competition. You'd better do a good job, Martin warns as Dominic turns to leave, dagger in hand and options in none. Then the real leash tightens. Do keep in mind I still have your children. Out in the storm, Dominic just stands there soaked and hollow, an axe hanging from his hand and murder written all over his face. His fist tightens around the planted dagger until his knuckles go white. "Martin, you crazy bastard," he mutters, staring down a mansion he's about to burn for a war that isn't even his. Back at camp, his mercenaries are just as furious, attacking their own patron's own brother, all because Martin won't stop using Dominic's kids as leverage. "He's using us as kindling for his succession war," one shouts, ready to march over and strangle Martin himself. After we burn that brat's mansion to the ground quiet, the captain cuts in, and the whole room goes cold. "Unless you know where the kids are locked up, shut your damn mouth," he growls. There's no clean way out of this one. Nobody has an answer. The tavern goes dead quiet. "Heemp, what a shitty atmosphere," someone mutters, strolling in like she owns the place. "She's got the intel." The Camel Merchant Guild answers to the young lord himself, so its guards won't roll over easy. "Attacking that place is basically a death sentence," she sighs, knowing full well they're going to do it anyway. The captain just stares into his cup. At this rate, they'll die still stuck under Martin's shadow. Nobody touches their drinks, the whole crew just sits there with the dread. We should have just gone north sooner, one grumbles and gets scolded for dragging up old regrets. Rumor has it the famous Count Fenris treats his mercenaries like royalty, even the notorious Cerberus mercenaries signed up under him. Even the legendary Ratatosk captain, the one they call the White Mane, answers to him now. The captain just says the name to himself, like it's a door he'll never get to walk through. I'd love to meet the guy just once before I die, he admits, though at this rate they'd probably meet on opposite sides of a battlefield. Then a mercenary bursts in. There's a guest outside. A guest? Is it a job? The captain asks. Who the hell shows up at this hour? Turns out it's an envoy from Count Fenris himself. A stranger strides in and introduces himself as the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, now vice-captain under Fenris. Gillian, he says, like the name alone should explain everything. Dominic's jaw drops. That name is a legend around these parts. The legendary White Mane himself, standing in their rundown tavern, addressing Dominic by name. There is someone who needs you, Gillian says simply. Follow me is all he offers, already walking back out into the rain. He leads Dominic out through the storm to a crumbling shack in the middle of nowhere. Gillian pushes the door open, firelight spilling out into the rain. Inside, a lone hooded figure sits by the fire waiting. Dominic and Gillian step inside without a word, the tension thick enough to cut. I have brought him, my lord, Gillian announces, and Dominic realizes just how much weight sits behind this stranger's title. The hooded figure by the fire doesn't even look up yet, letting the silence do the talking. Then the hood tips back, just enough to reveal a young face with eyes like ice. Sorry for calling you out like this, the stranger says, almost polite. Take a seat. Dominic sizes him up, thrown. This guy looks way too young to be who Gillian's making him out to be. Are you really Count Fenris? Yes, the young lord confirms. I am Count Ghislaine Fenris. Dominic doesn't blink. Fine, let's say that's true. What does the Count of the North want with him? Straight to the point, Fenris wants the entire Drake mercenary group under his banner. That's absurd. Dominic sputters. Word is Fenris has already swallowed up every big mercenary group worth having. Why would the great lord of the North care about some Western mercenary band? I need the network you've built, Fenris answers flatly. His plan is bigger than one company. He means to put every mercenary group in the kingdom under his command. Come to Fenris. He says it like it's already decided, calm as the fire crackling between them. Dominic's mind is racing. This is either the offer of a lifetime or an incredibly elaborate trap. He keeps his face locked down, but sweat is beading on his brow. Somewhere else entirely, unseen eyes are already watching how this deal plays out. The West has its own circumstances. Dominic starts carefully. No matter how great the Lord of the North is. Fenris cuts him off cold. Your family is being held hostage, isn't it? Dominic's eye goes wide. How does this stranger already know? I will solve that for you, Fenris says like it's nothing at all. I will free you from your ties to the Roderick Marquisate. He promises the exact chains that have been strangling Dominic for years. Because this isn't just any captain. Dominic Drake once stood his ground against the entire mercenary king's army. The memory alone still gives grown men chills. With the deal struck, the rain just keeps falling outside like nothing happened. Meanwhile, across the city, another mansion waits in the storm, the real target of tonight. Fenris's crew sneaks up the steps, one of them grumbling that every single trip somehow ends in breaking and entering. Kind of a problem for the commander of the Northern Army to be this reckless, one teases. Pot, meat kettle, comes the reply. Belinda, did you bring the bundle? Fenris asks, then orders the rest of the team to secure Dominic's family first. Wait, we're not infiltrating together. Someone blinks mid-leap. Fenris just smirks. I'm going through the front door. Because subtlety was never really his style. He strolls right up to the front gate like he already owns the place, which, soon enough, he kind of will. Inside, the lord of the house eyes his uninvited guest with open suspicion. No attendance at all. That made me suspicious, but this confirms it. You really are Count Fenris. So the Marquis says, you came to buy the Drake mercenary group. He settles into his oversized chair like a king holding court. You snuck in here in the dead of night over some mere mercenary group, he scoffs. Not just a mercenary group, Fenris corrects. I came looking for a useful blade. That blade is already mine, which is exactly why I'm offering to buy it, Fenris shoots back, cool as ever. Ha, how arrogant, the Marquis sneers, not the least bit impressed. The air in the room goes tight, like a blade about to be drawn. Something unseen ripples through the floor beneath them. A pulse of raw, freezing power gathers in Fenris's open hands. You're telling me to sell the Drake mercenary group for just this much? Roderick scoffs at the offer on the table. If it's not enough, I'll add more, Fenris shrugs. I've got plenty more just sitting in my castle. You, Roderick snarls, do you have any idea what I'm dealing with right now? There's a succession war going on. You're asking me to sell off my military strength at the worst possible time. Do you take me for a fool? He roars. You're not a fool, Fenris says evenly, you're just low class. Obsessing over one mercenary group in the middle of a succession war, he continues, twisting the knife. It's no wonder the young lord looks down on you, and that's when Roderick's composure finally snaps. Do you have a death wish? Roderick screams, drawing his blade, and the chapter cuts out right as the steel comes free. In a rain-soaked mansion, a hooded stranger sits like he owns the place while a smug noble sneers that he's nothing but low class for chasing one mercenary crew through a whole succession war. The knight guarding the room can't resist a jab either. No wonder the young lord looks down on you, he says. Behind that hood, our guy is seething. The blade comes out fast. This isn't a chat anymore, it's a duel nobody asked for. Are you that eager to die? The swordsman screams, swinging with everything he's got. Our hooded stranger doesn't even flinch, he just slips the strike like it's nothing. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks and ice. Something flashes right in his opponent's eyes, my vision, he chokes out, and suddenly he can't see straight. Ice shards rip through the air as the fight spirals out of control. Point blank, blade to blade, frost curling off his glove. This guy's holding back a lot of power. That eye again, wide and blinking away ice crystals. Yeah, he's rattled. Armored knights burst through the doors yelling for their young lord. Wait, young lord, turns out this swordsman is nobility. The knights freeze in the doorway, totally caught off guard by what they're seeing. Blood on the marble, our hooded guy already airborne mid-strike. This isn't a proper fight between nobles, he calls out, and he's about to make a point. Sword right at his throat, he introduces the guy properly, son of the Roderick Marquisate rulers of the West. You bastard, what are you plotting? The noble spits back, terrified. Think you're walking out of here alive after putting a blade on a Roderick's neck? Bold talk for a guy currently at sword point. Our hooded stranger just smirks. He's got a plan, obviously it's basically his whole personality. The blade doesn't move an inch off that throat. Time to drop the mystery act. I, Count Ghislaine Fenris, formally challenge young Lord Martin Roderick to a knight duel. So that's his name, and he's not exactly a nobody either. Ghislaine steps back, cape snapping in the storm, cool as ever. Martin's own knights nearly swallow their tongues. A knight duel, right now in the middle of a break-in. Martin grits his teeth, don't make me laugh. He'd rather just have his knights cut Ghislaine down on the spot. Ghislaine calmly reminds him nobles are supposed to care about little things like legality. We aren't thugs after all, Ghislaine says with a straight face, which, considering he just held a sword to Martin's neck, is pretty rich. Martin, dripping with condescension, offers a concession. Land even one scratch on him and Ghislaine wins. He'll even throw in the deal and the runestones as the prize. Sounds generous, sounds like a trap. Martin can barely hide the smirk, he thinks this is already over. His knights aren't so sure. One of them quietly asks if they should just arrest the guy instead. Martin's heard the rumors. This Count Fenris used to be the disgraced young lord of Perdium. You truly are a madman, he mutters, not realizing how badly he's underestimating him. Ghislaine just grins. You did say even a scratch wins it for me, right? Famous last words, Martin. You've dug your own grave, someone growls as thunder rolls over the city. The duel ground, an old cathedral courtyard soaked in rain and waiting for blood. Both sides march in through the gates, entourage in tow. In one corner, Martin Roderick, young lord of the West's ruling house. In the other, Count Ghislaine Fenris walking in completely alone. No backup, no entourage, just him. Both sides swear the knight's oath, no grudges over the outcome, no matter who wins. Martin's face goes cold and calculating under his hat brim. That oath, he's already planning to break it. Listen up, he mutters to his knights, who snap to attention. If anything happens to me, he starts setting up his backup plan. Kill him regardless of the results. Real sportsmanlike, Ghislaine just smiles. I knew it. He called this from a mile away. This is why you're low class, Ghislaine tells him, falling for such a petty provocation. Savage. Shut up, Martin snaps, done talking. He lunges first, blade blazing with energy. Steel bites into stone, the duel is officially on. They trade blows at a blistering pace, sparks flying off every clash. Martin's putting everything into every swing, and honestly, it's not bad. But Ghislaine reads every single strike like he's seen it 100 times before. Another exchange, another shower of light and steel. Martin twists and dodges, refusing to fall behind. The fight spins across the courtyard in a blur of capes and blades. I've got him, Martin yells, thinking he's finally found an opening. He swings down hard, putting his whole body behind it. Blue energy crackles around both of them as the blades lock. He blocked it, someone gasps from the sidelines. Yeah, he blocked it, casually. Wide eyes flash. Wait, that strike came from behind. Someone just tried to stab Ghislaine in the back mid-duel. You're better than I thought, Ghislaine says coolly to the hidden attacker, parrying without even looking rattled. So much for a fair fight. The would-be assassin goes flying, completely outclassed. Martin's own face ends up bloodied in the chaos, gasping in pain. The hidden attacker crashes down hard, lit up by a burst of light. Down goes the cheap shot. Ugh, Martin grimaces, realizing his little insurance policy just failed spectacularly. Enjoy your composure while you still can, Ghislaine warns, dusting off his gloves, because you'll bitterly regret it soon. There's one thing you don't know, he adds, ominous, very ominous. The clash resumes, faster and angrier than before. Martin's eyes go wide, with something between rage and desperation. They are airborne now, trading strikes mid-leap. The secret technique my master taught me, Martin screams, unleashing his supposed trump card. Blades flash in a blur. This is clearly his big finishing move. It's over, Martin shouts, sure he's landed the winning blow. The blade stops dead against Ghislaine's cloak, just stops. He's standing there completely unscathed, right in the middle of the shattered light show. Martin's jaw drops. You mastered the swordsmanship of the finest sword of the West. Yeah, are you kidding me right now? Ghislaine drops down and answers with a strike of his own, sending Martin sprawling. Martin hits the ground hard, coughing in pain. Ghislaine suddenly turns, speaking of which, and freezes. Something else just showed up. A second attacker crashes in, matching him blade for blade while Martin lies wounded below. Being a disciple doesn't mean only you can use those techniques, the newcomer smirks. Wait, so this guy trained under the same master as Martin too? Three-way chaos erupts around the fallen young lord. Blood sprays across the stone as the fight turns brutal. Martin, bloodied and stunned, can barely get the words out. Thaw, that technique is what he's putting it together, and he does not like the answer. A decisive strike lands, and things get ugly fast. Could it be? Martin gasps, piecing together just how outmatched he really is. Ghislaine closes in on the bloodied young lord, no mercy in his expression. Even beaten down, Martin snarls defiance. You would still lose. He's still got one card left to play. Right on cue, a whole squad of knights floods into the hall, screaming Martin's name. Kill that bastard, they roar, charging in as backup. Avenge the young lord, more knights, more swords, all aimed at one guy. Ghislaine's eyes just narrow. Just as I thought, he mutters, like this is exactly what he expected to happen. One motion, one wave of blue energy, and the whole charging squad gets swept off their feet. You're not on my level, he says, understatement of the year. And then, out of nowhere, 4 more figures show up: an axe-wielding old-timer, hooded strangers, a sharp-eyed woman. Whoever they are, this fight just got a lot bigger. Cut to somewhere colder and darker, Castle Eclipse, seat of the Delphine ducal family. The castle looms over the stormlit hills like something out of a nightmare. Inside, a lord sits at his desk in the shadows, addressed quietly by a servant. A guest has arrived, the servant announces. Let him in, the lord orders, not even looking up. A cloaked figure practically drops into the room out of nowhere. "Welcome," the Lord says, all business. The guest's eyes catch the light in the dark. This is somebody important. Master of the Crimson Magic Tower, 7th Circle Mage Delmuth. That's not a title you throw around for just anybody. Somewhere in a candlelit manor, a stone-faced nobleman gets word that trouble's brewing, and by the look on his face it is bad. A cloaked figure sweeps into the hall, robes trailing like a storm cloud. This is Delmuth, master of the Crimson Magic Tower, and he's been summoned for a reason. The horned Duke Delphine doesn't even blink. "Summoning me," he sneers, "must mean you're out of options, right?" "Welcome, master of the Crimson Magic Tower, Delmuth," the Duke purrs. Real warm and fuzzy energy from a guy with horns and claws, huh? Delmuth flinches. "Do you remember that night?" the Duke starts, and just like that the mood in the room drops through the floor. Turns out the Duke is furious. Delmuth has to ask, does he remember the night His Grace wiped out every single one of his own relatives? We flash back. In Delmuth's memory, a bloodied, clawed hand reaches for a blade. "I have finally broken one of the heavy chains binding me," he recalls. Someone screams, bloodied and broken, as the memory turns violent. This is not a nice flashback. "And obtained a small piece of freedom," Delmuth finishes coldly. Freedom, it turns out, came at a brutal price. "I could never forget His Grace's smile from that day," Delmuth admits. The Duke just goes quiet, which honestly feels scarier than words. "Of course, I know it well," the Duke murmurs, then holds something out. "Take this," he says, handing Delmuth a glowing item. "What is it?" Delmuth asks, cradling the pulsing purple stone in his hands. "Intelligence," the Duke explains, "on the key figures of Fenris." Translation: a hit list. "We can't afford to just stand by and wait," Delmuth says. "We must eliminate anything that stands in the way of His Grace's new world." First name on the list, the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, the White Lion Gillian. Bad news for Gillian. Next up on the dossier pile, Piotr, the saintess of Juana, goddess of beauty and abundance. Even a priestess isn't safe from this hit list. And then there's Vanessa, Fenris's exclusive mage, rumored to already be 6th Circle. Does it make sense that a 6th Circle mage could emerge in such a short time? The Duke wonders, unconvinced, given the Fenris Tower's barely been standing. Delmuth explains, word is she fought a 6th Circle master named Willow to a draw during the Desmond War. Even if she isn't actually at that level, he adds, it won't hurt to be wary. "If there's one thing that bothers me," Delmuth trails off, staring at a burning dossier scroll. The scroll depicts a screaming, chained figure, and the shocked reaction says it all: "De defeated a god." Delmuth reports it straight. This man might be strong enough to overcome even a saint's goddess-given power, and he's the former successor to the Flame Magic Tower on top of it. His name is Ulfoy, and he's Fenris's hidden ace. "I see," the Duke says slowly, clasping his hands together. The Duke's mouth curls into something between a smile and a threat. This new world plan clearly isn't optional for anyone standing in his way. "I shall return with good news soon enough," Delmuth vows, disappearing back into the shadows to start crossing names off that list. The Duke just smiles to himself. It is not a comforting smile. "Maintain vigilance," he orders, eyes burning with quiet menace. Somewhere, Delmuth mutters to himself, "Both you and I are nothing but mere ants before His Grace the Duke." Cheerful bunch, these two. Cut to a war camp tucked in a smoky mountain valley. Chaos is clearly already underway somewhere out west. Something or someone has just hit the dirt hard. A soldier stammers in disbelief. "It's true, Captain Dominic's family who were held hostage, that offer was actually real then." The rest of the group just stares, dumbfounded. How in the world someone manages. A hooded, armored figure stands over a body. "He died in a fair and honorable knight's duel," comes the flat announcement. A woman gasps in horror, "You killed him, the son of the Marquis of Roderick." "Yeah, that's about as big a deal as it sounds." Soldiers panic around them. "Are you crazy? You've caused an unimaginably huge incident." "No kidding." "Damn it, we need to get out of here," someone shouts. "Roderick's army might begin chasing us down any moment." "My lord, young lord," someone in the group is clearly not doing well. A blonde soldier reels from a gut punch of realization, fists clenched. Drake mercenary group, listen up, a voice booms across the camp. I am the commander of the Northern Army, Count Ghislaine Fenris, he declares. I have completely destroyed the chains that bound you. You no longer have to live as puppets without even knowing why. The whole camp goes silent. That's a lot to process before breakfast. Don't worry, Ghislaine says, calm as anything. I will take responsibility. And protect you all, he finishes. The mercenaries just gape at him. Protect us? One stammers. He's going to take responsibility for vagabonds like us. Nobody talks to mercenaries like that. From now on, Ghislaine begins striding toward the assembled troops. He plants himself in front of the whole army, unshaken by the sea of soldiers staring back. Follow me, he says simply. What would you have us do? Someone calls out, gripping their weapon tight. A sword rises into the air, catching the light. I do not hide or run away, Ghislaine vows. I will always stand at the vanguard and be your guiding light. Stand alongside me in that vanguard, he tells them, blue eyes blazing with conviction. The wind whips his hair as the weight of the moment sinks in. A grizzled soldier's face twists with raw emotion, hearing every word. One soldier drops to a knee, presenting his weapon in salute. We will do so, the troops roar back in unison. As captain of the Drake mercenary group, the kneeling soldier bellows, let's call him Beardy because that facial hair is doing a lot of work. I swear to always stand at the vanguard by the side of Count Fenris, Beardy declares, mountains looming behind him. With this, I have made one of the West's greatest forces my own, the narration cuts in, not a bad afternoon's work. I will now tell you what needs to be done, Ghislaine says, all business again. He starts handing out assignments. The mercenary group first and establish a base in Fenris. By now, Claude and the rookie should have finished their tasks as well. Dominic, go with Gillian and absorb the remaining mercenary groups in the West. You know the West better than I do, Ghislaine adds, but for the ones who won't listen, a physical conversation will be the fastest solution. That's intense, someone mutters. You coming with us, Captain? No, Ghislaine replies. There's something I need to do that will be difficult if not done now. Belinda, come with me to the south for a bit, he says. Mother Hen blinks, the south. Isn't that the territory of the Delphine ducal family? Someone asks nervously. Besides, young Lord Martin is dead, the Roderick Marquisate won't just sit still, yet you want to head south now? It was the result of a knight's duel, Ghislaine says flatly, so I am the one with the justification. That's true, but they won't make a move immediately, he adds, then orders everyone back within 1 week. A map of Fenris territory spreads out before them. Under cover of night, riders approach Maubrey territory, a castle glowing under a strange red beam in the sky. Hooded riders slip through a dark corridor, keeping quiet and out of sight. Ghislaine and Mother Hen sneak through the town on foot now. It's so quiet here, one of them murmurs. There are rumors going around that the Lord is going through some trouble, Ghislaine says, so everyone is likely walking on eggshells. Trouble? Belinda asks. Which is also an opportunity for me, Ghislaine adds. Belinda yanks him close. You're the only one who knows, just tell me straight, it's just the two of us. I need a new power, Ghislaine admits. He's after one of the Delphine ducal family's main forces, a mage cloaked in swirling purple light. This is Ilois, the 7th Circle Master of the Illusion School. Her specialty, magic that manipulates an opponent's mind to cast illusions. Ilois can apparently cast that illusion magic across an entire battlefield at once. If my soldiers mistake each other for the enemy and engage in meaningless slaughter, Ghislaine trails off, picturing exactly how useful that power could be. Belinda's eyes go wide. Even Mother Hen looks rattled by where this plan is headed. 2 hooded riders approach the castle gates at night. Halt, a guard shouts. This is the castle of Lord Maubrey, turn back if you have no business here. This is Baron Dudley from the east, comes the reply. We have come to solve Count Maubrey's problem. Problem, you say? The guard falters. The matter regarding the young Lord of Maubrey, Edwin Maubrey, Ghislaine clarifies using his fake name. The guard on the wall goes rigid, clearly not expecting anyone to know about that. Tell them I am an exorcist, Ghislaine instructs, playing his cover to the hilt. The castle looms overhead, its tower catching the last of the storm light. The gate creaks open somewhere in the dark, and the pair are finally let inside. A mustachioed steward leads the way down a torchlit corridor, grim and silent. His face is stern and weathered, a man who's clearly been carrying bad news for a while now. It's the same, he admits heavily, there are no signs of improvement. Ghislaine says nothing. I will go see him, Ghislaine says, stepping toward a glowing archway. Wind howls through the empty stone halls. Whatever's waiting down there, it isn't good. The steward walks him deeper into the castle, robes swaying in the flickering torchlight. The corridor fades into darkness and embers, the tension climbing with every step. Then the steward comes face to face with it, a huge, unblinking yellow eye set in a twisted, skull-like mask. Whatever happened to the young Lord of Maubrey, it is not human anymore. Picture the coldest dungeon hallway you have ever seen, and marching through it is Count Maubrey, and he is not here for small talk. His face says it all, whatever is waiting in that cell has been eating at him for a long time. And here is why. Half his son's face is still human, but the other half has gone hollow, pale, and glowing wrong. A knock echoes, then that ruined mouth curls into a grin and sneers his name right back at him. Count Maubrey, so cold-blooded. The Count can barely get the question out. Doesn't he feel any pity seeing his own son end up like this? The thing wearing his son's body just grins wider and demands the shackles come off, because that always goes well. A guard practically jumps between them, begging the Count to keep his distance. Smart guy. The Count just glares, muttering that you would have to be pretty weak-minded to get devoured by an evil spirit like this. Then the real target of his anger shows up. He is screaming that this is all the spirit's fault, every bit of it. He offers a deal on the spot. Find it a new body to jump into and he will let it go free. So the spirit teases back, you want me to leave your son's body, followed by the creepiest laugh you will hear all week. Its eye glows as it drops the bomb. It literally cannot leave anymore. Worse, it claims Edwin himself wants it to stay. Manipulative, absolutely. Convincing, the Count is not so sure. His jaw drops, he wishes for that. There is no way that is true, right? Turns out this is his son, Edwin, and neither divine power nor magic can even touch a hair on this thing. He even secretly smuggled in a black mage from another territory to try a cure. Nothing worked. Is there truly no way to dispel this evil spirit? And then it shows its real face, a hulking shadow monster grinning with way too many teeth. Cut to the castle. A guard comes sprinting in with news. A noble from the east wants an audience with the Count. Send him back, I do not wish to see anyone, the Count snaps. The guard flinches. We will about that. Turns out the guy claims to be an exorcist. The Count's jaw hits the floor. He is sweating, stunned, clearly wondering if this stranger is a miracle or a total scam artist. Enter Baron Dudley, hooded, calm, with an equally mysterious cloaked companion in tow. I am Baron Dudley from the east, he says, like that explains everything. By the fireplace, Dudley gets straight to it. He has heard young Lord Edwin is suffering a mental affliction and he would like to try a cure. The Count just stares. The Count is not buying it. You claim to cure mental illness and call yourself an exorcist? That sounds like utter nonsense, he scoffs. Dudley does not blink. People say he is possessed by an evil spirit, do they not? He already knows way more than he should. That is not important, Dudley says smoothly. What matters is that I can exorcise the evil spirit. Asked if he uses divine power or magic, Dudley admits he does not, but he knows the symptoms cold. Eyes gone black, that grinning, ruined face. And they emit a dark aura, he adds. The Count is floored. This guy knows literally every symptom. Sweating bullets, the Count demands to know, does he actually know what this thing is? Dudley admits it is an entity he has ill-fated ties with, one he has been tracking. That is all he will say. Then he cuts right to the chase. Will you grant me permission to treat him? A tense beat of silence hangs in the air. What do you want from me? The Count finally asks. Dudley stays cagey. I will tell you once the treatment succeeds. Nothing too burdensome, Count. How long will it take? A few days. The ritual is exhausting and dangerous. What does he need? Just the tools I have already prepared. The Count's face turns venomous. However, if you fail, I will not let you leave this castle in one piece. Dudley just smirks. I am willing to take that risk. Confidence or a death wish, you decide. He lays down the rules, no one else enters the tower, just him and his attendant will handle the exorcism. Please be certain to maintain this, he warns. If anything goes wrong, young Lord Edwin's life will be in grave danger. And there it is, the looming tower where this whole thing is about to go down. Dudley and his hooded attendant climb the torchlit stairs, heading straight for the source of the problem. Down a pitch-black corridor, closer and closer to that locked door. And waiting inside, chained to the wall, is Edwin's possessed body, standing dead still. A clawed shadow twitches, a new one, the thing murmurs, sensing fresh visitors. Dudley steps in with his attendant right beside him. I have come to cure you, he announces flatly. Edwin's ruined mouth curls into a grin. To cure me, cute. A priest now? That is useless, it sneers. I am a great being, immune to divine power. Bold words for something chained to a wall. A monstrous shadow rears up behind them all. No matter what ritual you perform, it will all be in vain. Its eyes blaze orange as it screams defiance at the two intruders. Then, just like that, Edwin's body is on the ground, bloodied. Turns out Dudley does not do subtle. A blade flashes, blood hits the stone floor. Chains rattle as another brutal strike lands. This exorcism looks a lot more like a straight-up beatdown. How can my body feel pain from a mere human's attack? The spirit shrieks, genuinely rattled. Dudley just shrugs it off. Oh, he is tougher than I thought. The dark aura is protecting the host's body. Guess he will not die from a little roughing up. Belinda, the tools, he says calmly. Yes, sir, she answers while the spirit spits, you bastard. Dudley swings again. What is your game? This body is the Count's son, the spirit howls. Do you really think you can do this and walk out alive? It screams, bloodied and furious. Dudley is not fazed at all. It is no use talking like someone else's body is your own, you mere evil spirit. After all, I am an exorcist. He holds up his weapon like it is sacred. This shall be my cross. Subtle, this guy is not. You are crazy, the spirit screams, blood running down its face. Another vicious strike lands, blood spraying across the cell. The beating does not stop. Dudley is not letting up for a second. Blow after blow lands, and the spirit's screams start sounding a lot more pained. Another brutal hit connects. This whole ritual is basically one long beatdown at this point. Chains rattle violently as the thing thrashes, unable to get away from the punishment. Even Dudley's blade looks tired by now, but he keeps swinging without a flicker of hesitation. A single broken groan slips out. Something in there is finally starting to crack. Blood pools on the stone as a raw, human voice sobs, it hurts. Chained and gasping, the voice begs, when will this? When? When the hell will this end? Even Belinda looks unsure. This cannot possibly be an exorcism. Suddenly, a completely different voice tears out of that ruined throat, raw, human, and screaming for mercy. Dudley and Belinda both freeze. His voice, inside, the spirit panics no. Its eye flickers with dread. The real owner of this body is waking up. And there he is, the real Edwin, sobbing out for his father. Save me, he begs, finally breaking through. Dudley barely reacts. Oh, is he awake, cool as ever. As expected, physical therapy is the best cure for weaklings like him, he says, completely unbothered, then turns to his attendant. Belinda, can you keep an eye on him for a bit? Meanwhile, the spirit's shadow seethes with rage. Damn it. It laments losing the one body that never fought back against it. Just go back into the heir's body then, Dudley suggests way too casually. Once I am out, I can never enter the same body again. The spirit snaps back. Dark tendrils rip and tear as the exorcism forces the thing loose. It shrieks in agony. To think someone who is not even a mage or a priest could force me out. If I cannot find another body soon, I will fade away. I refuse to let that happen. It snarls, refusing to just disappear quietly. Then its grin locks onto a new target. You possess quite an excellent body. Dudley stays dead calm and silent. He already knows exactly who it is looking at. Completely different from that frail body, it gloats. It is truly an ideal vessel. Belinda's stomach drops. Is this thing about to go after the young lord next? Then it turns on Dudley instead. Look sturdy, it purrs, lunging straight for him. Dark tendrils lash out, the spirit muttering something about being trapped in my memories. And make you submit, it roars, hand that body over to me. Dudley does not flinch. Cloak snapping in the wind, sword drawn, he plants his feet and gets ready to fight. But something about the spirit makes even him go tense. "You," he mutters, sweat on his brow. That appearance, the spirit gasps, the finest sword of the kingdom, Kayan Baltsek. A flash of memory, a legendary swordsman, hair whipping in the wind, blade raised mid-strike. So who exactly is this exorcist, really? Meet the guy causing tonight's storm, wrapped in shadow, dripping with bad intentions, and about to ruin someone's whole week. Ghislaine freezes the second he sees that silhouette. He knows exactly whose face that thing is wearing. It's not just a costume. This thing has copied the moves of Kayan Baltsek, the single greatest swordsman in the whole kingdom. The creature drops in swinging, boasting it's about to unload every scrap of stolen power it's got. Its whole plan tonight, beat Ghislaine into submission, simple as that. Ghislaine squares up without blinking, already reading the first strike before it lands. "Hand that body over to me." Okay, so that's what this whole ambush is actually about. Steel meets steel in a blur, first exchange and neither one is holding back. They're trading blows so fast the rain barely has time to fall between swings. Blade for blade, this copycat swordsman is keeping pace with Ghislaine for now. Another clash, another shower of sparks, this fight is only getting louder. Watch the blades, they're carving out perfect circles of mana with every swing. Neither fighter gives an inch as the swords lock again. A clean hit draws blood and somewhere close by, someone actually gasps incredible. Turns out this finest sword is just an illusion stitched together from raw mana, and it's still packing a terrifying amount of it. The real threat, it grins, is what happens if an actual master ever gets their hands on power like this. Round 2 kicks off just as brutal as the first. They trade a flurry of strikes too fast to even count. A stray cut draws blood, the fight's cost is starting to show on both sides. One more slash carves through the rain-soaked air. The clash rings out again, sharp enough to make you wince just watching. Full force collision, this is not a fight either of them can afford to lose. The mimic spins into another attack, chasing an opening that isn't there. Its cloak twists like something alive, hunting for a weak point. They meet again midair, blades screaming against each other. "You bastard," yeah, the illusion is not having a good night. Ghislaine just smirks and asks if that's really all it's got, brutal but fair. "All right then," never good words to hear from the thing trying to kill you. It admits the fight won't end unless it switches things up, so buckle in. It leaps back into the fray with a nastier trick loaded up. Ghislaine's eyes narrow, he's already caught onto something. Mana threads, he realizes. He's been fighting invisible strings this whole time. Those threads snap taut, yanking the fight in a whole new direction. The threaded blade comes in at an angle nobody could have blocked blind. Ghislaine barely gets his sword up in time. Blood sprays, that one connected and it hurt. Look closer, the creature's literally puppeteering its blade on threads of pure mana. Ghislaine snarls it out loud, this thing can control mana threads at will. The creature brags that a technique this delicate usually isn't worth the effort. Typical villain can't help but explain its own homework. Then it shrugs that off too. Turns out being an overpowered mana monster has its perks. This is a bit troublesome, Ghislaine mutters, which from him might as well be panic. It lunges again, threads whipping the blade in for the kill. The mimic grits its teeth, bleeding for a fight that's supposed to be just an illusion. Ghislaine glances back for half a second, just enough to check that Belinda's safe. Then it's right back to a blade inches from his eye. He lands a hit that actually staggers the thing. What? It clearly wasn't expecting that. Light rips off Ghislaine's blade as he pushes the advantage. He warns it flat out, he'd rather not go all in against something like this. "Time to quiet things down," he says, and you can feel this fight is about to end. His blade lights up with mana as he commits to the finishing blow. The strike connects and sends the illusion flying. My form is," it stammers, the illusion is literally coming apart at the seams. It's collapsing completely and the horrifying realization hits. Nobody even saw that last swing coming because Ghislaine wasn't even fighting seriously until now. He just stands there in the smoke, letting that land. "Well, taking my body by force has failed," he says, because that was the actual plan all along. The creature laughs bitterly, admitting all the mana it drained off small-time bodies was never going to be enough for a prize this strong. Yet to fade away like this, it mutters, out of options and out of time. That's exactly when Ghislaine speaks up. I will make you an offer. Enter my body and reside within it, he says, and yep, that's the twist nobody saw coming. Even the monster is baffled. Wasn't he just fighting tooth and nail to keep it out? Ghislaine's breathing hard, wounds and all, still standing by the offer. The creature narrows in, suspicious. What's actually in this for him? He just holds the thing steady in his grip, calm as anything. It cackles, half delighted, half confused that he's not even fighting the idea. There's his price, he wants its money-amplifying power for himself. The creature goes quiet, weighing the deal. Off to the side, Belinda's eyes go wide with dread. She knows exactly how bad this could go. The monster just laughs in his face. Does he really think he can control it once it's inside him? Then it agrees anyway. Very well, I'll transfer into your body. Ghislaine grits through the pain as the transfer starts to tear through him. Raw energy floods through his whole body. Yo, young master, Belinda screams, absolutely losing it. Mother hen mode fully activated. It's fine, Belinda, he manages through gritted teeth. You trust me, right? Not exactly reassuring mid-possession, but he means it. The creature warns him there's no turning back now, calling this the greedy choice of a man blinded by power. It throws its arms wide and dives fully into him. Do not regret it, it howls as the possession locks in. The last of it sinks completely into Ghislaine's body. He drops to his knees, overwhelmed by what just happened. For a moment he's completely still. Dawn creeps over the city while the storm inside him is only just getting started. Mana swirls violently around him, settling into something new. Dark energy crackles through what's left of the fight. From inside him, the creature marvels he's nothing like the nobodies it's possessed before and promises to actually grant him real power in return. I will evolve this body one step further, ambitious for a houseguest that only just moved in. It demands something worse than blood, his memories. Show me your memories. And just like that, the walls of his mind start to crack open. A memory floods in, a battlefield littered with swords driven into the earth like tombstones. Even the creature recoils. Wah, what is this gruesome sight? It stares at the figure standing in the wreckage and demands to know, who exactly is he? The memory presses in closer, refusing to let go. And there's Ghislaine's own face, staring back out of his own worst memory. We open mid-battle. Our mercenary hangs in the air, sword raised, soaked in blood, while a mass of black smoke churns on the battlefield beneath him. A monstrous grinning shadow rears up right in front of him and he snaps to guard. Who's there? The shadow catches itself. Wait, that's not right. This face is older, but it definitely belongs to the owner of this body. But the realization lands hard. He's somehow older than he should be. The shadow offers him a look inside its own memories. You wish to see. Sure, he says, observe all you want, if you can handle it, that is. The memory drags him straight back to childhood. A small boy covered in blood screaming for his father to help him. An old retainer sprints through the chaos, screaming for his young master. And there's his father, riddled with arrows, going down as the boy shrieks his name. By morning, all that's left is a black flag over the wreckage, and a boy walking alone through the ashes of everything he loved. That day, it never really leaves him. Right there, a vow burns itself into him: take revenge, become strong enough that this can never happen again. He's the only one still standing amid the corpses. His young, bloodied face twists in a scream that says everything words can't. Because we joined hands with the Delphine Duke, the memory hisses. And destroyed your family, the ducal family is behind it all. Somewhere behind it all, someone is smiling, clearly enjoying the carnage. One name burns itself permanently into his memory: Delphine. And he swears it, if he's ever handed another chance at life, House Delphine will pay for every drop of it. Even the shadow flinches, it can't stomach pain this raw. So he asks dryly, how does it feel peeking into someone else's memories for once? The shadow refuses to believe it. Lies, how could a human not only claw back from death but travel back through time? Whether it makes sense or not, he says flatly, is irrelevant. How, the shadow can barely get the word out. What matters, he says, eyes glowing, is that I'm alive. The shadow can only ask how a human is supposed to carry the weight of a world like this. A strange image rises up a tree growing straight out of something dark and twisted. What is this? The vision keeps pulling them both in deeper. The things I must protect, no matter the cost, he tells himself. Something snaps into focus. And there they are, the people he can't afford to lose all over again. I'll never lose them again, he vows. So that's the reason he can carry the weight of this whole world, the shadow murmurs. So this was it, a sense of responsibility, plain and simple. Elsewhere, that same shadowy spirit takes shape in the real world and catches someone completely off guard. Back in reality, he walks off through the rain, dragging himself out of the vision. He steadies himself fully back now, resolve hardening on his face. His eyes snap back into sharp focus. He stands there against the torchlight, armored and resolved. He flexes his hand, testing that this is all real. Good, he says simply. Nearby, Belinda flinches. Yo, young lord, she stammers. Sorry for making you worry, Belinda, he says gently. Let's head back now. Yes, comes the answer. This is Dark, the shadow spirit living inside him. With Dark's power to invade someone's mind, he figures he can finally break Aloysius' illusion magic and maybe even cross blades with the kingdom's finest sword, Cayenne Baltsac. A hooded figure murmurs that this power belonged to him in a past life, but how? But now that he's got that power back, he grins, he'll finally be able to clash swords with him for real. Cut to a whole different corner of the story, the Flame Magic Tower's outpost, way out in Fenris. Down at the Runestone Refinery, mages are grinding away, harvesting ice-infused crystals. I'm going to die at this rate, one apprentice wheezes, cursing whoever decided mages deserve this treatment. Just let me rest for a bit. Miss your quota today, warns Director Vanessa, and she'll drain your mana dry herself. The rookie's about faint on the spot. Two of the tower's mages cross paths, one wondering aloud what's going on with all this talk of Ulfoy. As you can see, she's the poor soul stuck riding herd on the rookies, and she is done complaining about how none of them ever listen. An enlightened mage like me, one of them preens, entirely too pleased with himself. Turns out they'll need to step out for a bit anyway. Step out where exactly? Word arrives that the Crimson Magic Tower has requested an exchange with the Flame Tower. Those crimson bastards, someone spits. It's a rare, prestigious event, mages from rival towers gathering to trade knowledge, debate, and test their skills against one another. The real draw, though, is the duels between disciples, fire against lightning, tempers so heated that people actually get hurt. An exchange this rare doesn't just happen. Turns out Tower Master Hubert himself sent the invitation. Meet Ulfoy, the tower's own successor, flat out refusing to go. He's furious his master hasn't sent him a single letter while he's rotted out here in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to bury my bones in Fenris, someone else declares, ready to take his place out here instead. Don't sweat it, another mage shrugs. Ulfoy's name wasn't even on the invitation list. It'll be fine without him. Back at the main Flame Magic Tower, the higher-ups have some deciding to do. Should they call Ulfoy back? He is still the tower's successor, even if he's stuck at the third circle after all this time. Tower Master Hubert loses it. What has that boy even been learning out there? Can their disciples even compete with students trained by Delmuth, a full 7th circle mage? Relax, someone insists Vanessa alone can handle the exchange. And then right on cue in walks Ulfoy himself, all smug confidence. Hello, master. Why are you here? Welcome back, they stammer. Have you been well? Nobody quite knows what to make of him. Hubert's face says it all, somewhere between shocked and furious. Thaw that's, quiet down, geez, the other mages hiss, trying not to make a scene. She couldn't even sense a speck of mana before, one of them mutters, watching Vanessa. Hubert just waves it off with the runestones. He's got no reason to dance to Delmuth's tune. The old mages needle him right back. Aren't you still stuck at 6th circle yourself, letting a former maid catch up that fast? What in the world did that Fenris brat even do out there? One grumbles, still baffled by Ulfoy's transformation. With the runestones on their side, Hubert gloats. It's only a matter of time before the Flame Tower becomes the greatest in the kingdom. Then the Crimson Tower arrives 50 disciples deep, lined up like they mean business. He brought that many disciples, about 50 of them. Someone yelps to the Tower Master. Hubert breaks a sweat. What's with this number? Onlookers can only wonder if these people are trying to start a war. It's been a while, Hubert, the Crimson Tower's master purrs. Delmuth, Hubert growls back. Hubert's face twists with barely contained fury. Without warning, Delmuth cuts loose with a massive surge of purple magic, just to make a point. Everyone, deploy your mana fields. The flame mages scramble to brace themselves. Someone takes a graze from the shockwave, blood already trickling down. Delmuth stands there, smug and unbothered in the wreckage of his own little demonstration. His 50 disciples stand ranked behind him, an intimidating wall of raw numbers. Just a friendly greeting, Delmuth shrugs, also wanted to check on a few things. Seems like you're still in the exact same spot, he adds, twisting the knife. Hubert's eye twitches, this bastard. I've already set it up so we can duel right now, Delmuth says coolly. Let's settle this today. Be my guest, Hubert grits out. Hubert simmers, glaring daggers. Vanessa steps forward. So that's her, someone murmurs, the sixth circle mage everyone's been talking about. Delmuth's attention drifts elsewhere, and, he says, trailing off, clearly not done yet. Somewhere close by, someone straightens their collar, calm and ready for whatever's coming next, and that's where we leave it. Whoa, hold up, some shadowy figures just spotted a woman across the street and went dead silent. So that's her, sixth circle Vanessa. There she is, robes white as snow, guarded like royalty. This is a certified big deal mage we're looking at. Meanwhile, some other creep is watching too, muttering and, like he's building a hit list. Yeah, he's building a hit list. Next name up is the man who beat an actual god, meet Ulfoy. Someone's fist just clenched in the shadows, not exactly the friendliest reaction to a business card. Our mystery creep can't believe his luck. Perfect, it saves me the trouble of hunting them down to kill them. Cool guy, very normal thing to say. He's grinning ear to ear, fangs and all. Whatever these two did, this guy's been waiting a long time for payback. Cut to a grand magic tower hall and officials calling in the report on every disciple's achievements. Time for 5 magic duels live in front of everybody. Each tower's told to send out their best young disciples to throw down. No pressure, right? One tower master singles out a disciple named Modi. Yes, master, poor kid's basically just been drafted. But look at this guy, the Flame Tower's master is sweating bullets already, and the duels haven't even started. Meanwhile, the rival Crimson Tower sends out a confident mage without breaking a sweat. Says it all really. Word around the balcony, the Crimson disciples are already 4th circle. Everyone's asking the Flame Tower master who he's got to match that. His answer, Robero was only 2nd circle, right? Send him out. That's not a strategy, that's a sacrifice. The room loses it. You're sending a 2nd circle kid against a 4th circle master? He just shrugs, says he doesn't want to reveal their real strength this early. His actual plan, lose the early rounds, then unleash their secret weapon Vanessa at the very end to save face. Bold strategy, let's see if it survives contact with reality. Round 1 kicks off in the grand dueling circle, and it goes loud fast. The Flame Disciple charges up hard, magic crackling off his staff. He unleashes Twin Fireball, flames roaring straight across the arena floor. The Crimson Mage just stands there, completely unfazed by the wall of fire coming at him. He slices clean through it with his blade, scoffing, how ridiculous, ice cold. Then he answers with his own spell, Air Cutter, and it is not pretty. The blades tear straight through the Flame Disciple in a spray of blood. This duel is over in seconds. Even the crowd looks horrified at how one-sided that just was. Healers rush in screaming that the bleeding's too severe, this kid might actually die from a friendly exhibition match. The Flame Tower Master explodes. Did you plan to have my disciples murdered? The Crimson Master plays innocent. He probably didn't expect to lose to a spell with only that much power. Sure, buddy. His eyes are literally bloodshot with rage at this point. Somebody get this man a chair. Hey, calm down, the Crimson Master says, all smiles. Trust me, my disciple's just as shocked as you are. And just like that, proceed with the next duel before the mood cools down, because nothing says fair play like ignoring the guy who's bleeding out. Duel 2 goes down exactly the same way. Brutal magic burst, and Crimson wins again. The beaten disciple taps out I surrender, while the crowd sneers that this was supposedly the North's best tower. Next disciple, please step forward, the official calls, while the peanut gallery keeps piling on about the Flame Tower living in its past glory. The rival mages just openly laugh in their faces. Look at these pieces of trash. The flame tower master's grinding his teeth so hard you can practically hear it. He calls for the next disciple anyway. Is there no one to step up for the next duel? Dead silence is not the response he was hoping for. His own disciples are panicking. You want us to fight guys like that? I can't do it, those guys have no problem killing people. Desperate, the tower master even calls out one disciple by name. Hubert, why don't you come out yourself? Cold. The rival crowd absolutely cackles. To think there'd be this much of a gap, real charming bunch, these guys. The tower master's crushed. I was foolish. The flame magic tower is finished now. Pathetic bastards, rock bottom right on schedule. But hold on, someone's actually standing up from the crowd. I'll come forward, he says, calm as anything, and starts walking. Everyone freezes. Elfoy. Oh, that Elfoy, the one who beat a god. He's been sitting in this tower the whole time. The Crimson side, ever polite, insists on sending a fitting opponent in return, as if they know exactly who they're dealing with. Out steps their ace. I am Master Delmuth's first disciple and successor of the Crimson Magic Tower, Brody. Brody flashes a charming little smile. Nice to meet you. Guy's got main character energy and he knows it. The old mage is nearly faint. That's the Crimson successor, a fourth circle master. Elfoy just shrugs it off. Ooh yeah, I'm Elfoy. Onlookers are already begging him to wait. That man's a fourth circle master. How are you supposed to win when you're only third circle? Fair question, honestly. Elfoy just adjusts his monocle and drops the quiet flex of the century. I've even beaten a god. How has he lost his mind? Someone whispers, understandable reaction. For a mage, circle rank is everything, there's no way he can win. The crowd mutters. His own tower master just smirks. Don't worry, tower master. He isn't weak, comes the quiet confidence as the two step into the dueling circle for real. Brody can't resist a jab. A magic tower's successor is only third circle. Aren't you embarrassed? Then the smug kicker, you know you're going to die, right? Elfoy just tilts his head. Die, not exactly shaking in his boots. Well, I've almost died countless times because of that bastard Ghislaine, but casually flicking a coin between his fingers like it's nothing. That coin flick is loaded. Watch closely. Not today, Elfoy says, eyes locked as the coin rockets across the arena. It nails Brody clean in the face before he even sees it coming. Blood shock, the whole 9 yards. First blood goes to the weaker guy. Brody's losing it. Thigh this bastard, a cowardly sneak attack. Buddy, he just called you out for dying already. Wiping the blood off, Brody's power surges around him. You lack even the dignity of a mage. He turns and unloads a full-blown magical assault, robes whipping in the storm of his own spellwork. Elfoy answers with one word, haste. Suddenly this fight's about to look very different. The blast goes off in a violent burst of dark energy. But Elfoy's already gone, a blur of ice and wind slicing through the room. Brody's firing everything he's got, trying to keep the distance. Thigh this bastard, why is he so fast? Don't come closer, bit late for that request. Elfoy just grabs him outright, psychokinesis, no effort required. He sends Brody flying with barely a flick of the wrist. Direct hit, full impact, no mercy. Brody coughs up blood, completely rattled. So much for that fourth circle confidence. Where did you learn such cheap tricks? He snarls through a bloody mouth. Rich, coming from the guy who started this with a fireball spam. Elfoy just calmly shuts down his next grab attempt like it's nothing. Then comes the payback, fire punch. Elfoy's whole fist lights up. It connects hard, tearing through Brody's guard and his face along with it. Brody's engulfed, kneeling in the flames, all that big talk turning to ash. The crowd can't process it. That's impossible. Even the Flame Tower Masters stunned. How's a third circle disciple overcoming the circle gap like this? That's absurd, someone shouts as Elfoy keeps pressing the attack, fire and wind trailing behind every hit. Another clean shot lands square on Brody's face. Elfoy's grinning wide, now not exactly holding back the enjoyment here. Brody, bloodied and furious, spits out, you cowardly bastard, the match is already decided. Elfoy just laughs it off. Hurts, doesn't it? What was it you said earlier? Brody tries to tap out mid-sentence, I susura, but Elfoy answers with another fireball, before he can even finish the word. His fist ignites again, coming down without any hesitation. Brody's left smoking and broken on the ground. Elfoy just shrugs. Are you going to argue about what's cowardly or not on the battlefield? On the battlefield, results are everything, he says, cool as ever, then adds a final "you little shit" just to drive it home. The duel's finishing blow lands hard, fire and light swallowing the loser whole. He's bloodied and gasping, but he's still whining about what counts as cowardly in a fight. Some guys never learn. The winner isn't interested in excuses. On the battlefield, he says, results are everything. That cold little brag earns him an angry fist in the collar. Someone is not thrilled with his attitude. The crowd roars anyway. Alfoy just won and the whole arena knows his name. On the sidelines, his old mentor and a young apprentice are floored. His mana control is off the charts, almost like he's casting several spells at once. Whispers spread through the crowd, wondering what training Count Fenris put this kid through. The Flame Tower's master just cackles, rubbing it right in Delmuth's face. Ulfoy shakes off the angry grip without blinking. "Don't touch me," he mutters, "I'm tired from fighting." His old teacher can't resist teasing him for acting so cold right after a win like that. The Flame Tower's master turns to Delmuth, grinning ear to ear. "Bring it on," he says, "send out your disciple." Nobody steps up, so he needles Delmuth directly, daring him to fight personally. He's basically gloating now, sure victory already belongs to the Flame Magic Tower. But Crimson's disciples just stand there in dead silence. That is not a good sign. The old mentor's smile fades, something in the air just changed. A strange, heavy energy starts crawling through the hall. Delmuth turns, cloak snapping, power gathering around him like a storm about to break. He clasps his hands together, calm and calculating, like he's already 3 moves ahead. That's Ulfoy for you, by the way. People are already calling him the man who defeated a god. Even he tenses up, sensing something is very wrong. And here's Crimson's ace, 6th Circle Master Vanessa, watching it all in silence. Delmuth murmurs about the harvest he's reaped from this exchange, having seen Ulfoy's power with his own eyes. Then he drops the bomb, he's stepping into the finale himself. A massive magic circle blooms around him, energy howling to life. The crowd freezes in horror. This was never supposed to happen. Delmuth lets it all rip. Pink energy tears straight through the building, walls cracking apart. The blast sends the old mentor and the Flame Tower's master flying. Bloodied, the Flame Master screams bloody murder. "Tower masters and elders aren't allowed to interfere in duels, you bastard." He's shaking with fury, and honestly, fair enough. Delmuth just smirks. "I'm only stepping forward like you asked," he says. "Is there a problem?" His eyes glow, one purple, one red. "Now you come out too," he says. The Flame Master, bleeding, realizes his own taunt just got turned into a death sentence. Ulfoy cuts through the shouting. "Snap out of it," he says. "No time for pointless arguing." The horrible truth lands. They came here planning to kill everyone from the start. Vanessa steps forward against her own master. "I'll hold off Delmuth," she declares. She unleashes Icicle Shower, and the whole hall turns into a forest of ice spikes. Delmuth answers with a searing dome of pink energy. He barrels straight through the ice like it's nothing. Teeth gritted, he powers through the freezing barrage anyway. Ice and light collide in a blur of blue. The whole thing detonates in a shower of frost. Still, Delmuth keeps pushing forward through the storm. Then comes the answer, lightning explosion crackling to life. A glowing magic array sends bolts screaming down from above. Another array flares to life, more lightning gathering. The blast cascades straight down the tower's spire. Zoom out and the whole magic tower complex is getting wrecked. Lightning keeps arcing off the tower's silhouette. A massive white-hot explosion swallows the whole structure. Dust and light settle over the wreckage. Delmuth just exhales, barely phased, or at least that's what he wants everyone to think. From a distance, he floats in a haze of pink energy while someone below gets thrown back by the shockwave. He's furious now, snarling that nobody pulls this kind of stunt in his own magic tower. He can't believe Vanessa just blocked that spell. It clicks for him. She used Ulfoy's mana to cast a 7th circle spell she shouldn't even touch. His power really is the source. How interesting. Delmuth eyes the disciples around him. Of course, he mutters, they're Fenris's key people. Even he admits this fight is burning him out too. He's clearly running on fumes, but he is not stopping. Fresh magic circles ignite around him, fire crawling to life. He rockets up through pillars of flame, I wonder how long you can all hold out, he taunts. Vanessa charges back in, her staff crackling with energy. Sweat and grit, she's giving everything she's got. She pushes through another blast, purple energy streaking around her. A crescent of blue energy slices through the air. Delmuth answers with a jagged burst of his own dark power. Air Twist slams into him, wind and fury tearing straight through the hall. Someone flinches, caught off guard by the impact. Delmuth's hand twitches, already gathering the next spell. A vortex of fire tears open, someone caught right in the middle of it. This is as far as you go, Delmuth, someone yells, refusing to back down. A fierce shout, flame wrapped tight around a clenched fist. Delmuth braces on a glowing circle, ready for whatever comes next. The hall's a smoking ruin now, and Delmuth just keeps walking through it like he owns the place. He looms over a battered Vanessa, sitting in the ashes. Even he's drenched in sweat, chest heaving. Vanessa's barely holding it together, gasping for air. She's exhausted, but she is still standing. Delmuth admits it grudgingly. Dealing with 2 Sixth Circle masters at once is no joke. More clashes rip through the room, disciples scattered across the floor. Delmuth's face goes pale, elders he chokes out, reinforcements have shown up. This will be the end, he vows, unleashing everything he's got, while across the hall someone screams for their fallen disciples and scrambles to raise the mana fields, crying out Vanessa's name. Just then, a new voice cuts through it all. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master of the Crimson Magic Tower Delmuth. I am the Lord of Fenris, Count Ghislaine Fenris, he says. I came to participate in the Magic Tower exchange. Though he adds with a smirk, it seems I'm a tad late. Yeah, buddy, just a little. A hand crackles with dark magic as a newcomer greets the master of the Crimson Magic Tower, Delmuth, with mocking politeness. He announces himself, Ghislaine, Lord of Fenris, here to take part in the Magic Tower exchange. Ghislaine smirks, seems he's just a tad late to the party. Inside the tower, Delmuth is already tearing the place apart, magic exploding through the halls. A wounded mage lies collapsed in the wreckage. This fight started without Ghislaine. Someone gasps his name in relief while an old man nearby mutters it in dread, Fenris. The finest sword of the north, they call him, and someone here clearly isn't happy to see the whelp who wrecked the ducal family's plans. Delmuth snarls that a noble meddling in mage affairs is way outside his authority. Oh dear, someone chuckles, looks like Hubert never got around to telling him. Ghislaine drops the bomb himself, he's here as a guest mage of the Flame Magic Tower, just running a little late. An old man splutters that a sword master calling himself a mage is ridiculous right before getting smacked for not reading the room. Someone shouts it plain and simple, I invited him myself. Delmuth sizes him up with a sneer, Count Fenris, you actually claim to be a mage. An elder mage backs him up, Count Fenris really is a guest mage of the Flame Tower. And those 2 mages Delmuth already beat down, not fighting anyone again today. Delmuth's plan spills out, he meant to wipe out the Flame Tower first, then strike at Fenris. Fine then, Delmuth snarls, if Count Fenris wants to jump into the fire himself, he won't stop him. Dark power gathers over Ghislaine. In the end, he figures, it was always going to come down to raw power. Delmuth's grin twists into a scream, it would have been settled with power either way. His rage boils straight over into a full-on battle cry. Purple lightning rips into the Crimson Tower itself, tearing through stone and glass. A vortex of dark magic shreds the building from the inside out. A beam of raw power punches straight through the tower's core. Nearby mages scream in terror. Ghislaine just grins, that's the best thing he's heard all day. He launches himself straight into the blast, blade raised high. Something vast and clawed sweeps through the chaos above him. Ghislaine tears through the rubble, closing in fast on Delmuth midair. He rockets upward through a burst of jagged white spikes, still chasing him down. Delmuth's composure finally cracks, sweat beading as the gap keeps closing. He grits his teeth, bracing against the pressure bearing down on him. Ghislaine's blade slams into his barrier and shoves him back hard. Delmuth strains, fighting to hold his shield together. In a blink, literally, Delmuth teleports clear just before the killing blow lands. Reappearing at a distance, he pants to think a mere sword could breach a 7th circle mana field. One more moment of hesitation, and that blade would have had him. Delmoth forces a laugh truly worthy of being called the finest sword of the north and summons a storm of crystal blades. Ghislaine braces as the spikes come raining down on him. He lashes out with a glowing red mana thread, slicing the whole storm apart. He spins through the air, cutting down blade after blade without slowing. Delmoth's eyes go wide. Mana threads, a swordsman using mage tricks that's not supposed to happen. Ghislaine presses the advantage, his blade flashing again and again. Sword and spell collide once more in a shower of sparks. Ghislaine drives him down hard toward the shattered floor. His eyes stay locked and ice-cold through every second of it. They trade blow after blow in the storm-lit sky, neither giving an inch. Ghislaine keeps pushing forward, giving Delmoth no room to breathe. Delmoth lashes back with a clawed burst of crimson magic. Ghislaine twists clean out of the strike's path. He kicks off thin air itself, closing the gap all over again. Delmoth roars and unleashes another wave of searing red energy. Ghislaine's strike connects clean. Delmoth goes crashing down in a burst of light. Sprawled in the wreckage, Delmoth gasps out that none of this makes any sense. His own people gawk from the sidelines, amazed their master's holding his own against a 7th circle mage. One starts to add he still hasn't hit his past life's level, and gets a flat be quiet for his trouble. Bloodied and furious, Delmoth demands to know what the hell kind of power that is unheard of for any ordinary knight. Ghislaine answers cool as ever, you only see as much as you know. Even a 7th circle mage has blind spots. Coughing blood, Delmoth sneers that this murky energy isn't pure mana, then goes quiet, realizing it feels exactly like something he knows. The power the ducal family grants its key figures, he mutters, putting the pieces together. Ghislaine's eyes narrow sharply at the mention. No wonder the ducal families had such a hard time with him. Delmoth admits he himself never would have reached the 7th circle without their grace and support. His expression turns grim, even if he dies here. A massive, crackling orb of magic swells over him, lightning arcing outward. He'll kill Ghislaine here and now and repay that grace, whatever it costs him. Lightning tears across the ruined tower, and the whole building starts to give. The structure groans, cracking apart under the strain. A young mage grabs her companion's arm in a panic. Ulfoy, do something. Cries ring out to take cover as the building comes down, while Ghislaine cuts straight through the falling debris. His cloak snaps in the wind as he drops right back into the fight. Teeth gritted, he growls out a command, amplify my power. Dark energy coils tight around his blade, humming with pressure. He mutters almost to himself, dark. His eyes flare crimson. More he demands and something answers back, more. A monstrous voice purrs that he's already drawing mana like crazy, and he wants even more. Golden fire erupts from his blade, 4th core release. Flame swallows the battlefield whole. Delmoth grits out grim that these mages are persistent. He needs to make sure this one dies, and it won't be hard. Ghislaine's eyes burn. After all, he killed this man once already in his past life. The dark presence grins wide, fangs bared. It'll use his most intense emotions as kindling. Keep that in mind. Shadowy claws press hungrily against him. If he dies from this, the thing warns, his body belongs to it. For one flickering moment, an unfamiliar face grins out from the dark, a reminder of the price this power carries. Delmoth rises above the burning tower, pulling together everything he has left. Ghislaine surges forward to meet him head-on. Eyes blazing, Delmoth screams out his strongest spell, Inferno. A dome of searing white-hot energy swallows the entire battlefield. A colossal pillar of fire rips straight into the sky. Inside the blaze, something vast and dark rises up to answer it. Ashen embers drift through the wreckage as the light finally dims. Ghislaine grips his blade tight, ready to meet the Inferno head-on. He leaps skyward, sword blazing, aura blade. The blade connects, a golden blast tears clean through Delmoth in a spray of blood. The shockwave rips outward like burning wings, swallowing the hall in light. Delmoth's ruined face twists in one last scream. His body goes limp as the light fades out. The duel is finally over. The scene cuts to open sky and snow-capped peaks, calm settling in after the storm. Far below, a quiet cabin sits tucked into a forested valley. Villagers and sheep move peacefully around it, a whole world away from the carnage we just saw. A broad-shouldered man walks toward the house while the others quietly watch him go. A young, fair-haired face glances back in silence, Looks like we're being introduced to someone new. A flashback: an old swordsman tells two boys he's leaving for a while. One yelps back, "Why at?" The smaller boy asks quietly if he'll come back quickly this time too. The old man promises him, "Yes, I promise." Years later, that boy stands grown beside a hooded stranger at a snow-buried hut. Footsteps cross the snow as the hooded figure speaks, "Young Lord Martin, even though you were a foolish pupil." His face hardens with grief. "As your master, it's only right that I avenge you." This is the royal capital, dusted in snow and buzzing with panic about one guy nobody's even seen in person. One red-faced lord is losing it, screaming that this mystery mercenary murdered a young lord and torched a whole mage tower. Turns out this whole freakout is about Ghislaine Fenris stirring up the entire kingdom without even showing his face in the capital. One calmer voice points out the killing was actually a formal knight's duel, so technically legal. Elena drops the real bombshell. The mage who attacked Fenris and the Flame Tower was secretly working for the ducal family the whole time, and she's got the paperwork to prove it. Marquis Branford will be seeing plenty of this. Guy argues the justification doesn't matter. Provoking the ducal family right now could kickstart a full-blown civil war. Give him 5 seconds though and Branford's back to ranting that Fenris is just an ungrateful brat who forgot who raised him. Consistency isn't really his thing. Branford wants Fenris arrested and thrown in an interrogation room right then and there, and that's exactly when a messenger bursts in. Count Fenris himself has just arrived in the capital. Elsewhere, an old ally, Count Desmond, hears the news and simply says, "Let him in." Confident as ever, Fenris strides through the halls like he owns the place. He looks sharp, calm, and completely unbothered by the chaos everyone says he caused. "Ghislaine Fenris, at your service," he says with a polite little bow, like he didn't just send half the capital into a panic. He's barely said hello before Branford storms in, sword half drawn, shouting, "You bastards, speak of the devil." Bit dramatic for a hello. While Branford threatens to lock him up, someone who actually worries about him asks if he's hurt from his fight with the 7th Circle mage. Fenris just brushes it off, "No need to worry, my lady." The rest of the room just stares, stunned into silence by the sheer nerve of the guy. Desmond finally gets a moment alone with him and admits it's been way too long since he's seen Fenris's face. "You clearly have a lot to tell me," Desmond says, and that might be the understatement of the chapter. Before getting into it though, Fenris says he's got something to show him first. Cut to a massive caravan rolling into town, wagons stretching further than the eye can see. Soldiers unload crate after crate, hauling out glowing runestones and potions like they're handling live explosives. Branford can barely process what he's looking at. What is all this? Turns out it's dwarf-forged armor, refined runestones, and top-shelf potions, all of it a gift for everyone in the royalist faction. Fenris looks out over the capital, hand on his chest, quietly proving he's on their side after all. One noble can't believe the haul, enough supplies to hold the castle for a full year, and the quality's just as good as the quantity. Elena just stares at him, quietly stunned all over again. One of the lords claps a hand on his shoulder. "If you need anything, just say the word, brother." Fenris calls the gifts a small apology for all the worry he's caused, then his tone shifts, however. One noble goes pale. "To me, it sounds like you're telling us to prepare for war." Fenris doesn't deny it, as expected. He lets the silence sit there for a second, letting it sink in. Desmond wants answers first though, starting with why Fenris had no choice but to kill young Lord Martin Roderick. Fenris says nothing for a moment, choosing his words carefully. An obstacle, he finally says. The Roderick family out west was allied with Duke Delphine, the enemy camp. If civil war broke out, Roderick's mercenary company would have become a serious threat, and their skill with hired blades couldn't be ignored. So Fenris removed the threat before it could grow. Desmond takes it in. Fenris's whole goal, it turns out, is to whittle down the enemy's fighting power piece by piece. Fenris hands over another item, a rolled-up scroll. Desmond takes it, expression unreadable. The second he unrolls it, his eyes go wide. "This is," he asks, already dreading the answer. It's a full list of the ducal family's spies hiding throughout the capital and beyond, and there are a lot of names on it. Desmond recognizes way too many of them. We already filtered out and expelled so many people, and there are still this many left. He flips through page after page, the sheer depth of the infiltration finally sinking in. Fenris explains it took time, but they tracked down every mole, merchant guilds, information brokers, mercenary groups, all of it. People close enough to stab them in the back the moment things go wrong. The moment civil war breaks out, Fenris says, they become the backstage forces that stab the royalist faction in the back. Desmond mulls it over, the weight of that list clearly sinking in. Fenris's eyes stay locked and steady. He's already made his decision. Marquis, he says, turning to Branford, if civil war is coming either way, we might as well strike first. Then he drops the real bomb: war has already begun. Branford's jaw drops. What is the meaning of this? Fenris's expression doesn't waver one bit. Somewhere else, someone's eyes flash with fury, sensing the shift. That night, smoke starts rising over the capital's skyline. The purge is already underway. Soldiers march straight for the Kelia Merchant Guild and its master, Jeffrey. Our dealings with you end as of today, the soldiers announce, surrounding Jeffrey and his people. Jeffrey panics. What is the meaning of this? Right as they announce, the Marquisate is seizing every asset the guild owns. Do as commanded, the soldiers move in without hesitation. Subdue all who resist. Chaos breaks out across the merchant district. Another merchant screams that the capital's merchant association won't let this slide. A soldier coldly warns that every merchant and noble is about to turn their backs on the Marquisate. The response: yes, go right ahead. One noblewoman just watches from behind her fan, unbothered. We just came to catch the ducal family's dogs, she says. This whole raid is running straight off Fenris's list. One of the accused finally snaps and draws steel. Damn it, those quick-witted royalist bastards, he snarls, blade drawn and blood already spilling. At the very least, I'll take you with me to the afterlife. The fight turns brutal fast, blades flashing in close quarters. They've revealed their true colors, one soldier shouts. Find every single one of them, root out every last spy. On a balcony above it all, Elena watches the chaos unfold and murmurs a name under her breath like she's just recognized someone she really didn't expect. Delphine Earnhardt. Desmond's eyes narrow, sensing this is only the beginning. Far from all of it, in the dark, something else is stirring. Rain hammers down over jagged, ruined mountains, somewhere far from the capital's fight. Broken ruins jut out of the storm, marking a place nobody sane would visit. Deep underground, a cave glows an eerie blue, humming with old, dangerous magic. A strange pool of light pulses at the bottom of the cavern, like it's waiting for something. Two hooded figures descend into the depths, robes trailing through the dark. One carries a staff, the other's armored in something that looks less like steel and more like bone. A third figure looks up sharply, catching wind of something. Well, Raoul, one of them says, greeting a man standing dead center in a glowing magic circle over the water. The speaker, wide-brimmed hat and ghost-pale hair, sighs. It seems a lot of troublesome things have popped up. Raoul recognizes him immediately. Lavier. Then comes the real update. The royalist faction struck first, and a huge number of ducal spies planted in the capital have just been wiped out. It was Ghislaine who's under him, Lavier adds, naming Fenris as the one behind it. Someone else chimes in almost defensively, it wasn't Branford. Then the real gut punch: the 7th Circle mage Delmuth died by Fenris's hands too. Lavier doesn't hesitate, will advance the schedule for opening the rift. Lavier, Raoul repeats, clearly not thrilled about the timeline change. The two cloaked figures watch a lone silhouette standing out in the water, weighing their next move. In that case, one of them says, we have to eliminate the main culprit first. The main culprit, Raoul murmurs, I'll eliminate him myself. You will? Lavier asks, clearly surprised he's volunteering. A robed figure marked with strange gold sigils steps up. I wouldn't be forced to step in if someone had just done their job properly. The markings on his robe seem to pulse in the dim cave light. Blood traces down someone's chin. Whatever's happening down here, it isn't gentle. You just focus on preparing the sacrifices to open the rift, comes the final order, cold and final. And with that, a hooded figure grips his sword and steps out into the pouring rain, heading straight for the capital and straight for Fenris. Rain hammers a sleeping city under a bruised night sky. This is where our story picks back up. Rooftops blur past in the storm. Something or someone is running for their life up here. A hooded figure bolts through the flooded alleys, fists pumping, breath ragged. The chase is on. Guards spot him instantly. "Found you, Count Foude," they yell, splitting up to box him in. Block his escape route. Foude doesn't get far before he's cornered, cursing the royalist soldiers on his tail. Foude's teeth are gritted, sweat pouring down his face. He knows exactly how bad this looks. It's far from the right time. He gasps between breaths like he's got somewhere more important to be than getting caught. A blade flashes red through the rain and Foude goes down hard on the rooftop. So much for outrunning them. Spears close in around the fallen spy, rain washing the blood off the cobblestones. The guards form a wall around him. There's nowhere left to run. Their commander steps forward, cool and composed. "We've already arrested most of the spies planted by the ducal family," she announces, and Foude was just the last name on the list. Boots approach through the wreckage as they haul him up for questioning. "It's over now," she tells him flatly, done playing games. Foude just grins through the blood. "Who said it's over?" Bold words for a guy on his knees. Then a robed figure comes stumbling through the rubble, shouting for a priest, claiming he's delivered Marquis Branford's daughter, just as instructed. The hooded priest cackles, and somewhere in the chaos a voice screams for mercy. "A priest? What kind of nonsense?" The guards mutter, sure this guy has completely lost his mind. Except he hasn't, arms thrown wide. He starts chanting like he's calling something in from the dark. For a second the whole street goes eerily, unnaturally quiet. Then it hits smoke and static crack through the air, and a thick fog rolls in out of nowhere. "Wow, what is this sudden fog?" The guards panic, weapons up, eyes darting. "It's cold," someone whispers, and the commander barks for everyone to stay focused fast. There's something in this fog. Whatever it is, it's not friendly. The fake priest raises his arms again, and this time the fog seems to answer him. "Priest, I believed you would come." A guard cries in relief right before the priest screams, "Kill them and grant me salvation." Yeah, total betrayal. A voice cuts through the fog, cold and amused. "You have such a loose mouth, Foude." Turns out the priest act was Foude's and somebody isn't happy about it. Everyone freezes. This new arrival clearly outranks all of them. "Pry priest," Foude stammers, a blade already at his throat. "Boo, but why?" he chokes out. "For that carelessness," comes the icy reply. "Become a holy knight and atone." Cold joke, colder ending. Foude never gets to answer. The dark figure runs him through, without a shred of hesitation. Somewhere nearby, a guard's scream rips through the fog. Foude wasn't the only loose end getting tied up tonight. Blood swirls through the mist as the slaughter keeps going. Something clawed and winged tears through what's left of the guard, wing to wing through the smoke. The spears close ranks around their commander, but this thing didn't come here for the guards, it came for her. Skilled in both pen and sword, the daughter of Marquis Branford, the man in the white hat muses, sizing her up like she's exactly who he came for. "As a gentleman, I don't prefer doing things this way either, but you'll have to accompany me for a while." Polite, terrifying, effective. Watching it all from somewhere far darker, another pale figure just smiles, like this was always the plan. Miles away, a castle sits soaked in rain, and word of what just happened is about to land hard. A man stands silent at the window, hands clasped behind his back, waiting for news he already dreads. "Are you worried?" someone asks quietly. "About who?" comes the reply, like there's more than one reason to be scared tonight. "About Branford. It's already been 2 days since Lady Rosalind," the old man can barely finish the sentence. "Went missing, and we still haven't found a single trace. 2 days gone without a whisper. I've been prepared for trivial matters like this since the Civil War began," one of them says grimly, though nothing about this feels trivial. Hands clasped tight, nobody says anything for a long moment. "Ghislaine," the old man finally says, looking to the one person he trusts to fix this. "Where is he right now? It's time to hunt down whoever did this." Ghislaine heads out alone into the storm, hood up, sword ready. Guards wait for him in the rain, standing watch over whatever's left of the scene. He moves quickly through the empty, rain-slicked streets. Not a soul in sight, just puddles and silence. He slips into an abandoned courtyard, scanning every shadow for a clue. "How is it dark?" Ghislaine asks, and a grinning, red-eyed creature flickers into view beside him. Meet his very unsettling partner. "It's incredibly clean," Dark reports, prowling the room where Rosalind was taken. "Whoever took her is truly skilled, no wonder ordinary people can't find a trace. Though they can't fool my eyes," Dark grins wide. Good news for Ghislaine, bad news for whoever's hiding. Dark leads the way down a darkened hallway, and Ghislaine follows without hesitation. The room beyond is trashed, furniture smashed, blood staining the floor. Ghislaine moves through the wreckage, reading the fight like a book only he can see. "Wow, there's not a single spot left intact here, huh?" Dark whistles. "Looks like they fought a bloody battle." Understatement of the year. Ghislaine's boot catches something on the floor, a battered book dropped in the chaos. "This." He picks it up, eyes narrowing as he flips it open. "Found it, I found it," Dark crows. "They probably didn't think we'd find it this easily, right?" Ghislaine's face hardens. "It was a mistake to kindly reveal the location like this. It's a trap. He must know something about my power, so he left tracks only I could follow. Almost like he wants me to find him. Cute, he's being invited to his own ambush." Ghislaine pulls his hood tighter and sets off anyway, trap or not. He's not turning back. The rain thickens the further he goes, swallowing the ruins whole. Jagged shapes loom out of the dark. Whatever's waiting for him, it's close now. He fights his way through a ruined battlefield of ice and stone, cutting down anything in his path. In the wreckage he finds someone, a woman, unconscious, a fresh cut across her cheek. "Ugh, erg, where is this?" She groans awake, dazed and scared, clinging to him for support. Elsewhere, more fighting. Something huge is already tearing through whoever else got caught up in this. "Ugh, what in the world?" A second captive stirs awake in the dark water, just as lost and frightened as the first. Behind her looms a mountain of bodies and broken blades, proof of just how many people this place has already swallowed. She barely gets the word out before confusion drags her back under. "Wow, what in the world is this?" Then a voice, calm and amused, answers, "Did I startle you? The man in the white hat has arrived." A scream rips out across the water. Nobody here wanted company. Her face says it all. Whoever this stranger is, he's the reason they are all trapped here. He stands over her, unhurried, like he's got all the time in the world. Who exactly are you? What did you do to these people?" she demands. He just smiles. "They are sacrifices. Cool, 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 cool. Please consider them the resources for opening this," he says, gesturing at something none of them can quite make sense of yet. Lightning splits the sky above the water, and something impossible starts to take shape. How is there a rift in midair?" she gasps. "Once the rift is open," he says, letting the threat hang, "the true masters of this world will reclaim this land." "You lunatic, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" she screams back. Fair reaction, honestly. "There's no need to be in such a rush. You'll find out soon enough." Ghislaine will probably be joining us to watch. "I invited him after all," he adds, and Rosalind's blood runs cold. Ghislaine is coming here. This whole thing was never about her, it was bait. "Do you take him for a fool? There's no way he'd fall for your obvious trap," she snarls, not sounding all that convinced herself. "He will come," the man says softly, "because he has no other choice, and that's the scariest part. He might be right." Back in the rain, Ghislaine keeps moving, closer to whatever's waiting for him. The storm doesn't let up for a second, like even the sky knows something bad is coming. A strange blue glow spills out of a cave ahead, the rift, wide open and waiting. He doesn't slow down, doesn't hesitate, just keeps walking straight toward it. Dark slips ahead of him down the steps, scouting the dark for what's really down there. Rain streaming off his hood, jaw set, Ghislaine stares down the trap he knows is waiting for him and walks in anyway.